Chapter 2258. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Demon City was filled with danger. However, Fang Chen had the divine spring pearl and could control the Entomb spring as he wished. This was his trump card. If the Sky Palace was stubborn, he did not mind luring them to the Entomb spring and slaughtering them all. Fang Chen's martial path was on the right track, and he did not need to worry too much. The most unfortunate thing was that he had used up all his soul stones. Otherwise, he could have used this opportunity to cultivate the innate soul reversal technique. As for the demonic dragon body tempering technique, he was constantly tempering it. As long as he could find an opportunity, a breakthrough would not be a problem. Fang Chen's only focus was on the Azura sword principle. He had just started and he was already able to create the 5th move of the traceless sword principle. If he could completely control the Azura sword principle, how powerful would that be? During this period, Fang Chen had been quietly cultivating. Recently, his strength had increased too quickly and he needed a certain amount of accumulation. However, he did not expect that only 7 days after the first wave of assassination from the Sky Palace had failed, the second wave of assassination came. Under the dark night sky, there was a crescent moon that lit up the entire land. Behind the crescent moon, there were countless twinkling stars. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes. Swish, swish, swish. His ears moved slightly and he could vaguely hear the faint sounds around him. He squinted his eyes and quietly released the myriad sword territory. Then, he pretended not to notice and continued to cultivate. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. After waiting for 10 hours, the sky was almost bright. The assassins hidden in the dark began to act. Can't hold back anymore? Fang Chen's eyes revealed a trace of coldness as he said coldly. Swish. All of a sudden, the void rippled, and a black whip with a frightening aura whizzed through the air. Crack! Wherever the black whip passed, the void shattered. In the blink of an eye, the long whip appeared behind Fang Chen and went straight for his heart. However, just as the long whip was about to touch him, Fang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. What happened? The expressions of the 2 Heavenly Eye Palace martial practitioners hiding in the dark changed greatly. They jumped out of the darkness and carefully searched for Fang Chen's traces. Die! Using the space-time collapse technique, he appeared behind one of the cultivators in an instant. Then, he used the innate soul reversal technique to attack the cultivator's primordial spirit, hindering his movement. Then, he released his Shura sword chi. After absorbing the Shura sword chi, the 5th move of the traceless sword art exploded with a vast amount of energy. The hidden star sword, which was red from head to toe, pierced into the man's body. Die! At this time, the other person finally reacted and launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Bang! The first person had been killed by Fang Chen due to his carelessness. However, the remaining person's comprehension of the martial Tao had already reached the peak of the heaven-opening realm. In other words, in the outside world, his cultivation would be at the peak of the heaven-opening realm. With Fang Chen's current strength, it was still a bit difficult for him to deal with peak heaven-opening realm martial artists, but escaping was easy. Xiao. Using the space-time collapse technique, Fang Chen's figure constantly flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he had already pulled away from that person. Senior brothers of the huge axe gang, the Celestial Eye Palace is attacking. Fang Chen's voice contained a violent energy that spread throughout the entire huge axe gang. The huge axe gang didn't have many disciples to begin with, and with the addition of those who had gone out to temper themselves, there weren't many left at the headquarters. Moreover, they were usually in seclusion, and if there wasn't anything too serious, they absolutely wouldn't come out. The Celestial Eye Palace had calculated this point, which was why they dared to assassinate Fang Chen so unscrupulously. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's roar awakened several huge axe gang disciples who were in seclusion. What? The Celestial Eye Palace dares to invade our huge axe gang? The Celestial Eye Palace is a bunch of trash. I've long since found them an eyesore. Kill these bastards! For a time, countless curses came from the secret room. Immediately after, several figures appeared in front of Fong Chen, their auras shaking the sky. Senior brothers, this person is a disciple of the Celestial Eye Palace, Fong Chen said hurriedly. You, the Celestial Eye Palace members who were chasing Fong Chen, showed a trace of fear on their faces. Run. Without thinking, they fled directly. Trash, you want to leave after coming here? What do you think our huge axe gang is? The huge axe gang martial artists were violent in nature. Seeing the Celestial Eye Palace martial artists trying to escape, how could they let it go? Soon, several huge axe gang martial artists began to besiege the person who ambushed Fong Chen. Inside the palace of the Celestial Eye Palace headquarters, a black-robed martial artist sat on a wooden armchair, smiling at the Celestial Eye Palace master. The latter was restless and was pacing back and forth in the palace. In his palm were 2 jade slips. Cooperating with me is your best choice, the black-robed martial artist said sinisterly. The Celestial Eye Palace master was silent, as if thinking about something. Crack! Suddenly, the 2 scrolls in his hands shattered into pieces. Immediately, the Celestial Eye Palace master's face became gloomy, and a strong killing intent emerged around him. What? You want to deal with Fong Chen personally? The black-robed martial artist said mockingly. Can't I? The Celestial Eye Palace master said. I dare to bet that you can't kill Fong Chen, the black-robed martial artist said. Moreover, the Stone Axe King will be back soon. With his temper, if he knows that you sent people to ambush the huge axe gang martial artists, what will he do? The black-robed martial artist seemed to have guessed the Celestial Eye Palace master's thoughts, and said indifferently. Before the second assassination, the black-robed martial artist had once mentioned the matter of cooperation. However, the Celestial Eye Palace master was cautious by nature, and did not want to cooperate with others casually. Now you've seen it too. The martial artists you sent are completely useless. If Fong Chen wants to escape, no one in the opening heaven realm can track him. Even if you personally take action, it might not be effective. The black-robed martial artist seemed to know Fong Chen very well. You've investigated Fong Chen? The Celestial Eye Palace master frowned and said, Who are you? The black-robed martial artist was very mysterious. Even the Celestial Eye Palace master himself could not see through the person in front of him. Who I am is not important. The most important thing is that we have a common enemy. The black-robed martial artist smiled indifferently and said, According to your method, you definitely can't kill Fong Chen. Once he has time to grow, it will be troublesome. Therefore, if you want to kill this boy, you have to cooperate with us. Moreover, the black-robed martial artist suddenly stopped speaking. Moreover what? The Celestial Eye Palace master asked. Fong Chen very likely has the divine spring pearl on him, the black-robed martial artist said word by word. What? The Celestial Eye Palace master cried out involuntarily. The divine spring pearl was something he dreamed of. If he could get it, he would not have to stay in this remote place. He might even obtain the inheritance of the heavenly saint demon Venerable. Thinking of this, the Celestial Eye Palace master clenched his fists and struggled with his thoughts. After a long time, the Celestial Eye Palace master stared at the black-robed martial artist and said, I can cooperate with you, but I want the divine spring pearl. The black-robed martial artist let out a sinister laugh. Happy cooperation. Huge axe gang. After killing the Celestial Eye Palace martial artist, the huge axe gang martial artist looked at Fong Chen and asked, Junior brother Fong, are the people of Celestial Eye Palace coming for you? Fong Chen shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. A mere Celestial Eye Palace dares to behave atrociously in our huge axe gang. They must be tired of living. Yes, our huge axe gang has been too low-key all these years. I told the gang leader long ago that keeping a low profile will get us bullied, but he didn't listen. Look now. The few martial artists spoke one after another. Fang Chen did not listen to them at all. He was thinking of how to deal with the assassination of Celestial Eye Palace. If I rashly lure them to the northern icy plains, they will definitely sense it. Fang Chen thought inwardly, I must wait until they can no longer sit still before I lure them to the northern icy plains. If I disrupt their assassination a few more times, even the Celestial Eye Palace master would not be able to sit still, right? Thinking of this, Fang Chen revealed a faint smile on his face. Since you all want to play, I'll play with you all to your heart's content. Fang Chen thought inwardly. It just so happened that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck during this period. He might be able to use this opportunity to break through to the late stage of the Unity Realm, or even the peak. Chapter 2259. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Sagnet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Sky Eye Palace had many ways to deal with a Unity Realm warrior. Love go little say ku. If it was in the past, a Unity Realm warrior would have died long ago after provoking Sky Eye Palace. But Fang Chen not only survived, he even caused Sky Eye Palace to suffer heavy casualties. Sky Eye Palace, in a pitch-black palace. The black-robed warrior and Sky Eye Palace master had a discussion. They were chatting happily. Both of them revealed a sly smile. Fang Chen, this brat, has heaven-defying potential and is very strong. He can easily kill a middle-stage heaven-opening realm warrior with his Unity Realm cultivation. If we don't eliminate him in time, he will definitely be a huge disaster. The black-robed warrior said. The name Fang Chen, from a certain point of view, had already spread within the Tianqing remnant clan. He had absorbed the innate god imprint of order and even broke through to the Unity Realm. This was something the Tianqing remnant clan was most unwilling to see. This trip to the Devil City was the best opportunity to kill Fang Chen. Now, there are two methods in front of you, the black-robed warrior continued. First, I will secretly obstruct Stone Axe King, and you will act at lightning speed to kill Fang Chen. The second method is to do something to his brothers. There is no need to use such a strategy to deal with a Unity Realm warrior. I can just act directly. Sky Eye Palace Master said solemnly. Alright, then let's act now. Stone Axe King left for a period of time before finally returning to the huge Axe Gang headquarters today. Sky Eye Palace invaded my huge Axe Gang? After Stone Axe King heard this news, he could immediately conclude that the people from Sky Eye Palace were definitely targeting Fang Chen. It seems Sky Eye Palace Master already harbors a grudge against you, Stone Axe King said indifferently. But you can rest assured. In the territory of my huge Axe Gang, Sky Eye Palace Master won't dare to behave atrociously. Who is it? Just as Stone Axe King finished speaking, someone suddenly scolded in a low voice. Stone Axe King. A hoarse voice transmitted into the huge Axe Gang headquarters. The next moment, a black figure flashed. Courting death. Seeing this, Stone Axe King snorted and quickly chased after him. Not good. Fang Chen felt uneasy and his chest felt heavy. What happened? Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, a beam of light tore through the void and shot towards Fang Chen. The beam of light contained extremely powerful power. It quickly arrived in front of Fang Chen and pierced through the shackles of the domain of 10,000 sword. So strong. With almost no time to think, Fang Chen immediately performed the space-time collapse and then performed the fifth move of the traceless sword principle. Bang! The sword light collided with the beam of light, producing a deafening sound. The next moment, a strong corrosive aura emerged from the light beam, and the sword light instantly disintegrated. Fang Chen. Celestial Eye Palace Lord's voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, directly exploding in the sky. Hand over the divine spring pearl, and I can leave you with an intact corpse." Hearing this, Fang Chen was surprised. How did Celestial Eye Palace Lord know that he had the divine spring pearl? Celestial Eye Palace Lord had been capturing Fang Chen's facial expression. Although his expression was very subtle, it was still captured by the former. "Ha! You really have the divine spring pearl on you." Celestial Eye Palace Lord laughed, and was even more certain of what the black-robed warrior said. At this time, Fang Chen also realized that he had lost his composure and let Celestial Eye Palace Lord see through him. The dignified Celestial Eye Palace Lord actually lowered his status to attack a junior? Fang Chen sneered. Stalling for time? Celestial Eye Palace Lord sneered. The origin energy in his body surged and the universe rotated. He suddenly blasted out a punch. Swoosh! Fang Chen's figure dodged. The punch hit the ground and directly destroyed half of the huge Axe Gang headquarters. Run! At this moment, Fang Chen only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. You can't escape. Behind Fang Chen, Celestial Eye Palace Lord said sinisterly. His primordial spirit already locked onto Fang Chen's route. Freeze! Only to see his finger gently pointed forward. In an instant, the void where Fang Chen was advancing became chaotic. Space-time technique. Seeing the situation, Fang Chen could not care so much anymore and displayed his trump card that he had comprehended over the years of the space-time form cultivation system. Space-time technique was comprehended by Fang Chen after going through untold hardship. Once displayed, it could allow the warrior to shuttle through the chaotic void. One had to know, the warrior shuttling through the void relied on the support of the origin energy. And once the void became chaotic and collapsed, the origin energy would dissipate rapidly. At this time, if forcefully shuttled through this void, there would only be two results. First, being blocked outside the chaotic void and unable to advance. Second, entering the chaotic void, the body would be twisted into pieces by the power of heaven and earth rule. Even Hun Tianshun did not dare to do this. Obviously, Celestial Eye Palace Lord had done a lot of homework in order to kill Fang Chen. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to kill Fang Chen. Fortunately, I listened to the Black Shadow. Otherwise, you really would have escaped. Celestial Eye Palace Lord sneered and took a step forward, walking behind Fang Chen. On his forehead, the third eye slowly opened, and a beam of light that made heaven and earth pale burst out from it. Celestial Eye Palace Lord's third eye would not open easily. Once it opened, it would inevitably see blood. This was his innate remarkable ability. Combined with the power of his bloodline, the power of the beam of light had been raised to the extreme. He was a warrior at the advanced stage of the earth-splitting realm. If he opened his third eye to attack, his attack could be raised to the peak of the earth-splitting realm in a short time. Although it was only a difference of a small level, it was enough to render Fang Chen helpless. Damn it! Fang Chen felt the terrifying power behind him, and his heart trembled. At the same time, he also urged himself to use the space-time technique to its full extent. Seeing that the light beam was about to hit him, a beam of golden light burst out from his eyes. Then, he suddenly plunged into the chaotic void space. Dong! The beam of light missed and fiercely bombarded the chaotic void. Suddenly, the void directly shattered and heaven and earth collapsed. How is this possible? Celestial Eye Palace Lord cried out when he saw this. His face was completely gloomy. The chaotic void and the beam of light attack could not kill this man. You can't escape. After a slight surprise, Celestial Eye Palace Lord stomped his foot and opened his third eye frequently, and a terrifying beam of light burst out. Poochie! The terrifying air wave shook Fang Chen until he vomited blood. He escaped from the chaotic void with difficulty, and his whole body was in a mess. At this moment, countless beams of light had formed a circle. Seeing that he was in a desperate situation, he was very anxious. I don't know if it will work. In his anxiety, Fang Chen forcefully crushed the jade talisman in his palm. At the same time, in the distant void, dressed in black, Mara Shah's eyes were scarlet. Every time he waved his hands, a terrifying sword light burst out. Boom! The sword light in the sky quickly gathered together and hit a mountain in the distance, directly flattening the mountain. Huff! Mara Shah spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and the murderous aura on his body dissipated. I didn't expect the demon-killing sword principle to be able to improve again in the process of chasing after Mu Gu. Mo Luosha grinned and said, "Next time, if I meet Magoo again, I'll definitely take his head." Previously, Mara Shah was angrily chasing after Mu Gu, but in the end, he still let him escape. However, even though he managed to escape, he was still heavily injured. The battle shocked the world. The news quickly spread throughout the demon city, and many people were shocked. At the same time, Mara Shah took Mu Gu's place and successfully entered the top 10 of the demon god list. I don't know how he is. Mara Shah thought of Fang Chen again. After pondering for a moment, he decided to enter the Yin tomb spring personally to see if Fang Chen was still alive. After taking a few steps, his body suddenly shook. Where is the huge axe gang? Mara Shah murmured. Immediately, he waved his hand, and a stone door suddenly appeared in the void. He stepped into the stone door. In the sky above the huge axe gang, Fang Chen was surrounded by countless beams of light, and there was no way out. "Run, why don't you run?" Palace Master Celestial I sneered and looked down at Fang Chen. Fang Chen snorted coldly, his face cold. "You will regret it. You still dare to be stubborn at this point?" Palace Master Celestial I waved his hand, and suddenly, countless beams of light rushed directly toward Fang Chen. "Stop!" Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar rang out. Chapter 2260. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. An existence that surpassed God Hun Tian was not to be humiliated. Just as Fang Chen was about to be swallowed by the countless strange light beams, the void suddenly collapsed and a black vortex appeared. Then, after that furious roar, a foot stepped out of the black vortex. Dong! With just a stomp, Palace Master Celestial I was thrown off his feet. The countless light beams that surrounded Fang Chen exploded with a dazzling brilliance. However, they were unable to withstand the power of the kick in the end. Crack! The forbidden divine skill that Palace Master Celestial I regarded as his trump card was shattered without any resistance. Poochie! Palace Master Celestial I suffered a strong backlash and spat out blood. His face was pale as he flew out. When he steadied himself, a black figure slowly walked out of the black vortex. "Mara Shah!" Palace Master Celestial I cried out. In the entire demon city, there was probably no one who did not know Mara Shah. The latter was an out-and-out lunatic. When he went crazy, even the top 10 experts on the demon god list would be afraid. Not to mention that Mara Shah had taken the last step not long ago and surpassed the absolute saint realm to become a peerless existence. Even Mu Gu, who was ranked 10th on the demon god list, was chased by him for several days. In the end, he was seriously injured to escape from Mara Shah's pursuit. That battle shook the entire demon city. Since then, everyone in Demon City had regarded Mara Shah as the god of death. They would rather provoke the top 10 experts on the demon god list than provoke Mara Shah. Fang Chen wore a smile on his face after seeing Mara Shah's timely arrival. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "You dare to touch him?" Mara Shah looked down at Palace Master Celestial I, who was weak, and asked coldly. "Lord Mara Shah, I did not know his relationship with you. Otherwise, I would not have dared to touch him." Palace Master Celestial I knelt down and begged for mercy. Humph! Mara Shah was straightforward and did things cleanly. He did not care what others thought. As long as he was willing, he could do anything. He is a martial artist of my demonic killing sword Dao lineage. You should know that he is challenging me. Mara Shah said in a low voice. Do you know the consequences of challenging me? Hearing Mo Luosha's words, Sky Eye Palace Master slumped to the ground. Over the countless years, none of the martial artists who challenged Mo Luosha had a good ending. A faint sense of despair rose in his heart. His dispirited gaze fell on Fang Qin. His hatred was monstrous. Damnable fellow, how did he get involved with Mara Kill? However, what he didn't know was that the reason Mo Luosha had chased after Mu Gu several months ago was also because of Fang Qin. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have dared to attack Fang Qin. Brother, do as you see fit. Mo Luosha turned to look at Fang Qin and said. Just as Fang Qin was about to speak, Moral Sha continued, Forget it, let me do it. After saying that, Mo Luosha walked step by step towards Sky Eye Palace Master. The latter trembled and looked at Mo Luosha pleadingly. Lord Mo Luosha, please let me go. Sky Eye Palace Master knelt down and begged, I, Sky Eye, am willing to be your slave for life. Unfortunately, Mo Luosha shook his head gently. A piece of trash like you wants to be my servant? An existence that surpassed celestial turbid sky could do anything as they pleased. No one could affect their mood and no one could influence their decisions. Mo Luosha slowly raised his palm. Just as he was about to land it, he suddenly changed his mind and changed his mind. Mo Luosha shook his head, as if it was beneath him to kill Sky Eye Palace Master. With a wave of his hand, Palace Master Celestial Eye let out a scream of agony. Fang Qin looked over and saw that there was a bloody hole on Sky Eye Palace Master's forehead. Blood was constantly flowing out. When he turned his head, Mo Luosha was playing with Sky Eye Palace Master's third eye. Your innate divine ability is not bad, but it's a pity that you've harmed yourself in the end. Mo Luosha said, Since it's not easy to cultivate, I'll spare your life. However, since you dared to attack a martial artist of my demonic killing sword principle lineage, I'll take your third eye and cripple your innate divine ability as punishment. Do you accept? I accept. Sky Eye Palace Master didn't dare to be angry despite the pain all over his body. This was Mo Luosha, a great demon who had chased Magoo all over the world. How could he dare to say anything? Do you still dare to attack my brother in the future? Mo Luosha continued to ask. No, I don't dare, Sky Eye Palace Master said with a trembling body. Get lost. Mo Luosha waved his hand and sent Sky Eye Palace Master 1,000 miles away. Soon, Sky Eye Palace Master dragged his battered body and disappeared from the huge Axe Gang's territory. Senior brother, thank you for saving me. If you hadn't come at the critical moment, I'm afraid I would have died. Fang Qin cupped his fists and thanked him. Although Mo Luosha was known as a lunatic, he was very good to him. Furthermore, he came to save him at the critical moment. At this moment, Mo Luosha was carefully sizing up Fang Qin as if he was looking at a monster. I really can't imagine how a Unity Realm warrior could survive in the Entomb Spring? Mo Luosha asked with a puzzled look. Fang Qin chuckled. I was just lucky. He didn't want to talk about the Entomb Spring. Mo Luosha didn't pursue the matter either. But after this matter, he had a whole new level of respect for Fang Qin. In the entire Devil City, other than the top 10 experts on the Demon God list, you are the only one who could enter and exit the Entomb Spring. Mo Luosha had a very high evaluation of Fang Qin. He believed that Fang Qin would definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the Demon God list in less than 100 years. This also meant that Mo Luosha believed that Fang Qin could reach the same level as him in 100 years. One had to know that ordinary warriors might be stuck at the Chaos Deity level for their entire life without being able to break through. Fang Qin had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, yet he was able to have such achievements. It was truly heaven-defying. Senior brother's comprehension of the demon-killing sword Dao has already reached an unimaginable level. I, your junior brother, am unable to catch up. Fang Qin sighed. Since Mo Luosha had mistaken the Azura Sword Dao as the Obliteration Sword Dao, he naturally wouldn't let it slip. Mo Luosha waved his hand. Your potential in the Sword Dao isn't weaker than mine. Cultivate well. I hope that we can stand side by side at the peak of Devil City in the future. Then when we return to the outside world, we will sweep through all the prodigies. Fang Chen could see that Mo Luosha's ambition was huge. The reason why he was unwilling to leave Devil City was firstly because he wanted to borrow the cultivation resources in Devil City to raise his cultivation. Secondly, he wanted to dominate Devil City before leaving. His goal was to become a peerless expert like Demon Venerable Heavenly Saint. No one in Devil City dared to disobey his orders. At that time, when he left Devil City and returned to Void Star Sky, he would be qualified to talk to Ancestor Xing He and the others. However, it was extremely difficult to reach that step. I believe that senior brother will get what he wants one day, Fang Chen said in a low voice. In fact, Fang Chen admired a martial arts madman like Mo Luosha. Haha, then it's all thanks to junior brother. Mo Luosha laughed. While the two were talking, King Stone Axe returned. He was slightly embarrassed. At the critical moment of the battle, the black shadow disappeared. This puzzled him. The black shadow clearly had the upper hand. Why did it escape? It wasn't until he saw Mo Luosha that he understood that the black shadow was afraid of Mo Luosha. Mo Luosha, ranked 10th on the Demon God ranking? King Stone Axe stared at the amiable Mo Luosha in front of him with wide eyes and stuttered a little. Could it be, seeing Fang Chen and Mo Luosha standing together, no matter how stupid he was, it was obvious that Mo Luosha had resolved Fang Chen's crisis. You know each other? Boss, Missouri Luosha is my senior brother, Fang Chen said with a smile. King Stone Axe's heart trembled, and he looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. What did you say? Mo Luosha is your senior brother? You're King Stone Axe. Mo Luosha suddenly said coolly. Junior King Stone Axe greets Lord Mo Luosha. Even King Stone Axe of the huge Axe Gang had to be respectful in front of an expert ranked 10th on the Demon God ranking. Thank you for taking care of my brother. If the huge Axe Gang needs anything in the future, you can use my name, Mo Luosha said calmly. This sudden surprise made the Stone Axe Monarch's body fall to the ground stiffly. Chapter 2261. Geniuses remember love in 1 second go? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Mo Luosha left, but he left a message. What? Stone Axe King was shocked for a long time after hearing the news left by Mara Shah. Help? What's Sky Axe Mountain? Fang Chen asked, confused. After a long while, Stone Axe King calmed down, but he still couldn't suppress his excitement. Sky Axe Mountain is near the northern ice plains. It's a mountain transformed from the axe of an ancient master. Stone Axe King said, there has always been a legend in Devil City that the Heavenly Axe Mountain has the inheritance left behind by that peerless expert, as well as the Battle Axe heart. The heart of Battle Axe? Fang Chen continued asking. The heart of Battle Axe is the weapon spirit of that master's weapon. The huge Axe Gang was founded to get the heart of Battle Axe. Stone Axe King sighed. Unfortunately, no matter how we searched Sky Axe Mountain over the years, we couldn't find any useful clues. Since Mo Luosha said so, the heart of Battle Axe is very likely to appear. If they could get the heart of Battle Axe and refine it into their Battle Axe, they could create another peerless weapon. This was the dream of all Axe-type weapon owners. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, Fang Chen said. Let's go. Death Chi surrounded Sky Palace. Sky Palace Lord had suffered heavy losses in the previous battle. He wouldn't be able to recover his previous cultivation without 100 years of rest. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to make any progress unless he could get a heaven-defying spiritual medicine. Damn it! Sky Palace Lord was furious. He wanted nothing more than to tear Fang Chen and Mo Luosha into pieces. However, he didn't have the strength or the courage to do so. His third eye was his greatest reliance, and it was also the source of his innate ability. But now, it had been destroyed by Mo Luosha. Everything had turned into bubbles. "I can't accept this," Sky Palace Lord roared, his voice echoing in the palace. Creak. The palace door opened and a black figure strolled in. "You dare to come?" Seeing the black shadow, Heavenly Eye Palace Lord was angered out of nowhere. He was suppressed by the Marosha, yet the black shadow had managed to escape. This caused him to be extremely furious. "The opponent is a Mara killer. Are you sending me to my death?" The black figure shrugged. "But I'm your ally. Is this how you treat your ally?" Facing Palace Lord Celestial Eyes questioning, the black shadow's face did not have the slightest fluctuation of expression as he said, "The appearance of Mara Kill is indeed what I did not expect. You've seen it for yourself. He's only been in the Demon City for a short period of time, but he's already hooked up with the Mara Shah. If we give him more time to grow, even without the Mara Shah, we won't be able to deal with him. At that time, he will destroy the Celestial Eye Palace with his own hand." "Humph." Celestial Eye Palace Master snorted coldly and did not say anything. "I'm definitely not trying to scare you. If you don't believe me, then just wait for your death." The black figure shrugged. "Mara Kill is protecting Fong Chen. How are we going to attack him?" Celestial Eye Palace Master glanced at the black figure resentfully. "Mara Kill can't always be by his side. Moreover, I just received news that the Stone Axe King and Fong Chen have left the huge Axe Gang's territory and seem to be heading in the direction of the northern ice field," the black figure said thoughtfully. "The Heavenly Axe Mountain?" Celestial Eye Palace Master blurted out. The black figure nodded and said, "Yes, the Heavenly Axe Mountain. A love go little say, ka think Mara Kill must have told the Stone Axe King some secret. Otherwise, the Stone Axe King would not be so impulsive." Speaking of this, the black figure chuckled and said, "This is an opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop." Celestial Eye Palace Master was silent. His third eye was destroyed, so he could not use his gifted superpowers and his strength was greatly reduced. Even if he were to fight Fong Chen head-on, he might not be able to defeat him, let alone kill him. Moreover, Mara Kill's terrifying smile was still echoing in his mind. If Mara Kill found out, not to mention himself, the Celestial Eye Palace and the people related to him would be in trouble. He could not take the risk. Mara Kill is not with them. With his vision, he naturally doesn't care about the things on the Heavenly Axe Mountain. That's why I said this is an opportunity. The black figure continued, "Although your third eye is destroyed, I can give you power." After escaping from the tomb of the Heavenly Spring Master, Chun Fan had been cultivating in seclusion. Kacha. In a dense forest, Chun Fan's hands tore a wolf apart, causing blood to spurt out. Then, he gobbled up the wolf's body in big bite. In the blink of an eye, he had finished eating. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chun Fan's eyes were filled with coldness. "Boy, you have absorbed enough power during this time, and your cultivation has reached the peak of the Unity Realm. With my help, you will have no problem dealing with late-stage Heaven-Opening Realm martial artists," the evil voice said. "If I wasn't in the Demon City, I could help you break through to the Heaven-Opening Realm now," the evil voice said again. "At that time, you can sweep through all the young martial artists in the Void Star Heaven." Facing the evil voice, Chen Fan sneered, his face full of disdain. "Boy, what's with your attitude? You don't believe me? Humph, you keep saying how powerful you are and how much power you can provide me, but in the end? Didn't you run away with your tail between your legs after being beaten up?" Chen Fan said coldly. "Boy, what's one failure to you? Isn't it just a guy who absorbed a natural divine pattern of order? His life will be taken by me sooner or later," the evil voice said. Moreover, halfway through, it stopped abruptly. "Amen." Chen Fan was somewhat puzzled and tried to communicate with the evil voice. The fish has taken the bait. Suddenly, the evil voice said. Immediately, a mental map appeared in Chen Fan's mind. He could see everything within 100 li at a glance. The black figure and Celestial Eye Palace Lord appeared in his eyes. Celestial Eye Palace Lord? Who's the other person? Chen Fan said faintly. Do you see it? Celestial Eye Palace Lord's aura is weak, and he's seriously injured. This is a good opportunity. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. If you can absorb Celestial Eye Palace Lord's power, your martial Tao comprehension level will step into the heaven-opening realm soon, the evil voice said. But the other person's aura is very strong, Chen Fan said. Don't care about him, go straight over. Although Chen Fan sometimes felt that this will in his body was a little unreliable. But at this time, he still couldn't resist the temptation and followed the evil voice, approaching Celestial Eye Palace Lord. Where are you taking me? Celestial Eye Palace Lord asked impatiently. We'll be there soon, the black figure said. There's someone ahead? Celestial Eye Palace Lord saw Chen Fan walking towards him. The black figure was about to make a move when his body suddenly trembled. He looked at Chen Fan in disbelief, his eyes filled with a complicated look. Then, he turned his head and glanced at Celestial Eye Palace Lord. Your Celestial Eye Palace Lord? Chen Fan asked. Celestial Eye Palace Lord nodded, then said, Who are you? The person who's going to kill you. Just as Chen Fan's voice fell, a terrifying evil aura spread out instantly, drowning Celestial Eye Palace Lord. At the same time, the black figure behind Celestial Eye Palace Lord slapped the latter's body fiercely. You, Celestial Eye Palace Lord was furious, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the energy in his body was sucked dry. Greetings, Guardian Elder. Celestial Eye Palace Lord couldn't resist Chen Fan's absorption at all and died directly. At this moment, the black figure said to Chen Fan with cupped fists. I didn't expect to meet someone from Tianqing's tribe here, the evil voice said. Guardian Elder, it's great that you're alive. I think the leader will be very happy, the black figure said joyfully. I can only stay in this kid's body as a remnant consciousness for the time being and can't leave, the evil voice said. By the way, where are you going with Celestial Eye Palace Lord? Celestial Eye Palace Lord's third eye was dug out by Mo Luosha, who ranked 10th on the Demon God leaderboard. His cultivation has dropped greatly. I'm going to bring him to the depths of this forest to find a priest in the tribe and summon an ancient god soul to help him recover his strength, the black figure said. Oh? The priest of our Tianqing's tribe is here too? Hearing that, the evil voice said with interest. Chapter 2262. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Sky Axe Mountain was near the northern ice plains. Standing at the peak of Sky Axe Mountain, one could see the scenery of the northern ice plains. The current northern ice plains were covered in a vast expanse of white, covered in ice and snow. It was even colder than the first time Fong Chen had come here. Fong Chen and Stone Axe King arrived at the peak of Sky Axe Mountain as they wished. Moreover, according to the information provided by Mara Shah, Stone Axe King had found clues about the Battle-Axe Heart. He was ecstatic. Soon, the two of them began to search for the Battle-Axe Heart. At the same time, in the territory of Sky Palace, all the warriors of Sky Palace were gathered together. The palace master ordered us to go to Sky Axe Mountain to stop Fong Chen before he left, a Sky Opening Realm warrior said. He probably has the Divine Spring Bead. It's extremely important to our Sky Eye Palace. So, let's go now. The mighty Celestial Eye Palace martial artists approached Sky Axe Mountain. A few days later, many disciples of Sky Eye Palace arrived at the foot of Sky Axe Mountain. Are we not going up? One of the warriors asked in a low voice. The leader shook his head. Stone Axe King was on Sky Axe Mountain. With their strength, they couldn't do anything to him. Form the formation, the leader said in a low voice. The warriors of Sky Palace moved quickly as if they had practiced this countless times. They formed a complicated formation and formed a natural barrier at the foot of Sky Axe Mountain. No one could pass through the barrier and walk down Sky Axe Mountain. What do we do now? Wait for the palace master. They all knew that the Sky Palace master had died long ago, in the depths of the dense forest. Greetings, Lord Priest. The black figure brought Chen Fan to a secret stronghold of Tianqing's remnant tribe. How did it go? The white-robed priest asked. We were about to succeed, but Mara Shah suddenly appeared and caused the plan to fail, the black figure said. Oh? Mara Shah? The white-robed priest was slightly surprised. However, his eyes fell on Chen Fan. Who is he? Why did you bring him here? The white-robed priest said unhappily. Old Bai, you don't even recognize me? The evil voice entered the white-robed priest's ears. Hearing this, the white-robed priest's body trembled. His eyes widened as he stared at Chen Fan. You are the guardian elder? That's right, it's me. I'm going to use this body to kill Fang Chen, but I need your help. As soon as the evil voice finished speaking, the white-robed priest understood. Don't worry, leave it to me. The white-robed priest said, however, the Red Fiend cult master isn't here. I'm afraid we won't be able to summon the strongest soul. It doesn't matter. As long as we can kill Fang Chen, nothing else matters. All right. The white-robed priest nodded heavily. Heavenly Axe Mountain. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, the Azure Sky Pavilion and Demon Sword Tower also sent martial artists to inquire about the situation. But in the end, he returned without any success. How is it? Fang Chen asked from the summit. I can sense the aura of the Battle Axe heart. An excited smile appeared on Stone Axe King's face as he continued his search. After another half a month, Stone Axe King finally found the Battle Axe heart. Without any hesitation, he merged the Battle Axe heart into his battle axe. Instantly, the Battle Axe underwent an earth-shattering change. In a few breaths' time, the Battle Axe heart had jumped several levels. So powerful. When the Battle Axe heart had completely merged with the Battle Axe heart, Stone Axe King was very excited. How is it? Fang Chen asked. Ha ha ha, as expected of the Battle Axe heart. I can feel that the Battle Axe heart's power has increased by many times. However, this is just the beginning. When I go back, I'll ask a blacksmith to help me refine it. It won't be long before my Battle Axe heart reaches the sky-surmounting level, Stone Axe King said with a smile. In terms of weapon grades, above the sky-surmounting level was the sky-opening level, and above that was the sky-surmounting level. Sky-surmounting level weapons were beyond the reach of ordinary earth-surmounting level martial artists. Even saint-level martial artists could not easily obtain them. Let's go back first. Stone Axe King put away his Battle Axe heart and led Fang Chen down the mountain. Seeing the natural barrier, Stone Axe King frowned and took out his Battle Axe heart. Let me do it. Whoosh! Fang Chen quickly waved his hand, and a Ray Dao aura spread out. With a crack, the natural barrier set up by the Celestial Eye Palace broke. Whoosh! The hidden star sword appeared, and the fifth move of the traceless sword art was performed. Fang Chen took a big stride forward and charged into the crowd, unleashing a massacre. Bastards of the Celestial Eye Palace. Stone Axe King was furious. He held his battle axe and killed one person with each blow. After a while, blood flowed like a river under the Heavenly Axe Mountain. All the martial artists of the Celestial Eye Palace were killed. At this point, the Celestial Eye Palace was history of the Demon City. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he killed the martial artists of the Celestial Eye Palace, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. He looked up and saw that it was the Azure Pavilion Master and the Demonic Sword Tower Master. Damn it, why are they here? The two of them were ranked much higher than Stone Axe King on the Demon God list. Especially the Demonic Sword Tower Master, who was ranked 42nd. Stone Axe King was no match for him. "Stone Axe King, I heard that you obtained the Battleaxe heart? Take it out and let us take a look," the Azure Pavilion Master said with a smile. "Yes, the Battleaxe heart is a treasure. I also want to see if it is as miraculous as the legends say," the Demonic Sword Tower Master said. Although the two of them greeted each other with smiles, their words were full of threats. "I have already used the Battleaxe heart," Stone Axe King said. "Oh!" Hearing that, the two of them looked greedily at the Battleaxe in Stone Axe King's hand. "In that case, Stone Axe King, can you let us take a look at your Battleaxe?" the Demonic Sword Tower Master asked aggressively. Stone Axe King was furious. "Demonic Sword Tower Master, you have gone too far." 1. The two of them released their powerful auras and pressured Stone Axe King. Seeing that, Fang Chun pulled Stone Axe King's sleeve and whispered, "They are too strong. Don't fight them head-on. Come with me." Then, while Stone Axe King was still confused, Fang Chun used the spacetime collapse skill. Whoosh! The two of them instantly rushed into the northern ice field. "Humph, do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide in the northern ice field?" the Demonic Sword Tower Master sneered. The Battleaxe heart had been integrated into Stone Axe King's Battleaxe. This was good news for him. His goal was to take Stone Axe King's Battleaxe. Although he was not good with battleaxes, it was his dream to have a heaven-surmounting weapon. After them, the two of them turned into flowing lights and rushed into the northern ice field. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the northern ice field, Fang Chun flew with Stone Axe King. "The Entomb Spring is ahead." "We are dead," Stone Axe King said. "If you trust me, follow me," Fang Chun said. Stone Axe King's expression changed, but he eventually fell silent. Soon, Fang Chun and Stone Axe King arrived in front of the Entomb Spring. Just then, the Azure Pavilion Master and Demonic Sword Tower Master arrived. "Stone Axe King, aren't you too stingy? I just want to borrow your Battleaxe for a look," the Demonic Sword Tower Master said with a smile. "That's right. Your Battleaxe is inferior to my weapon. I will despise it even if you give it to me," the Azure Pavilion Master said. Despicable. Usually, the huge Axe Gang had some dealings with these two factions. He did not expect them to bare their fangs in the face of benefit. "Don't even think about it. I will never give you my Battleaxe," Stone Axe King said in a low voice. "That's not up to you." The two experts' auras were strong, forcing Stone Axe King. To think that the Master of the Azure Pavilion and the Master of the Demonic Sword Tower would resort to such despicable means. "You've truly broadened my horizons," Fang Chun suddenly said. "Boy, you have no right to speak here," the Demonic Sword Tower Master said coldly. Voila! Fang Chun grabbed the sleeves of Stone Axe King and leaped above the Entomb Spring. He looked down at the two experts and said with disdain, "The Battleaxe is here. If you have the ability, come and take it." How is that possible? How can he resist the corrosion of the Entomb Spring? A Unity Realm warrior is standing above the Entomb Spring without suffering any injuries? Impossible. The two experts shook their heads. They did not believe it. He must have a secret treasure on him that can resist the corrosion of the Entomb Spring. Right, it must be so. A secret treasure that can resist the corrosion of the Entomb Spring is definitely something good. The two looked greedily at Fang Chun. Chapter 2263. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Originally, the Azure Pavilion Master and Demonic Sword Pavilion Master's target was Stone Axe King's Battleaxe. Now they had changed their minds. Not only did they want Stone Axe King's Battleaxe, they also wanted Fang Chun's secret treasure. There was no need to mention Stone Axe King's weapon. After fusing with the Battleaxe heart, it would only be a matter of time before it broke through to the Heaven Ascension grade. As for Fang Chun's secret treasure, it was a supreme treasure that could resist the corrosion of the Entomb Spring. They had to get it. Once we get this secret treasure, we can enter the Entomb Spring to search for opportunities. The two of them looked at each other with excitement on their faces. Following that, their aura fluctuated. They took a step forward and floated in the sky, facing off against Fong Qin. "Brat, hurry up and hand over your secret treasure," the Azure Pavilion Master said coldly. "Do you think you can resist our attacks with the help of your secret treasure?" The Demonic Sword Pavilion Master sneered. At this moment, Fong Qin was standing in the void. Below him was the legendary Entomb Spring. The spring water was surging within the Entomb Spring. An extremely cold aura surged out. "I'm right here. Come and get it if you can," Fong Qin said coldly. "You're courting death." The Azure Pavilion Master took a step forward and rushed in front of Fong Qin. At this moment, a dense azure aura surged out from his body. This aura formed a powerful defense that resisted the corrosion of the Entomb Spring. A mere Unity Realm warrior isn't worthy for Demonic Sword Pavilion Master to act. "Let me take care of him," the Azure Pavilion Master said. Hearing that, a trace of displeasure flashed across the eyes of the Demonic Sword Pavilion Master. The Azure Pavilion Master was clearly aiming for Fong Qin's secret treasure. Indeed, in front of benefits, the so-called alliance wasn't worth mentioning. Die. The Azure Pavilion Master made his move. He unleashed a fierce and overbearing attack on Fong Qin. However, Fong Qin secretly mobilized the power of the Entomb Spring. He then executed the fifth move of the Traceless Sword technique. Xiao. The battle was extremely intense. However, it wasn't as the Azure Sky Pavilion Master had expected. Damn it! The intense battle went on for a long time before the Sky Green Pavilion Master's face turned completely gloomy. With a furious roar, a sky-green aura rapidly gathered in his palm. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a terrifying sphere. His cold gaze locked onto Fong Qin as he hurled it out. "Rise." Seeing this, Fong Qin didn't dare to be careless. He opened his palm and waved it upwards. Dong! A deafening sound rang out. The calm surface of the Entomb Spring suddenly boiled. Countless streams of spring water spun rapidly like the 8 trigrams. A whirlpool appeared in the middle and a huge water pillar flew out of the whirlpool and hit the Azure Sky Pavilion Master hard. With a bang, the Azure Pavilion Master's body was sent flying. As expected, I'm already in an undefeatable position when fighting above the Entomb Spring. Fong Qin thought to himself. The Azure Pavilion Master was only an earth-splitting realm martial artist. He couldn't resist the strong corrosion of the Entomb Spring. Even an absolute Saint Realm expert wouldn't dare to be careless when facing the Entomb Spring. How can this be? The Sky Green Pavilion Master stood up with difficulty. His eyes were burning with passion. He can actually borrow the power of the Entomb Spring? Thinking of this, the Azure Pavilion Master's head heated up. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to get the supreme treasure on Lin Fan at all costs. Let's work together. At this moment, the Demonic Sword Tower Master couldn't sit still anymore and shouted. All right. The two experts worked together to attack Fong Qin. In the air above the Entomb Spring, Fong Qin was fighting against two alone. He used the spacetime collapse technique to dodge continuously. At the same time, he used the Entomb Spring to obstruct the two. This can't go on forever, he thought as he dodged. I have to think of a way to lure them into the Entomb Spring, Fong Qin thought to himself. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Fong Qin's mind. Bang! At this moment, the Demonic Sword Tower Master's attack came. Fong Qin secretly used the 10,000 sword body to block the Demonic Sword Tower Master's sword chi attack. However, just as the 10,000 sword body dissolved the Demonic Sword Tower Master's sword chi attack, Fong Qin pretended to be injured and fell down. Poochie! His face was pale and his aura was chaotic as he fell into the Entomb Spring. His clothes showed signs of tearing as he struggled in the Entomb Spring. Should we go down? The demonic sword tower master and the azure pavilion master exchanged glances. This kid has a secret treasure. Although he fell into the Entomb spring, he won't die in a short time. The azure pavilion master said in a low voice, "This is a great opportunity. If we make a mistake, it'll be gone. I think it's worth the risk. Alright, let's charge into the Entomb spring as fast as we can and kill this kid. Then, we'll retreat quickly." The demonic sword tower master nodded. Both of them were Pioneer Realm experts. If they dived into the Entomb spring's surface for a moment, they would be able to resist. After making the decision, they raised their defenses to the highest level. Then, with a tap of their feet, they quickly arrived at the Entomb spring's surface. Seeing that Fang Chen was still struggling, the two of them unleashed a thunderous attack. Good timing. Fang Chen was secretly delighted when he saw the situation. When the two experts touched the Entomb spring, Fang Chen's mind moved and the entire Entomb spring suddenly surged wildly. Wave after wave of violent waves drowned the bodies of the two powerhouses. Splash! The two experts were swept into the Entomb spring and they screamed with all their might. Go down! The Entomb spring was Fang Chen's world. The Azure Pavilion Master and the Demonic Sword Tower Master couldn't resist at all. No, their bodies were swept to the bottom of the Entomb spring by the violent Entomb spring. The deeper they went, the stronger the corrosive power. After a few breaths, their Yuan spirits were frozen and their bodies were completely stiff. Dong! Next, their heads fell into the depths of the Entomb spring, leaving their lives here forever. You want to fight me? Seeing this, Fang Chen went to the bottom of the Entomb spring with a thought. He took the two spatial rings and returned to the air above the Entomb spring. In the void, Stone Axe King's eyes widened as he looked at Fang Chen. His heart was surging with waves of shock. He couldn't imagine that a Unity Realm warrior could enter and leave the Entomb spring as he wished. You really have a secret treasure? Can it resist the corrosion of the Entomb spring? Stone Axe King asked. Fang Chen looked at Stone Axe King with a smile. What? Is the gang leader interested in it too? Stone Axe King hurriedly shook his head. Of course not, I'm just a bit shocked. Right, where are the Azure Pavilion Master and the Demonic Sword Tower Master? They entered the Entomb spring. The result was already decided, Fang Chen said indifferently. Hearing this, Stone Axe King's body stiffened. He looked at Fang Chen woodenly. The 42nd on the Demon God list, the Demonic Sword Tower Master, and the 49th on the Azure Pavilion Master, died here just like that. And the cause of all this was this Unity Realm guy in front of him? After the shock, Stone Axe King felt gratified. Fortunately, Fang Chen chose to join the huge axe gang. Otherwise, he would have lost his battle axe. Thinking about it, he must have obtained some kind of opportunity when he came to the Entomb spring in search of the spirit spring milk? Stone Axe King was curious about what Fang Chen's secret treasure was. But deep in his heart, he had already made a decision. From now on, no matter what, he couldn't go against Fang Chen. He had to be on good terms with him. Such a heaven-defying monster would be too terrifying once he matured. Although he succeeded with the help of the Entomb spring, with his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the Demon God list, Stone Axe King said. At this moment, outside the northern icy plains, Chun Fan, the Black Shadow, and the white-robed priest stood on the Sky Axe Mountain and looked around. There was a huge battle here. Fang Chun and that Stone Axe King seemed to have left, the Black Shadow said. They entered the northern icy plains, Chun Fan said indifferently. Hearing this, the white-robed priest and the Black Shadow's eyes brightened. They were very clear that the Chun Fan in front of them was no longer the Chun Fan of the past. He was the once famous protector elder of their Tianqing remnant clan. Northern Icy Plains? I remember that the Entomb Spring is in the northern Icy Plains. If you can get some spirit spring milk, it will be very beneficial for you, protector elder, the white-robed priest said with a smile. Chapter 2264. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Even though he was at the Unity Realm, with Fang Chen's strength, dealing with a late-stage heaven-opening realm martial artist was not a problem. Coupled with the power of the Tomb Spring, even earth-splitting realm martial artists would not be able to escape. The Demonic Sword Tower Master and the Azure Pavilion Master were examples. They coveted Fang Chen's secret treasure, but they did not know that there was no secret treasure at all. Fang Chen himself could control the Tomb Spring. Someone's coming. Just as Stone Axe King was admiring Fang Chen's strength, the latter suddenly whispered, Stone Axe Monarch also turned around and saw Chen Fan and the other two. Fang Chen. Chen Fan said in a hoarse voice. There was a strange fluctuation in his eyes. Although Chen Fan's essence spirit had been completely taken over by the evil voice, Chen Fan's essence spirit had been completely occupied by the evil voice. However, the hatred hidden in the depths of his heart was still able to influence the evil voice. Therefore, when he saw Fang Chen, his killing intent surged. You are not Chen Fan. Fang Chen shook his head. If my guess is correct, you should be the evil force hidden in Chen Fan's body, right? Speaking of this, Fang Chen's gaze swept over the black shadow and the white-clothed priest. He shook his head and said, It's just that I didn't expect you to be a remnant of the Tianqin clan. Since you know, why don't you hand over your head? Chen Fan said coldly. Fang Chen, you dare to provoke our Tianqin clan. This will be your burial ground, the black shadow said. The eyes of the white-robed priest flickered as a terrifying aura was gathered in his palm. He would make his move as soon as the guardian elder gave the order. You're ridiculous, Fang Chen said. Tianqing's descendants tried to kill me more than once, but what happened in the end? Fang Chen shrugged. Indeed, ever since the trip to the divine inscription boundary, the Tianqin clan had tried to assassinate him many times. The final result was that he survived, while Tianqing's descendants died. So what? Chen Fan said, Nothing can change the fact that you're about to die. Fang Chen stared at the three without fear. Love go little say, Chu he feared no one above the Tomb Spring. I'm right here. Come and kill me if you can. Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to waste time with them. If they had the ability, then come fight at the Tomb Spring. Elder Protector, let me deal with this guy. The black figure smiled sinisterly. He took a step forward and arrived above the Tomb Spring. Black chi surged around him as he launched a fierce and domineering attack at Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen was already prepared. Voila! A terrifying illusion was instantly cast. Suddenly, the black figure fell into an illusion. You want to stop me with a mere illusion? The black shadow sneered and attacked the illusion with all his might. Crack! The illusion instantly shattered and he walked out of it. Not good. Suddenly, he felt an extremely cold aura and his body began to tremble. He looked around and his expression suddenly changed. He was surrounded by endless Tomb Spring water. He did not know when he had entered the Tomb Spring. It must have been in the illusion just now. A hint of anxiety appeared on the black figure's face. He struggled with all his might, wanting to leave. Do you think you can defeat the Master of the Demon Sword Tower and the Master of the Azure Pavilion? Fang Chen appeared behind the black figure like a ghost. Then, a deathly voice rang out. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. The black figure roared angrily and fell into a state of madness. However, Fang Chen directly controlled the Tomb Spring. The surging water dragged the black figure to the bottom. A miserable scream came from the Tomb Spring. In the blink of an eye, the black figure died. Chen Fan and the white-robed priest were stunned by this scene. Elder Protector, that kid seems to be able to borrow the power of the Tomb Spring. What should we do? The white-robed priest said seriously. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. Your methods are indeed beyond my expectations, but it doesn't change anything, Chen Fan said. Do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you can borrow the power of the Entomb Spring? Then, Chen Fan turned and glanced at the white-robed priest. The latter nodded heavily, and then began to mutter some complicated words. Soon, the sky darkened. Beside the white-robed priest, miserable screams of ghosts could be heard. Oh no, he's summoning the ancient divine soul. King Stone Axe could no longer hold back and warned. Summoning the ancient divine soul? Fang Chen said softly. He's the white-robed priest of the Tianqing clan. He can summon the ancient divine souls of the Tianqing clan who died in battle. He's extremely dangerous, King Stone Axe said hurriedly. Seeing King Stone Axe's anxious face, Chen Fan sneered. It's too late to be afraid now. With Chen Fan's help, the white-robed priest succeeded in summoning the ancient divine soul in the blink of an eye. In the pitch-black sky, a huge face was faintly discernible. Boom! Terrifying power poured down. Chen Fan leaped and came to the white-robed priest's side. With the latter's help, he quickly absorbed the ancient divine soul descending from the sky. Use the ancient divine soul to kill the enemy. When the last wisp of the departed soul's aura entered his body, he uttered these words. The white-robed priest moved, leaving behind afterimages that surrounded the Entomb Spring. Chen Fan strolled toward the Entomb Spring and approached Fang Chen. What right do you have to fight with me now? Chen Fan said coldly as he looked down at Fang Chen from above. Whoosh! Chen Fan flicked his finger and an incredible finger radiance shot out. So powerful. Fang Chen frowned and performed the traceless sword principle without hesitation. The Shura sword chi spread out and the chant ran quickly in his mind. Whoosh! The terrifying sword radiance collided with the finger radiance and exploded with a deafening sound. Chen Fan was too powerful at the moment. Fang Chen did not dare to leave the Entomb Spring. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand Chen Fan's attack. Trash! Chen Fan said indifferently. Then he dove down and stepped on the surface of the Entomb Spring. Suddenly, the raging Entomb Spring surged toward him. Go down. Fang Chen controlled the towering waves and swept Chen Fan's body away. Splash! After Chen Fan entered the Entomb Spring, he used a powerful attack to break through the restraints of the wave. Not good. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. Without thinking, he dove into the Entomb Spring. The Traceless Sword Principle. Supplemented by the Shura Sword Principle, the fifth move of the Traceless Sword Principle was fully displayed in the Entomb Spring. Poochie! The star-hidden sword unexpectedly touched Chen Fan's body, leaving a scar on his body. Damn it! Chen Fan roared in anger. A terrifying Soul Dao aura spread out and locked onto Fang Chen's primordial spirit. He had just absorbed the power of the ancient divine soul. His Soul Dao aura had reached the peak. Die, die, die. Seeing his Soul Dao power wrap around Fang Chen, Chen Fan muttered to himself. He was very confident in his Soul Dao power. Once it wrapped around him, a mere Unity Realm cultivator would not be able to resist. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was bound by the power of the Soul Dao, had the 6 golden figures in his mind perform the innate soul reversal technique. Attack. The innate soul reversal technique was used to the extreme. It formed a terrifying defense that kept attacking the external power. Crack. The first Golden Man's defense was broken, and Fang Chen's body staggered. Then, the second Golden Man's defense was broken as well. Fang Chen was very anxious now. In his mind, the innate soul reversal technique's chant ran over and over again. When the fifth Golden Man's defense was completely broken, the sixth and final Golden Man was exposed to Chen Fan's attack. At this moment, Fang Chen was in imminent danger. If the final Golden Man was damaged, his primordial spirit would most likely dissipate. No, Fang Chen roared madly. He pushed his Soul Dao power to the extreme. At the same time, he used the Entomb Spring's extreme cold to attack Chen Fan's attack. Rumble. An earth-shattering change was happening in his mind. Crack. A crack appeared on the sixth golden man's defense. Fang Chen spat out blood, his face pale. His body kept retreating, pulling away from Chen Fan. It's useless. Chen Fan sneered when he saw this. At the same time, he increased his Soul Dao power attack, wanting to kill Fang Chen in one fell swoop. Crack. After holding on for a while, the sixth golden man's defense shattered. The terrifying Soul Dao aura invaded the golden man's body. Fang Chen's eyes showed a trace of despair. However, at this moment, the sixth golden man was about to shatter. All of a sudden, Fang Chen's mind buzzed loudly. The innate soul reversal technique ran more smoothly. Chapter 2265. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Destruction and establishment. After the first 5 golden men were destroyed, Fang Chen's primordial spirit was on the verge of collapse. At this critical moment of life and death, he comprehended a higher level of Soul Dao. With this enlightenment, his primordial spirit rose to a higher level. Crash! The last broken little golden man was quickly repaired. At the same time, the aura of Fang Chen's primordial spirit was gradually rising. In the blink of an eye, it reached the peak. In just a breath's time, the other 5 golden men were completely condensed. At this time, Fang Chen's primordial spirit aura had risen to the peak. Then, his mind trembled, and the 7th golden man began to take shape. 7th realm. Fang Chen was secretly delighted. He clenched his fists and his eyes were full of passion. In a flash, the 7th golden man was condensed. Fang Chen felt that his Soul Dao power was unprecedentedly strong. Innate soul reversal technique. With some enlightenment in his mind, Fang Chen's mind moved, and the innate soul reversal technique was perfectly displayed. This is the 3rd level? Fang Chen cried out in surprise. He didn't expect that he would succeed in cultivating the 3rd level of the innate soul reversal technique. This made him very excited. Buzz! He quickly displayed the 3rd level of the innate soul reversal technique. Then, a heart-palpitating Soul Dao aura burst out from Fang Chen's head. Poochie! A crisp sound could be heard as Chen Fan's attack was shattered into pieces. How is this possible? Chen Fan exclaimed. He couldn't believe that Fang Chen's primordial spirit had undergone a tremendous transformation in such a short time. I don't believe it. Chen Fan roared and continued to display powerful Soul Dao power to attack Fang Chen's primordial spirit. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face showed a hint of disdain. Then, with a thought, the powerful 3rd level of the innate soul reversal technique was displayed. Chen Fan's Soul Dao attack had nowhere to hide. Crack! After shattering Chen Fan's Soul Dao attack, Fang Chen finally had the time to focus on fighting Chen Fan. What other tricks do you have now? With a sneer, Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of Chen Fan. The surrounding spring water of the Yin Mausoleum surged wildly, binding Chen Fan's body and pulling him down. Coupled with the 5th move of Fang Chen's traceless swordsmanship, Chen Fan was at his wits' end. Damn it! Chen Fan roared furiously and struggled with all his might. However, he soon realized that everything he was doing was in vain. Die! The divine spring surged. Fang Chen perfectly used the power of the Yin Tomb spring to pull Chen Fan's body to the bottom of the spring. An extremely cold aura instantly invaded Chen Fan's mind. The latter's primordial spirit was being frozen. He roared madly. Ah! Above the Yin Tomb spring, the white-clothed priest's expression changed greatly when he heard this. Not good, the guardian elder is in trouble. The white-clothed priest's expression darkened. However, he did not go to the guardian elder's aid as Stone Axe Monarch had guessed. Instead, he fled from the northern ice plains. His miserable cries gradually weakened. The raging Yin Tomb spring water also gradually calmed down. Voila! Fang Chen rushed out of the spring, droplets of water dripping from his body. However, his face was full of smiles. "He's dead?" Stone Axe Monarch asked. Fang Chen nodded. Although Chen Fan was very strong, they still managed to kill him after a series of setbacks. "The white-clothed priest has escaped. This is troublesome," Stone Axe Monarch said worriedly. "Are you afraid that the remnants of Tianqing's clan will attack?" Fang Chen asked. Stone Axe Monarch shook his head. "The remnants of Tianqing's clan are secondary. What I'm most worried about is that they will spread the news and cause a commotion in Demon City. You should know that a Unity Realm warrior can control the Entomb Spring and kill a Peak Realm expansion expert. This news will definitely cause a commotion in Demon City. Even those absolute saints might be attracted here," Stone Axe Monarch said solemnly. "Amen?" Fang Chen frowned. He seemed to have forgotten this point. However, his expression soon returned to normal. "I'll use the Entomb Spring as my foundation. As long as I don't leave here, even absolute saints won't be able to do anything to me," Fang Chen said confidently. At worst, he could hide at the bottom of the Entomb Spring and cultivate until his strength increased. But Stone Axe Monarch's face was filled with worry. "The strength of absolute saints is unimaginable." Fang Chen shook his head. As long as it wasn't someone like Mo Luosha, he didn't care. "Leader, you should go back first. I'll cultivate in the Entomb Spring. Even if someone comes, they won't be able to find me," Fang Chen said. The White Priest fled back to the secret base of the Tianqing remnant race. When the Red Devil religious leader heard the news, he was furious. He immediately wanted to head to the Entomb Spring to kill Fang Chen. However, the white-robed priest's words changed his mind. "You're saying that we should spread this news and let all the warriors in Demon City know?" The Red Devil religious leader's eyes flashed. "That's right. Religious leader, think about it. A Unity Realm warrior can control the Entomb Spring. This news will definitely cause a huge commotion in Demon City. Furthermore, he might have the God Spring Pearl on him. Who can resist such temptation?" The White Priest said sinisterly. "Let the humans fight each other first. Fang Chen has the innate advantage of the Entomb Spring. Any warrior below the Absolute Saint Realm who dares to enter the Entomb Spring to deal with him will die without a grave. Even a Saint Realm martial artist would be injured as well. When both sides are injured, it'll be time for us to act," the White Priest said. After hearing the analysis of the White Priest, the Red Devil religious leader nodded. "You're right. Let them fight each other first." The people of the Tianqing remnant race secretly spread the news. Very soon, this news spread across the entire Demon City. At first, everyone did not believe it. A Unity Realm warrior would die if he went near the Entomb Spring, much less controlling it. However, when they learned that all the warriors of the Heaven's Eye Palace had died, they gradually started to believe it. "Have you heard? A Unity Realm person called Fang Chen can control the Entomb Spring. With the power of the Entomb Spring, even shattering Earth Realm warriors can't resist it." "That's right. I've also heard that the Azure Pavilion Master and Devil Sword Pavilion Master died in his hands." "What? The Devil Sword Pavilion Master is ranked 42nd on the Demon God list. Even he died?" At the same time, there were warriors all over Demon City discussing. Many warriors of the Azure Pavilion and Devil Sword Pavilion were furious, but they did not dare to take revenge. What kind of joke was this? Even the Pavilion Master and Pavilion Master were dead. What could they do? For a moment, the warriors ranked at the top of the Demon God list felt a trace of greed in their hearts. On a certain towering tree, a golden-armored man sat cross-legged. "A Unity Realm warrior can control the Entomb Spring?" The golden-armored man muttered to himself. Although he did not believe it, it was the truth. "It seems that he has a huge secret. If I can control the Entomb Spring, I can at least enter the top 20 on the Demon God list," the golden-armored man said. "If anyone else was here, they would definitely be shocked. Because the golden armored man was the golden armored battle devil, ranked 21st on the demon god list. The golden armored battle devil was an early stage absolute saint. If he was in the outside world, he would definitely be a strong warrior. But in Demon City, he was only ranked 21st. It was too difficult to enter the top 20. I want to see who this Fong Chen is. After saying that, the golden armored battle devil's figure flashed and disappeared into the horizon. A few days later, in front of the Yin Tomb Spring in the northern ice plains, the golden armored battle devil's figure suddenly appeared in the chilly wind. His feet stepped on the northern ice plains. Gotcha! Cracks appeared on the ice as if it was about to melt. No one. He scanned the Yin Tomb Spring with his spiritual consciousness, but he did not find any aura. Then, his spiritual consciousness entered the Yin Tomb Spring and dived deeper. As expected of the Yin Tomb Spring. What a domineering aura. Soon, he felt that his spiritual consciousness could no longer dive deeper. Otherwise, it would be frozen. Voila! When his spiritual consciousness returned, the golden armored battle devil's face was covered in a layer of frost. Clearly, the Yin Tomb Spring was a great threat to him. Chapter 2266. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second/Small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Northern Ice Plains, at the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring. After Stonax Monarch left, Fong Chen simply went into seclusion to cultivate. The Yin Tomb Spring was very deep. Even absolute saints couldn't extend their spiritual senses here, so there was no need to worry about being disturbed. During this period of time in the Demon City, although his strength had increased by quite a bit, it was still limited. Even absolute saints couldn't do anything to Fong Chen, but this was all because of the Yin Tomb Spring. Without the help of the Yin Tomb Spring, an earth-splitting realm expert would be able to suppress Fong Chen. However, overall, Fong Chen's strength was not bad. At the very least, he could easily resist against a heaven-opening realm martial artist with his Unity realm cultivation. It was extremely difficult to fight across a large realm. Those who could do it were all extremely talented people. The long period of cultivation was dry and tasteless. Fong Chen spent every day cultivating the demonic dragon body refinement technique and comprehending the Azura sword Dao. More and more experts of the demon god list gathered before the Yin Tomb Spring. No matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any trace of Fong Chen. Fong Chen escaped? If he can control the Yin Tomb Spring, it is very likely that he is hiding at the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring. The martial artists who came here were basically all absolute saint. Those who had surpassed the absolute saint realm didn't bother to come here. If he keeps hiding here, we can't keep waiting, right? Someone said. The golden armored battle demon clenched his fists, his face dark. He had an impulse to charge into the Yin Tomb Spring and kill Fong Chen, but reason told him this was not feasible. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Many experts on the demon god list left impatiently. However, there were still some who refused to give up. They did not believe that Fong Chen could last forever at the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring. However, it turned out that they were too naive. 3 months later, the golden armored battle devil was still waiting. He wanted to enter the top 20 of the demon god ranking too much. This was an excellent opportunity that he did not want to miss. Love Go Little Say, W. Chu. However, after waiting over and over again, there was still no sign of Fong Chen. After a long time, even the gold-armored battle demon began to get impatient. Damned bastard, if you come out, I'll definitely grind your bones to dust. The golden-armored battle demon said coldly. In the eyes of these experts, the weak were not worth mentioning. They could kill them as they wished. Half a year later, the golden-armored battle demon could no longer wait. During this period of time, he had sent his soul into the Yin Tomb Spring several times in an attempt to find Fong Chen's track. However, there was only one result in the end. He had ended up in a very sorry state. Fong Chen, I'll remember you. Before the golden-armored battle demon left, His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. His hatred for Fang Chen had reached its peak. In a certain forbidden area of the Devil City, Mo Luosha casually tore apart a demonic beast. After that, he grinned and said, "This junior brother of mine is really extraordinary. His comprehension of the sword principle is very high. If he can fully comprehend the demon-killing sword principle, it won't be difficult for him to reach my level." When Mo Luosha first heard about Fang Chen's deeds, he was shocked for a long time. He did not dare to imagine that Fang Chen could control the Yin-Tomb spring. However, after a while, he finally understood. Fang Chen was thrown into the Yin-Tomb spring by Magoo. He must have had some fortuitous encounters since he survived. Perhaps it was these encounters that gave him the means to control the Yin-Tomb spring. Even the Saint Realm martial artists on the demon god list are helpless against him. Ha! Thinking of this, Mo Luosha laughed heartily. Even when he was a Saint Realm martial artist, he could not do this. Only the super experts in the top 11 of the demon god list could do that. In the Divine Shi Palace in the Milky Way universe, Buzz, a terrifying space-time aura surrounded the entire Divine Shi Palace. However, ordinary martial artists could not sense it at all. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from the depths of the Divine Shi Palace. At the same time, all the martial artists in the god world prostrated themselves on the ground. Their bodies trembled as fear filled their hearts. They were panicking. What had happened in the god world? I forgot to restrain my aura. In the depths of the Divine Shi Palace, Fang Chen curled his lips helplessly. When he created the 7th level of the space-time collapse art, he was so excited that he released a powerful aura. It made the entire god world feel as if they were facing a great enemy. "Master, quickly come to the Divine Shi Palace," Fang Chen said telepathically. Soon, the bone progenitor arrived at the Divine Shi Palace. "I have created the 7th level of the space-time collapse art," Fang Chen said directly. "What?" The bone progenitor was excited. He knew better than anyone else what it meant to create the 7th level of the space-time collapse art. The two of them had been stuck at the 6th level for a long time. The 7th level directly raised the space-time collapse art to another level. Creating the 7th level meant that the next few levels could be easily created. Whoosh! Fang Chen flicked his finger, and a mark drilled into the bone progenitor's forehead. Suddenly, the bone progenitor's body was filled with a strong space-time aura. Strike while the iron is hot. The two of them sat cross-legged and began to create the next few levels of the space-time collapse art. In just 3 days, the two of them created the 11th level of the space-time collapse art. 11th level. The bone progenitor could not help but laugh excitedly. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, his pitch-black eyes suddenly looked at the azure sky. "I seem to have encountered some difficulties at the bottom of the Yin-Tomb spring." After this period of meditation, Fang Chen's understanding of the Azura sword principle had reached a whole new level. Now, he was worried about the 6th move of the traceless sword principle. The 6th move should be combined with the space-time collapse art to form a move that is both offensive and defensive. Fang Chen's mind was filled with countless fantasies, but he had yet to determine the final direction of the traceless sword principle. Should I attack or be both offensive and defensive? Fang Chen was hesitant. There were a total of 3 directions for the development of the traceless sword principle. The first was offensive, the second was both offensive and defensive, and the third was defensive. Without even thinking, Fang Chen negated the direction of his defense. The level 4 myriad sword body had a sufficiently strong defense. Furthermore, the myriad sword domain was getting stronger day by day. Few cosmos gods could injure his fleshy body. If I choose to be both offensive and defensive, I can advance or retreat. If the other party is too strong, the traceless sword principle can form a circular defense. Combined with the myriad sword body and myriad sword domain, I can unleash an unimaginable effect. Fang Chen pondered, but if that's the case, my offensive power will be greatly reduced. After pondering for a long time, he could not make a decision. What Fang Chen did not expect was that when he was not paying attention, a sentence from the past suddenly flashed in his mind. The destruction of Sword Master had the power to destroy the world. All of a sudden, a huge sound reverberated in his mind. The blood in his body started boiling. The sword chi around his body became abnormally sharp. His eyes shot out a frightening sword chi. Time has nearly worn down my sharpness. With a grin, Fang Chen made his decision. A sword cultivator should have a sharp aura. Be both offensive and defensive? There was no need for that. In front of absolute offensive power, all defenses were useless. If my defense is insufficient, I'll make up for it with my offense. A sword cultivator should have a courageous heart. Drawing my sword, I swear to see blood. After thinking through this point, a sharp light appeared on Fang Chen's body once again. In his mind, the traceless sword principle began circulating. Condense. He pinched his fingers to form a seal, which quickly formed a strange sword light in the sky. With a thought, he controlled this sword light to dance in the sky. The trajectory of the sword light was completely according to Fang Chen's thoughts. This is the sixth move of the traceless sword principle. Fang Chen was very excited. This was the perfect traceless sword principle. His previous troubles had vanished into thin air. Boom! When the sword light in the sky stopped dancing, it suddenly dissipated. Fang Chen's aura instantly withdrew. The sixth move of the traceless sword principle had been completed. The power of the sixth move has increased by more than 10 times. Just the power of the attack alone can threaten a martial artist at the peak of the heaven-opening realm. With the help of the Entomb Spring, I won't be afraid of even a Saint Realm martial artist. Fang Chen was full of confidence. Calculating the time, he had been in seclusion for almost a year. It's time to go out. Fang Chen leaped out from the bottom of the Entomb Spring. He stood above the Entomb Spring and looked down at the ground. His eyes were burning with passion. At the same time, somewhere in the demon city, the gold-armored battle demon was cultivating. Suddenly, he felt the mark he left on the Entomb Spring vibrate. Chapter 2267. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I'll provide you with wonderful novels to read. The golden-armored battle demon was unwilling to give up. Before he left a mark. As soon as Fang Chen appeared, the mark would flash immediately. Love go little sag W. Chu. He rushed to the northern icefield as fast as he could. In fact, at the golden-armored battle demon's level, he was only one step away from Marosha's level. Tearing the void and teleporting across long distances was a piece of cake. Fang Chen. As soon as he came out, he heard an angry voice. Who are you? Fang Chen looked at the golden-armored battle demon and sensed a strong murderous intent from him. Golden-armored battle demon. The golden-armored battle demon reported his name, thinking Fang Chen would be shocked. However, the latter only nodded. He didn't panic. Aren't you afraid of me? The golden-armored battle demon asked in a low voice. Why should I be afraid of you? Fang Chen sneered. You're just a warrior ranked 21st on the demon god list. You can't even get into the top 20. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The golden-armored battle demon wanted to kill him. There was no need to save face for such a person. As expected, Fang Chen's words completely enraged the golden-armored battle demon. He spread his hands, and a terrifying aura gathered in his palms. Is this your way of showing off? The golden-armored battle demon exuded a strong aura, suppressing Fang Chen. Give me the method to control the Entomb Spring, and I'll spare your life. Fang Chen shook his head and sneered at the golden-armored battle demon. So what if he was a warrior ranked high on the demon god list? In the end, he still couldn't control his greed. Your greed will ruin your future, Fang Chen said calmly. He stood above the tomb spring with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked like a grandmaster. The golden-armored battle devil was enraged by his words and exploded in anger. I want you to die. A Saint Realm warrior could detach the universe from his body and form a miniature universe. However, the gold-armored battle demon had never done so. The first reason was that he thought he wasn't strong enough. He'd wait until he reached the limit of the absolute Saint Realm before stripping away the universe. In this way, the miniature universe would be stronger, and the warriors born from it would have a higher level of comprehension than ordinary miniature universes. Secondly, he was in Demon City. If he wanted to separate his internal universe, he had to find a stable void. Obviously, Demon City wasn't suitable. 1. With a thought, all the power in his internal universe was sucked dry. The next moment, he leaped into the air above the tomb spring and attacked Fang Chen. I've said it before. Your greed will ruin your future. Upon seeing this, Fang Chen said faintly. When the golden-armored battle demon's attack was about to reach Fang Chen had used spacetime collapse and disappeared in an instant. The golden-armored battle demon couldn't track him down at all. How is this possible? The golden-armored battle demon frowned. His primordial spirit was already very powerful in the same realm, but he still couldn't sense Fang Chen's aura. In the void, Fang Chen sneered inwardly. The spacetime collapse had undergone a fundamental change when it reached the 11th level. He was confident that even Mo Luo might not be able to find him. This was his trump card. Of course, the 6th move of Traceless Sword Principle was also his trump card. Poochie. With a thought, the 6th move of Traceless Sword Principle was instantly performed. The space was cut open, and a terrifying sword chi swept over. In an instant, a thick beam of sword light appeared in the shattered void. This beam of sword light contained an attack 10 times more powerful than the 5th move. It was also a purely offensive move after Fang Chen had decided on the direction of his sword principle. This move was indomitable and surging with momentum. Love go little say W chew you're courting death. The golden-armored battle demon sneered. He clapped his hands and hit the sword light. Originally, he wanted to smash the sword light with his hands. However, when his palms touched the sword light, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Dong! The sharp sword chi penetrated his palms and went into his body. Oh no! The golden-armored battle demon screamed and kept retreating. Trying to escape? Fang Chen growled and performed the 6th move of Traceless Sword Principle again. At the same time, he used the power of the tomb spring to bind the golden-armored battle demon. Rumble! The water in the tomb spring surged, and an extremely cold aura poured into the golden-armored battle demon's body. Poochie! After a while, the golden-armored battle demon's weak point was exposed. Like a balloon leaking air, his body instantly withered. The golden-armored battle demon let out a miserable cry. He suddenly made up his mind and slapped his arm. His arm broke and blood gushed out. Enduring the pain, he threw away his arm that was bound by the tomb spring. In the next moment, he leaped and fled the tomb spring. I can't accept this. The golden-armored battle demon stood on the northern icy plain, his black eyes fixed on Fang Chen as he roared angrily. So what if you can't accept this? Fang Chen retorted. You coward! What's the point of using the tomb spring to show off? If you dare leave the tomb spring, I'll kill you in a matter of minutes. The golden-armored battle demon was driven mad. His heart was filled with anger. Fang Chen shook his head as he looked at the battered and exhausted golden-armored battle demon. It seems that you still don't know the difference between us. Fang Chen took a step forward and left the tomb spring. Whoosh! He performed the 6th move of Traceless Sword Principle again. A powerful aura swept out, and an unimaginable sword light pierced toward the golden-armored battle demon at an imperceptible speed. The golden-armored battle demon had lost an arm, and his strength was greatly reduced. There was no way he could resist the sword light. Poochie! The sword light pierced through the other arm of the golden-armored battle demon. In just 1 minute, both arms of the golden-armored battle demon, ranked 21st on the demon god list, had been destroyed. This was something no one dared to imagine, and all of this was accomplished by a Unity Realm expert. Die! Fang Chen spat out a single word, and the hidden star sword stabbed out again. However, the golden-armored battle demon had risked injury to escape from the northern ice plains. Seeing this, Fang Chen leaped back to the Entomb Spring. He didn't pursue because he could feel False Aura approaching. Hoo! As soon as the golden-armored battle demon left, a warrior came whistling from another direction. Fang Chen recognized this person. He was Black Sky God, ranked 25th on the demon god list. Who was the one who just escaped? Black Sky God sensed the remaining aura in the air. At the same time, he also sensed a withered aura leaving this place. The golden-armored battle demon, Fang Chen replied. If it were the golden-armored battle demon, would you still be standing here? Black Sky God sneered and forced Fang Chen to hand over the method to control the Entomb Spring. In the end, the two of them fought fiercely. Black Sky God wasn't as lucky as the golden-armored battle demon. He was dragged into the Entomb Spring by Fang Chen, who used the power of the spring and the 6th move of the Traceless Sword Art to kill him. Demon City, Demon Steel. There was a huge square in the center of Demon City. There was a huge stone stele in the square, known as the Demon Stele. There were 100 names on the stele. They were all experts on the demon god list. There were many warriors in the square. Their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at the experts on the demon god list. If I can make it onto the demon god list one day, I can die without regrets. Do you think you can make it onto the demon god list just because you want to? Those who can make it onto the demon god list are all peerless geniuses with outstanding talent. Groups of 3 to 5 martial artists discussed in low voices. Suddenly, the name on the demon god list flashed. Many people didn't notice it, but a warrior in lazy clothes in a corner saw it. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking that he had seen wrongly. But after looking at it a few times, he was shocked. Heavens, Black Sky God's name disappeared? His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present was a muddy sky god. They heard it immediately. What? Black Sky God's name disappeared? Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on the 23rd name on the demon god list. They were shocked to discover that the 3 words Black Sky God on the 23rd place on the demon god list had already disappeared. It was replaced by Fang Chen. Hong. There was a huge commotion in the square. Everyone looked at Fang Chen's name, dumbfounded. They couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. Fang Chen, is he the Unity Realm expert who can control the Entomb Spring? He killed Black Sky God? How is that possible? The demon god list is never wrong. Since his name appeared, Black Sky God must have been killed by him. Chapter 2268. Genius Remembers Love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The top 30 of the demon god list had not changed for a long time. The change this time caused a great commotion. One must know that the demon god list was the most authoritative ranking in the entire demon city. For Black Sky God to be ranked 23rd on the demon god list, it was enough to show how powerful he was. However, he was killed by an unknown Fang Chen. This was enough to cause a huge commotion. Who is this Fang Chen? Why haven't I heard of it before? I seem to have heard of this name before. Ah, that's right, I met him before in the tomb of Heavenly Spring Master. He is a Unity Realm expert. Isn't this guy the lucky guy who has the Divine Spring Bead? Many people were discussing Fang Chen. Their gazes fell on the 23rd place on the demon god list with mixed feelings. In the end, many people came to the conclusion that Fang Chen was able to kill He Tianxin because of the Entomb Spring. With his strength, it was impossible for him to defeat Heavenly Black God, let alone kill him. The demon god list contained a sliver of demon Venerable Heavenly Sage's remnant consciousness. With a single thought, it could envelop the entire demon city. The aura of the experts on the demon god list had already fused tightly with the demon god list. As long as their aura died, their names would disappear from the demon god list. On the contrary, the person who killed them would appear on the demon god list. Therefore, when the demon god list changed, everyone knew that Black Sky God was indeed dead. This news was like a bomb that quickly spread throughout the entire demon city. Many warriors were shocked when they heard it. However, the golden-armored battle demon, who was hiding in a secluded area, was the most terrified. "Damned fellow, why is he so powerful here?" The golden-armored battle devil's face was ferocious and cold. His arms were chopped off, and his strength was greatly reduced. He changed his appearance and went into hiding, not daring to come out. Who would have thought that the golden-armored battle demon, ranked 21st on the demon god list, would end up like this? "Love go little say ku, although I can't kill you right now, I won't let you have an easy time." A cold, murderous glint flashed across the golden-armored battle demon's eyes. It seemed like it already had a strategy to deal with Fangchen. Demon City. Soon, a piece of news spread throughout the entire Devil City. The news said that Fangchen not only possessed a treasure like the Divine Spring Pearl, but also a treasure that could control the Entomb Spring. After hearing this, many people's eyes were filled with greed. They all wanted to take advantage of Fangchen. However, even more people realized that Fangchen was invincible in the Entomb Spring. They were too weak. If they went, they would be courting death. Without the strength of the Black Sky God, going there would only be suicide. Some warriors curled their lips and said, "In any case, Dark Sky God was dead, and he was killed by Fangchen." They had no choice but to admit it. Therefore, although the ancient martial art practitioners on the demon god list were eager to take action, they did not dare to act on their own. A mere Unity Realm martial art practitioner dares to stir up trouble in Demon City? Let me, Chu Langfeng, go and meet him. A domineering voice resounded in the Demon City. Even Chu Langfeng is tempted? After Chu Langfeng shows himself, Fangchen will definitely die. I heard that Chu Langfeng cultivates a cold divine art. He should be able to resist the corrosion of the Entomb Spring. Following Chu Langfeng's words, many people came to the northern ice plains. They wanted to see Chu Langfeng in action. As time passed, more and more ancient martial art practitioners came to the northern ice plains. Of course, most of the ancient martial art practitioners were experts on the demon god list. As for the weaker ancient martial art practitioners, they could not even step into the northern ice plains. A few days later, many ancient martial art practitioners gathered in front of the Entomb Spring. Their gazes were focused on the Entomb Spring. Where's Fangchen? He should be cultivating in the Entomb Spring. As soon as this was said, many ancient martial art practitioners were filled with envy and jealousy. "Fangchen, get the hell out here!" There was a sudden clap of thunder. Suddenly, a violent voice came from the distant horizon. Everyone was shocked. Chu Langfeng had finally come. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under everyone's gazes, a tall and straight figure appeared out of thin air from the distant horizon. The next moment, he stood above the Entomb Spring. His voice contained extremely violent power, stirring up the wind and clouds in the Entomb Spring. Chu Langfeng, 15th on the demon god list, had almost reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. He was only one step away from Marosha's level. He had been looking for an opportunity, so when he heard that Fangchen had a secret treasure that could control the Entomb Spring, he was tempted as well. Chu Langfeng's tall figure was filled with vast power. The air dissipated in all directions. His black eyes stared at the bottom of the Entomb Spring. However, there was no movement from the Entomb Spring for a long time after he spoke. Is Fang Chen afraid? That must be it. Who is Chu Langfeng? He's too strong. He Tianxian can't compare to him at all. If he hides in the Yin Tomb Spring, Chu Langfeng can't do anything to him. Can he hide in the Yin Tomb Spring like a coward for the rest of his life? Many ancient martial art practitioners discussed among themselves. Fang Chen. Chu Langfeng's voice echoed in the Yin Tomb Spring. He suddenly clapped his hand. Immediately, vast power blasted into the Yin Tomb Spring. The Yin Tomb Spring, which had just calmed down, was suddenly hit by the palm. At this moment, Fang Chen, who had been cultivating under the Yin Tomb Spring, suddenly opened his eyes. 15th on the demon god list, Chu Langfeng? Fang Chen muttered to himself. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, but his body did not move. With the power of the Yin Tomb Spring, it's not too difficult to deal with Chu Langfeng. However, at this point, Fang Chen paused slightly, then continued, "Those who want to kill me should be prepared to be killed." Above the Yin Tomb Spring, a trace of displeasure flashed through Chu Langfeng's pitch-black eyes. But at this moment, a very arrogant voice sounded. 15th on the demon god list, Chu Langfeng, you don't qualify for me to act. Hong. These words caused an uproar in the northern ice plains. Many ancient martial art practitioners widened their eyes, looking at the Yin Tomb Spring in disbelief. Was Fang Chen crazy? He dared to speak so arrogantly in front of Chu Langfeng? No matter how strong he was, could he be stronger than Chu Langfeng? Many people shook their heads, feeling dissatisfied with Fang Chen. A brat at the Unity Realm who had coincidentally obtained the treasure to control the Yin Tomb Spring was so arrogant. Everyone looked at Chu Langfeng. They wanted to see how he would respond. As expected, Chu Langfeng was angry. I originally thought that if you took the initiative to hand over the treasure, I, Chu Langfeng, could spare your life. But now, even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I won't let you go. Chu Langfeng said coldly, "Today, I will kill you. What will you use to kill me?" Another voice came from the Yin Tomb Spring. Chu Langfeng was stunned. He clenched his fists, his expression extremely cold. Xiao. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Langfeng's figure flashed, disappearing into the Yin Tomb Spring. Look, Chu Langfeng entered the Yin Tomb Spring. Is he going to kill Fang Chen in the Yin Tomb Spring? Ha ha ha, it's exciting just thinking about it. As expected of my idol, Chu Langfeng. Chu Langfeng's actions caused a huge commotion. Voices of praise for Chu Langfeng unceasingly rang out from the northern ice field. At the same time, everyone was paying close attention to the Yin Tomb Spring. Hoo! Chu Langfeng quickly dived down from the Yin Tomb Spring. He wanted to forcefully take Fang Chen out of the Yin Tomb Spring and kill him. Why not? After looking around, Chu Langfeng was slightly surprised to find no trace of Fang Chen. Keep diving. As time went on, Chu Langfeng had already dived to a very deep place, but he still couldn't find Fang Chen. Now, his face was flushed. He couldn't dive any further. I can't keep diving. Otherwise, my nascent spirit will be frozen. Chu Langfeng was very unwilling, but he didn't dare to joke around with his life. After all, this was the Yin Tomb Spring. Chu Langfeng stomped his foot and began to ascend. I said that you, Chu Langfeng, don't have the right to make me attack. Fang Chen's voice sounded in Chu Langfeng's ears. Instantly, Chu Langfeng's rising body staggered, and he almost fell. I, Chu Langfeng, swear that I will tear you to pieces. Splash. Chapter 2269. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Being humiliated by a Unity Realm expert was a humiliation that Chu Langfeng had never experienced before. His expression was gloomy as he looked down at the Yin Tomb Spring. Since you want to be a coward, I'll fulfill your wish. Although he could not dive to the bottom of the Yin Tomb Spring, Chu Langfeng had 100 ways to deal with Fang Chen. Hong. He clenched his fists tightly and released a large amount of qi from his body. It all gathered on his fist. Then, Chu Langfeng punched out fiercely on the surface of the Entomb spring. Voila! The Entomb spring was magnificent, but there was no trace of Fang Chen. Let's wait until there are more people. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of golden light as he thought to himself at the bottom of the Entomb spring. The blue illusory figure left an imprint. This imprint contained a terrifying power that could be unleashed when combined with the Entomb spring. This was Fang Chen's trump card. He wanted to use this imprint to intimidate the experts on the demon god list. Chu Langfeng alone was far from enough. He wanted to attract more experts on the demon god list and teach them a lesson that they would never forget. In the following period, no matter what Chu Langfeng did, Fang Chen simply ignored him. As time passed, Chu Langfeng's anger reached its peak, but he could not do anything to Fang Chen. All he could do was constantly attack the Entomb spring to disturb Fang Chen and force him to appear. 7 days later, the 14th expert on the demon god list arrived. After understanding the situation, he reached an agreement with Chu Langfeng. The two worked together to force Fang Chen to appear, but they failed in the end. The Entomb spring was too strange. Their attacks could not penetrate to the bottom of the Entomb spring. Half a month later, the 12th expert on the demon god list arrived. They still could not force Fang Chen to appear. It was not until 3 months later that Mu Gu appeared that everyone saw a glimmer of hope. Brother Mu Gu. Chu Langfeng and the other two greeted him. Aside from the top 10 of the demon god list, Magoo was the only cultivator who had stepped into that realm. Even if Chu Langfeng and the other two joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Mu Gu. Previously, it was rumored that Mu Gu had been hunted down by Luo. Later on, Mu Gu had disappeared without a trace. No one had expected him to appear above the Entomb spring. Has that brat been hiding in the Entomb spring all this time? Mu Gu asked coldly. That's right. We've been waiting here for 3 months, but he hasn't dared to come out, Chu Langfeng said. That damned bastard. Didn't he just get the treasure to control the Entomb spring? What's there to be proud of? How dare he provoke us? He's courting death. As Mu Gu heard this, his eyes flashed and killing intent surged within his heart. Back then, in his eyes, Fang Chen was just an ant-like existence. He had casually thrown him into the Entomb spring. Who would have thought that it was his action that would lead to Fang Chen's success? This allowed him to obtain the coveted secret treasure that allowed him to control the Entomb spring. Of course, besides the secret treasure, Mu Gu had another important reason for coming here. It was revenge. Luo had chased him all over the world to kill that madman. If he had not used his trump card at the last moment, he might have died at the madman's hands. He would take revenge on Fang Chen. Let me try, Mu Gu said in a low voice. Then, he took a step forward and stared at the Entomb spring with his black eyes. Mu Gu waved his hand slightly. In the next moment, a black ripple appeared above the Entomb spring. Go. Mu Gu softly spat out a word. Immediately, the calm Entomb spring became turbulent. Waves of dark qi entered the Entomb spring and went straight to the bottom. Fang Chen, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. When he felt the strange qi in the Entomb spring, a disdainful smile appeared in his eyes. Finally can't hold back anymore? After learning that Mu Gu had appeared, Fang Chen was a little surprised. However, after his surprise, he was overjoyed. Mu Gu had almost killed him here. How could he not take revenge? In the sky above the Entomb spring, a water column shot up into the sky. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen stepped on the water column and appeared in the sky above the Entomb spring. You've finally appeared? Mu Gu's face was calm as he said coldly. Mu Gu. Fang Chen's voice sounded in everyone's ears. His eyes were filled with ice-cold killing intent, as if he wanted to dismember Magoo into 10,000 pieces. Boy, you've finally stopped being a coward? Chu Langfeng said disdainfully. With Brother Mu Gu here, you can't escape. Is that so? If I were you, I would obediently get out of here, Fang Chen said without even looking at Chu Langfeng. Chu Langfeng was furious. The qi around him surged. He reached out his hand and directly enveloped Fang Chen. The sixth move of the traceless sword technique. An incomparably powerful sword light shot out from the hidden star sword in a strange manner and fiercely collided with Chu Langfeng's palm. Crack! As the sword light shattered, Chu Langfeng quickly retracted his hand. Chu Langfeng was a little surprised. He did not expect this boy's sword principle to be so strong. However, his face soon calmed down. To him, although Fang Chen was strong, he was far from being his opponent. He had many ways to kill such a person. Your strength is only SOSO, Chu Langfeng sneered. You're also very stupid. Fang Chen's attitude was very tough. At this time, the other two powerhouses also hurled insults at Fang Chen. As for Mu Gu, he looked at Fang Chen indifferently with a disdainful look on his face. You know why I'm here, Mu Gu said calmly. Fang Chen was silent as he stared at Mu Gu. Mo Luo killed that madman because of you. That's why he chased after me. Do you think I need to take revenge? Mu Gu continued to ask. How ridiculous. You can't beat Mo Luo Sha, so you vent all your hatred on me? Is this the style of the 11th expert on the demon god list? Fang Chen sneered. Mu Gu was not angry. In his opinion, he was talking to a dead man. There was no need to be angry. Your relationship with Mo Luo Sha and the supreme treasure that controls the Yin Tomb Spring is enough for me to kill you, Mu Gu said. As he spoke, his figure flashed and turned into a series of afterimages. Crash! In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Fang Chen. Bang! Without any resistance, Fang Chen's body was sent flying by the punch. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was a little pale. As Fang Chen slowly stood up, the murderous intent in his pitch-black eyes deepened. Everything was still under his control. In your eyes, I'm just an ant that you can kill at will, Fang Chen said solemnly. But have you ever thought about whether you're prepared to be killed before you kill others? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Chu Langfeng and the other two laughed loudly. Are you an idiot? Or do you think your strength is comparable to Brother Mu Gu? I think this brat's head has been broken by Brother Mu Gu. Even if the three of us work together, we're not Brother Mu Gu's opponent. I don't believe a mere Unity Realm expert. The few of them mocked and ridiculed Fang Chen. Even Mu Gu shook his head slightly. The current Fang Chen could not even arouse his interest. You're weak, Mu Gu said indifferently. With a flick of his finger, a resplendent ray of light shot out. This blade light contained an unimaginable power. Seeing this, Fang Chen's body continuously retreated. At the same time, his eyes turned scarlet. He opened his palm and an imprint appeared. Magoo, did you know that the moment you threw me into the Yin Tomb Spring, I treated you as someone who must be killed? Fang Chen roared angrily. I originally thought that it would take some time for me to get my revenge. But now, it seems that I don't have to wait any longer. The heavens have given me this opportunity. How can I, Fang Chen, miss it? Saying this, the aura on Fang Chen's body became even stronger. Today, anyone who has the intention to kill me will die. Fang Chen fell into madness. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He clenched his hand and immediately grasped the imprint. Berserk power crazily surged out from the imprint. The Yin Tomb Spring below was thoroughly boiling. Shameless boasting, Mu Gu said. Brother Mu Gu, you don't have to deal with this kind of trash. I, Chu Langfeng, am willing to serve you, Chu Langfeng said. Chapter 2270. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Since Chu Langfeng wanted to make a move, Magoo naturally had no objections. After all, no one here was stronger than him. Even if Fang Chen was killed by Chu Langfeng, the ultimate treasure would still be his. Kid, I'll show you the strength of an expert on the demon god list. Chu Langfeng let out a low growl as an extremely violent energy surged out from his body. All of a sudden, a long spear appeared in his hand. On the tip of the spear there was a dot of light. Voila! With a flick of his wrist, the long spear pierced into the sky. The sound of thunder resounded incessantly. It was as if the entire sky was about to be pierced through. At this moment, Chu Langfeng's aura was too strong. On the northern ice plains, countless warriors widened their eyes as they watched this scene. There was no doubt about Chu Langfeng's strength. As soon as he made his move, he appeared in front of Fang Chen in an absolutely powerful manner. Kill! Chu Langfeng roared furiously as the spear in his hand tore through the void and appeared in front of Fang Chen. So strong! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. If he was outside, he wouldn't dare to challenge an expert like Chu Langfeng. However, this was the Entomb Spring. As he watched Chu Langfeng's spear approach him, a strange smile appeared in Fang Chen's eyes. Seeing this, Chu Langfeng frowned as if he was thinking about something. However, he quickly shook his head. He didn't believe that Fang Chen could still play any tricks at this time. Whoosh! The tip of the long spear glowed brightly as it was about to pierce Fang Chen's body. Suddenly, a shocking aura came from Fang Chen's palm. When this aura spread out, the entire northern ice field fell into a gloomy state. The water from the Entomb Spring soared into the sky and formed a giant light screen that instantly covered Mu Gu and the others. Love go little say ku, not good. Chu Langfeng felt his spear being blocked by an invisible barrier. He cursed in his heart and wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Crack! The giant wave wrapped around his long spear. The vast power hit the long spear. Immediately, the long spear couldn't withstand the power of the giant wave and was split in half. No! Chu Langfeng cried out involuntarily when he saw this. His long spear, a supreme heaven-opening grade-long spear, was actually broken. Too strong. At this moment, not only Chu Langfeng but the other two experts on the demon god list were also full of fear. Only Mu remained as calm as ever. Insignificant skill. Mu Gu lifted his palm and gently tapped it with his withered finger. Immediately, the monstrous waves collapsed. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Mu Gu's face. Mu faintly said. A dazzling light burst out from the Entomb Spring. This light was formed from all the power of the Entomb Spring. It also contained a trace of the Blue Phantom's power. It was so powerful that even Mu Gu felt his heart palpitate. What's going on? Mu Gu, who had been wearing a disdainful expression, suddenly changed his expression. Dong! The northern ice plains shook. A violent power swept over everyone, instantly knocking them unconscious. Above the Entomb Spring, everyone, including Mu Gu, was trapped here. Brother Mu Gu. Chu Langfeng's body was battered and exhausted as he desperately resisted the erosion of the Entomb Spring. When he felt the dazzling light that made him uneasy, his body trembled and he quickly retreated behind Mu Gu. Love go little say, ku, brother Mu Gu, what do we do? The others also asked anxiously. At this moment, Fang Chen was inside the Entomb Spring, using his origin spirit as a medium to respond to the terrifying power of the Entomb Spring. Entomb ultimate kill. Fang Chen murmured softly. Immediately, the innate power of the divine order glyphs was released. The entire Entomb Spring boiled. The light that had gathered all the power of the Entomb Spring directly pierced Chu Langfeng's body. Splat! Chu Langfeng's eyes widened as he stared at his chest in disbelief. Bang! Chu Langfeng's body fell head first into the Entomb Spring. Then, the light didn't stop at all. It pierced through the bodies of the other experts on the demon god ranking, killing them one after another. Finally, the dazzling light's aura grew stronger and reached Mu Gu. Too powerful! Mu Gu no longer had his previous awe-inspiring presence. His face was gloomy, and his heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. How can it be so strong? He hadn't felt so helpless even when being chased by Mo Luosha. The light's power far exceeded his true strength. He couldn't block it at all. He kept retreating, trying to avoid the light's attack, but he was trapped by the Entomb spring. Mu Gu. Fang Chen's voice sounded in Mu Gu's ears. I said that you must die today. Fang Chen took a step forward and followed the dazzling light to Mu Gu's side. Break. Mu Gu had already unleashed all his power, but he seemed so small in front of the dazzling light. His powerful attacks were broken through one after another, and he couldn't retreat any further. His face darkened as he looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression in his dark eyes. You dare kill me? Mu Gu asked. Why wouldn't I? Fang Chen sneered. He waved his hand and the dazzling light, carrying the power of the heavenly Tao, stabbed into Mu Gu's chest. Crash! Mu Gu's head exploded as his Yuan spirit tried to flee. Die! How could Fang Chen not know the principle of releasing a tiger back into the mountains? If he let go of such a treacherous person like Mu Gu, there was no telling when he would stab him in the future. After making up his mind, Fang Chen continued controlling the imprint left behind by the blue illusory figure. He combined it with the Entomb spring and began a frenzied slaughter of Mu Gu's Yuan spirit. Pu-chi! Finally, Mu Gu's Yuan spirit could no longer dodge and exploded. I'm not willing. A miserable and furious voice came from the explosion. An expert of a generation, Mu Gu, ranked 11th on the demon god list, had fallen. Perhaps even he didn't know that he would die in the hands of a Unity Realm warrior. Furthermore, the reason why this warrior could have such achievements was because of him. The heavenly Tao Samsara, the cycle of karma. Perhaps this was the principle. After Mu Gu died, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. He sat down on the rolling Entomb spring. His face was pale and his aura was weak. The power of the imprint was too strong, and his body could not bear it. Just as the imprint dissipated, the entire demon city became incomparably oppressive. Dark clouds covered the sky above the demon city, and the aura was very oppressive. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the void in confusion. Could this phenomenon be caused by the imprint? Suddenly, a shocking clap of thunder resounded through the entire demon city. Demon God List Fang Chen has violated the rules of the demon city. He is expelled from the demon city and will never be allowed to enter again. This voice spread through the entire demon city and immediately shocked all the warriors in the demon city. Voila! Fang Chen was in a daze when a ray of light suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped him. He could not resist at all. He was swept away by the light and disappeared from the northern ice plains. Following that, the sky became clear again. The northern ice plains calmed down, and the Entomb spring also gradually returned to its original state. Those warriors who had fainted also gradually woke up. They looked around and were very puzzled as to whether or not Megu and the others had killed Fang Chen. However, the news from the outside world shocked them. What? Chu Langfeng, Mu Gu, and the others were all killed by Fang Chen? He used the Entomb spring to kill experts on the demon god list. He violated the rules and was expelled from the demon city? Could the legend be true? Using external forces to kill experts on the demon god list will be punished by the rules of heaven and earth in the demon city? In an instant, the entire demon city became extremely noisy. For hundreds of millions of years, people did not believe in this legend. However, today, Fang Chen had verified the truth of the legend. He used the Entomb spring to kill Mu Gu and the others, which angered the rules of heaven and earth, and expelled him from the demon city. Of course, some people said that this was the rule left behind by the demon Venerable Sky Saint, and no one in the demon city could violate it. No matter what, from today onwards, Fang Chen's name would resound throughout the demon city. Fang Chen has been expelled from the demon city? Mo Luosha, who had heard the news, was so shocked that his jaw dropped. After asking around, he was even more impressed with this junior brother of his. Chapter 2271. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen's expulsion from Demon City had caused a huge commotion. Demon City was in chaos, especially those martial artists who had interacted with Fang Chen. They were all shocked when they heard the news. Boss has been expelled from Demon City? Little Mouse and the others widened their eyes and looked at each other in disbelief. Damn it, someone must have framed Boss. What should we do? Demon City is temporarily closed and we can't leave. In that case, let's do something big and give Boss a surprise the next time we meet him. Okay, it's settled. The top 10 experts on the demon god list were usually elusive. However, they had gathered at the Tomb Spring this time. Each of them had a majestic aura that was very oppressive. A look of surprise appeared in their eyes. Perhaps even Fang Chen did not know that his actions had caused a huge commotion in Demon City. At this moment, he had appeared in the black northern desert. Strong winds blew and dust flew. This was the main theme of the black northern desert. At a glance, it was a barren desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was not a single green plant to be seen, and it gave off a hot and dry feeling. Black northern desert? Fang Chen licked his dry lips and said helplessly. He vaguely remembered that there was a loud voice in his mind, saying that he had violated the rules of Demon City and was expelled from Demon City, never to enter again. Who is in control of the Demon City? The rules of heaven and earth? Fang Chen muttered to himself. When the rules of heaven and earth descended, he could not resist at all. He could not even do the most basic actions. At that moment, his body seemed to be frozen in the air above the Tomb Spring. Use the Tomb Spring to kill the martial artists on the demon god list. Fang Chen pondered the loud voice carefully and finally understood. He had violated the rules and it should be this sentence. But no one told me that I can't use external forces to kill the martial artists on the demon god list in Demon City. Fang Chen felt that he had been wronged, and his heart was filled with helplessness. The Demon City was widely recognized as a holy land for cultivation in Void Star Sky. In such a short time, his strength had already reached such a level. If he could continue cultivating, in less than 10 years, Fang Chen was confident he could break through to the heaven-opening realm. But now all his efforts were in vain. I wonder how Little Mouse and the others are doing. The Demon City had been closed, and no one knew when it would open again. During this time, no one could come out. Fang Chen was still worried about Little Mouse and the others. However, there was no point in worrying. He could only pray that they would be able to grow quickly. If that was the case, with their innate divine abilities, they would be able to protect themselves if they worked together. I hope all of you are safe, Fang Chen said to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen forcefully shook his head. He restrained his emotions and gradually calmed down. He did not become dispirited and depressed because he was expelled from the Demon City. Even if I'm not in the Demon City, I can still break through to the heaven-opening realm. This was the confidence that belonged to him, the confidence of being unparalleled. If he did not even have this bit of confidence in the path of martial Tao, what meaning would there be? The one obstructing his path would always be himself. After thinking through this point, Fang Chen revealed a smile on his face. He raised his head and found Fang Chen before flying out of the black northern desert. In the dark. Amen? There is someone? Suddenly, a black-robed warrior discovered Fang Chen and hurriedly said, "Who is it?" Another warrior looked over and said with a low voice, "Unity Realm? Unless it is a warrior from the black northern heaven who entered the black northern desert by mistake?" The previous black-robed warrior frowned. Ever since the Demon City appeared, other than the higher-ups, no cosmos gods dared to enter the black northern desert. and this fellow in front of him was only an ordinary Unity Realm warrior, yet he dared to walk alone in the black northern desert. Interesting. Let's capture him and interrogate him. Voila! The two black-robed warriors acted immediately. In an instant they appeared in front of Fang Chen, blocking his path. "Brat, who are you?" one of the black-robed warriors asked with a deep voice. "What are you doing alone in the black northern desert?" the other black-robed warrior asked. "Tianqing clan?" At the moment when the two black-robed warriors appeared, Fang Chen sensed the aura of the Tianqing clan. But he did not reveal it. The aura of these two were much stronger than his, and he could not act rashly. "I am a warrior from the black northern heaven. I am here to train," Fang Chen said calmly. At the same time, he used a special method to transmit to Jian Wuji. "You are lying." The two black-robed warriors stared at Fang Chen and coldly said, "Eastern Profound Heaven, Limitless Sword Sect. On the peak of Limitless Sword Mountain, on the sky-reaching stone pillar." Jian Wuji was currently conversing with Sword Master. The two of them had smiles on their faces as if they were discussing something joyful. "Sword Master, the development of the outer sect you mentioned is not bad. Everything will be up to you." Jian Wuji slowly nodded. "Sect Master, the Star River Province is developing rapidly. In just a few years, it has become the leader of the 73 branches of the outer sect, especially the Prefecture Master, Star and Moon. Her potential is astonishing, and her cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Not long ago, she stepped into the limits of the deity imprint realm," Sword Master said. "Originally, she could have broken through to the Unity realm in one go, but I stopped her." Jian Wuji glanced at Sword Master and lightly nodded. "Your method is good. Although her potential is strong, her foundation is not stable. She can't rush to break through. This trip to the deity imprint world should be a great harvest." Jian Wuji said. "That's right. Although it is impossible for a second Fang Chen to appear, I have a feeling that Star and Moon will have a great opportunity." Sword Master became excited when he mentioned Star and Moon. Currently, Star and Moon was the golden signboard of their outer sect. "Sect Master." Just as Sword Master was about to speak to Jian Wuji, the latter's expression suddenly changed. "Sect Master, what happened?" Sword Master hurriedly asked. Jian Wuji jumped up and stood up. Terrifying killing intent instantly filled the air. "Fang Chen has been surrounded and killed by the Tianqing remnant race in the black northern desert." Jian Wuji's voice had just faded when his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. "What? Isn't Fang Chen in the Devil City? Why would he appear in the black northern desert? Could it be that the Devil City has opened?" Sword Master's mind was filled with doubts. But he knew that now wasn't the time to ask. Saving Fang Chen was more important. Damn the Tianqing remnant race. They are getting more and more overboard. Sword Master's expression was ferocious. He followed closely behind Jian Wuji and entered the void. "Hold on, I will be there soon." While traveling through the void, Jian Wuji transmitted a message to Fang Chen, asking him to delay for as much time as possible. Black Northern Desert. The two people from the Tianqing remnant race stared at Fang Chen. Their bodies emitted an extremely dense black aura as they looked down at the void. "Kid, you're lying." Right after the skinny black-robed cultivator spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at Fang Chen. The 11th level of the space-time collapse technique. Crash. Fang Chen's figure flickered and disappeared into the void. Wherever he passed, the void collapsed, affecting the two people from the Tianqing remnant race. "We can't let him escape." Both of them knew that once Fang Chen escaped from the Black Northern Desert, the higher-ups of the Black Northern Sky would know about it. At that time, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Thinking of this, the two of them split up. Whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the skinny black-robed martial artist appeared behind Fang Chen. He smiled sinisterly and launched an attack at Fang Chen. The 6th move of the Traceless Sword Art. At the critical moment, Fang Chen performed the traceless sword art. The terrifying sword light temporarily blocked the attack of the skinny black-robed martial artist. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Chen had already escaped far away. Bang! Fang Chen, who was traveling through the void, suddenly felt a heavy blow on his body and flew out. The fat black-robed martial artist's figure slowly appeared where he was. How can you escape from two heaven-opening realm martial artists? Isn't that a joke? The two of them pincer attacked Fang Chen, one in front and one behind. Humph, I've already sent the news back to the Wuji sword sect. The sect master will be here soon. Fang Chen said in a deep voice, once the sect master arrives, the two of you will definitely die. Their faces changed drastically. They looked at each other and then used their thunderous means to end the battle quickly. Crash! In front of Fang Chen, the void collapsed and a terrifying vortex appeared. Whoosh! Chapter 2272. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Violent sword chi burst out from the vortex. The bodies of the Tianqing remnant, who were close to Fang Chen, were directly pierced into sieve. Poochie! Without any resistance, the fat black-robed martial artist died instantly. The skinny black-robed martial artist was also frightened by this sharp sword chi. His body trembled and he couldn't help but retreat, wanting to escape. Die. A figure stepped out from the vortex. He flicked his finger and lightly tapped the skinny black-robed martial artist's body. Immediately, the skinny black-robed martial artist's body exploded. The entire process was completed in almost a second. Fang Chen didn't even have time to react. Whoosh! The corpses of the two Tianqing descendants fell into the desert. The sharp aura in the air gradually dissipated. Jian Wuji turned to look at Fang Chen, his face full of doubt. Aren't you in the demon city? Why are you in the black northern desert? Jian Wuji asked. If he hadn't come in time, Fang Chen wouldn't have been able to resist the attacks of these two heaven-opening descendants. With Fang Chen's current strength, dealing with a late-stage heaven-opening martial artist was nothing difficult. However, these two Tianqing descendants were clearly at the peak of the heaven-opening realm. The combined attack of the two was almost equivalent to an early-stage earth-opening martial artist. However, to Jian Wuji, it wasn't worth mentioning. Fang Chen was about to speak when Jian Wuji frowned slightly. He immediately grabbed Fang Chen and disappeared from the black northern desert. Not long after Jian Wuji disappeared, several auras appeared in the sky above the black northern desert. They communicated with their divine senses for a long time and confirmed that Jian Wuji's aura remained in the air. Jian Wuji came here and then left. Those two corpses should belong to Tianqing's descendants. I think Jian Wuji must have come to kill Tianqing's descendant. The Tianqing descendants are getting more and more overboard. Wuji sword sect. Jian Wuji and Fang Chen sat on a stone bench in a garden while Sword Master rushed over, panting. It was not easy for him to rush to the Black North Desert, only to find that the sect master had already returned to the Limitless Sword sect. He hurriedly turned back. Speak, what's going on? Jian Wuji was also very curious. What was going on? The demon city had not been opened yet. Fang Chen's face was extremely awkward. After pondering for a long time, he said in a low voice, I was expelled from the demon city. What? Jian Wuji and the sword master exclaimed at the same time. Who expelled you from the devil city? After a brief moment of surprise, Jian Wuji asked. The demon city's heaven and earth laws, Fang Chen said helplessly. How is this possible? Jian Wuji's eyes widened as he stared at Fang Chen. He had cultivated for countless years and had never heard of the demon city's heaven and earth laws expelling a martial artist from the demon city. What did you do to anger the heavens? The sword master was even more curious. What did Fang Chen do to be expelled? One had to know that Fong Chen was the first martial artist to be expelled from the demon city in hundreds of millions of years. How could he not be curious? I used the Entomb Spring to kill the martial artists on the demon god ranking. Fong Chen told Jian Wuji about how he killed the Azure Sky Pavilion Master and the Demonic Sword House Master at the Entomb Spring, as well as his battle with Chu Langfeng, Mu Gu, and the others. After Jian Wuji heard it, his face was filled with a complicated expression. After a long time, he gave Fong Chen a thumbs up. You really know how to cause trouble. You were expelled by the demon city's heaven and earth laws. Jian Wuji sighed. You even killed Mu Gu. No wonder the demon city's heaven and earth laws expelled you. The sword master spread his hands. Over the years, there had been martial artists who had walked out of the demon city. They had more or less obtained some information about the demon city from them. Although they did not know much, they still knew about the demon god ranking. In their memories, Mu Gu was an expert ranked 10th on the demon god ranking. His cultivation was similar to Jian Wuji's. But because of the demon city's heaven and earth laws, he was suppressed to the unity realm. Nevertheless, his strength was the strongest in the entire demon city. The number of martial artists who could defeat him could be counted with two hands. Mu Gu is ranked 11. Fong Chen corrected. Who squeezed him out of the top 10? The sword master asked with interest. Mo Luosha. He took the final step. Fong Chen said. Hearing that, the sword master felt relieved. Mo Luosha was a madman. The demon-killing sword Dao he cultivated was something that countless sword cultivators yearned for. He took the final step, and his combat power would definitely soar. Defeating Mu Gu would not be difficult. Jian Wuji looked at Fong Chen with a complicated expression. He knew about the Entomb Spring. But how could a Unity Realm martial artist rely on the Entomb Spring to kill Mu Gu? He could not understand. Forget it. Existence is the reason. Jian Wuji shook his head slightly. He no longer thought about it. Since Fong Chen was able to infuriate the rules of the world and was expelled, killing Mu Gu did not seem to be too surprising. You brat. Jian Wuji did not know whether to laugh or cry at Fong Chen. He did not have the fate to cultivate in such a good holy ground. But thinking about it carefully, being expelled from the demon city was not a bad thing. With your potential in the Tao of Sword, even if you no longer cultivate in the demon city, you can still shake the world. Jian Wuji calmed himself down and slowly said. No matter what, Fong Chen was the most outstanding disciple of the Limitless Sword sect in the past trillion years. The Limitless Sword sect would use all their resources to nurture him. After chatting with Jian Wuji for an entire night, the haze of being expelled from the demon city dissipated. Jian Wuji asked about Han Yuan's situation before leaving. Sword Master asked Fong Chen about many things in the demon city. Finally, he recorded all the information in the book. The more comprehensive the information of the demon city was, the more likely it would be for the disciples to take the initiative. This was extremely beneficial for the long-term development of the Limitless Sword sect. Because of Fong Chen's early elimination, Jian Wuji's series of plans were completely disrupted. However, he did not blame Fong Chen for this. On the contrary, Jian Wuji was very happy to find that Fong Chen's overall strength had improved after checking his body. The next day, Fong Chen came to the outer sect Star River Prefecture. The Star River Prefecture was very lively now. Many indigenous martial artists of Dongxian Heaven had also chosen to join the Star River Prefecture. Over time, the number of disciples in the Star River Prefecture did not fall behind other prefectures. Star and Moon was no longer there. The person in charge of the Star River Prefecture was Destruction Swordsman. He came from the same universe as Fong Chen and had fought side by side. Although he was not the strongest in the Star River Prefecture, his prestige was second only to Star and Moon. Under his management, the Star River Prefecture operated normally. Destruction. Fong Chen called out. Why are you back? Destruction Swordsman asked in surprise. Something happened, so I came back, Fang Chen said. When did you enter the Divine Inscription world? The Prefecture Master entered the Divine Inscription world 3 months ago, Destruction Swordsman said. Fang Chen nodded and then flicked his finger, sending a mental portrait into Destruction Swordsman's mind. Use the power of our Star River Prefecture to check if this person is in Dongxian Heaven, Fang Chen said. Destruction Swordsman was a little surprised because he found that the person Fang Chen asked him to check was Bai Qingqing of the Star River universe. What happened to her? Destruction Swordsman asked. Fang Chen shook his head, looking a little lonely. He did not say anything and turned to leave. Fang Chen had never believed that Bai Qingqing had perished. After leaving the Devil City, he had a strong desire to see if Bai Qingqing was still alive. Therefore, he used the power of the Galaxy Palace to see if Bai Qingqing was still alive. Qingqing. Fang Chen was very afraid to face the final result. If Bai Qingqing had really died, he could not accept it. Thinking of this, Fang Chen decided to look for Princess Xian. When he brought the 2 girls to the Primal Chaos Void, he said that he wanted them to be safe. Now that something had happened to Bai Qingqing, he did not want anything to happen to Princess Xian. With Fang Chen's status in the Limitless Sword Sect, it was very easy for him to find a person. Soon news came. Fang Chen, the person you're looking for has appeared. She's in Boulder Town. The Sword Master found Fang Chen and told him the address of Boulder Town. Boulder Town. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He then took a step forward and left the Limitless Sword Sect. Boulder Town was a barren land with a radius of 100 miles. A tall mountain stood in the middle of Boulder Town. On this mountain, there was a famous female demon. Some lechers who coveted her beauty ended up in a miserable state. But today, the atmosphere on the mountain was heavy, as if something big was about to happen. Chapter 2273. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. On the mountain peak. The old man was aggressive as he brought many martial artists to the mountain peak. Little girl, quickly come out and apologize. Come with me to see my young master. Otherwise, I will flatten this mountain peak today. The old man's voice contained a berserk energy that shook the cultivators on the mountain peak to the point that they were on the verge of collapse. A bald martial artist hurriedly walked into a courtyard and said, "Sir, something bad has happened. That guy brought a lot of people here." In the middle of the courtyard, a lady in a yellow robe sat on a stone bench. "I know," the lady in a yellow robe said in a clear voice. Her pretty face had a hint of sternness. "You want to take me away? I'm afraid you don't have the ability," the lady in a yellow robe muttered to herself. Then, she stood up and walked out of the courtyard. Soon, she arrived at the square. "Have you finally thought it through?" Seeing the lady in a yellow robe walk out, the old man chuckled. She was indeed the girl that the young master had taken a fancy to. She was as beautiful as a flower and could cause the downfall of a city. She was simply the best in the world. "Come with me. Our young master is the young master of the Chiu family. If you follow him, you will enjoy endless glory and wealth in the future." The old man continued. The lady in a yellow robe's face was cold. A long whip appeared in her hand. She suddenly lashed out, causing the air to vibrate. But the whip was caught by the old man. His face gradually darkened. "So, you are not willing?" The old man said coldly. "Do you know the consequences of going against our young master's wishes?" "I don't care about the consequences. Let me and that foppish guy dream on," the lady in a yellow robe said directly. Seeing this, the old man's aura shook. He said coldly, "You dare to insult our young master. This is unforgivable." Whoosh! The old man pulled hard and the long whip was immediately pulled over. The lady in a yellow robe's body was also constantly leaning forward. "Is the young master of the Chiu family someone you can offend? If our young master was not busy and could not leave, You would not even have the right to speak if he came here personally. The lady in a yellow robe kept approaching. The old man pulled hard with both hands and tore her long whip apart. Then, he suddenly punched the lady in a yellow robe. The latter tried her best to resist, but in the end, her body was still sent flying. Poochie! The yellow-robed woman spat out a mouthful of blood, her face somewhat pale. Unity Realm? The yellow-gowned girl was slightly startled. She did not think that playboy prince would actually send a Unity Realm expert over. I'll give you one last chance, do you agree or not? The old man used his powerful aura to suppress the yellow-robed woman, wanting to force her to submit. However, the yellow-robed woman clenched her teeth and refused to agree. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. With that, the old man unleashed a thunderous attack that enveloped the yellow-robed woman. The other bandits on the mountain peak were already scared out of their wit. They didn't even dare to move. Below the mountain peak, Fang Chen hurriedly rushed over. His spiritual consciousness enveloped the entire mountain peak and instantly discovered Princess Xin. Are you hurt? Sensing that something was wrong with Princess Xin's aura, his face turned gloomy. He leaped onto the mountain peak. At this moment, he happened to see the old man attacking Princess Xin. Courting death. Fang Chen's eyes turned scarlet. The hidden star sword appeared in his palm, and he fiercely hacked out a sword. Poochie! The sword light tore through the void. It appeared in front of Princess Xin, and ruthlessly pierced towards the Unity Realm old man. Not good. The old man could feel the terror of the sword light. He cried out inwardly and rapidly retreated. Too powerful. The old man had followed the Chiu clan's young master and was knowledgeable. He could see the power of this sword light with a single glance. Gritting his teeth, he executed a taboo divine technique. At the same time, he risked losing both his arms to attack the sword light. Gotcha! Half of the old man's body was directly shattered by the sword light. Just as the biting cold sword light was about to pierce through the old man's head, it suddenly stopped and dissipated. A miserable shriek came out from the old man's mouth. Half of his body had already turned into a mist of blood. Are you all right? After keeping the hidden star sword, Fang Chen turned to look at the shocked Princess Xin. The beautiful eyes of the princess were flickering with tears. She had thought that she was going to die and wanted to see Fang Chen before she died. Who would have thought that the latter would appear in the blink of an eye? Everything was so beautiful that it felt like a dream. Is it you? Princess Xin finally could not hold back her tears. She rushed into Fang Chen's embrace. Fang Chen gently patted Princess Xin's back and comforted her. It's all right. Who are you? The old man dragged half of his body and roared furiously. Fang Chen turned and coldly looked at the old man, saying, I didn't kill you just now not because I didn't dare. Instead, I wanted you to die in the most miserable way. I am the subordinate of the Chiu clan's young master. If you dare to kill me, the Chiu clan's young master will not let you off. The old man used the Chiu clan's young master as a shield to scare Fang Chen. Chiu clan's young master? I don't know him. Fang Chen shook his head. Your ignorance will kill you, the old man said arrogantly. The Chiu clan's power was not in the Void Star Heaven, but even the apex sect in the Void Star Heaven could not compare with the Chiu clan. This time, a young master from the Chiu clan branch came to the Void Star Heaven to temper himself. In order to not attract attention, he did not send God Hun Tian as a protector. He only brought along some Unity Realm experts, and the old man was one of them. The Chiu clan's young master had just arrived at the Boulder town when he unintentionally met Princess Xin. It was love at first sight. His mind was filled with the figure of Princess Xin. He wanted to take her for himself, but because he had some urgent matters, he handed this matter over to the old man. He let the old man bring Princess Xin to meet him. When Fang Chen learned of the ins and outs of this matter, he became even more furious. Brat, You dare to spoil the matter of the Chiu clan's young master? You will regret it. The old man shouted crazily. And you, the Chiu clan's young master came to visit you. It is your fortune, yet you actually rejected him. Courting death. Fang Chen shot out two substantialized soul Dao energy from his eyes, piercing through the old man's head. After the old man died, the warriors he brought along retreated. They were afraid of angering Fang Chen. Scram back and tell the Chiu clan's young master that I will let him off this time. If there is a next time, I will definitely take his dog life. Hearing this, these warriors felt relieved. They hurriedly went down the mountain. A beautiful smile appeared on Princess Xian's charming face. Her two dimples were very beautiful. Looking at the mighty figure of the British soldier in front of her, she could not help but rush into his embrace. At the entrance of a secret chamber in Boulder Town. Who? Suddenly, a few figures walked out in a single file. Young master, who would have thought that you would encounter such an opportunity in such a desolate place? A Unity Realm warrior said with a smile. That's right. Even though it isn't some formidable inheritance, it is very compatible with the divine technique that young master cultivates. If you can comprehend this inheritance, young master's strength will definitely increase greatly. Several Unity Realm protectors were chatting and laughing. The Chiu clan's young master also revealed a smile. I wonder if that yellow-robed girl is already waiting for me? Thinking of the yellow-robed girl, the Chiu clan's young master revealed a greedy look. Let's go back. Soon, the group returned to an inn in Boulder Town. Is the matter settled? Seeing the old man bringing back the warriors, the Chiu clan's young master smiled brilliantly. Thinking about how he would soon be able to spend a night with that absolute beauty, the Chiu clan's young master was very excited. Young master, one of the warriors said while trembling. Amen. The Chiu clan's young master frowned, saying, What happened? Putong. Many of the warriors directly knelt on the ground. Their bodies were trembling in fear. Young master, please forgive us. What exactly happened? The Chiu clan's young master said impatiently. It's like this, a warrior told the Chiu clan's young master the ins and outs of the matter. After hearing it, the Chiu clan's young master's expression became extremely gloomy. He said that personally? The Chiu clan's young master asked. He personally killed Sir He. The reason why he left us alive is to let us return and tell young master what he said. Pung! The Chiu clan's young master smashed the stone table beside him with a slap. His heart was burning with rage. In such a small place, someone dares to go against me, Chiu Longying? The Chiu clan's young master said coldly, I want to see who you are. As for that yellow-robed girl, I, Chiu Longying, want her. He, Chiu Longying, had never failed to get what he wanted. Furthermore, it was a barbarian from such a remote place. Chapter 2274. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with fascinating novels to read. According to the description of the martial artists who escaped, the person who killed the old man was at most at the Unity Realm and had yet to step into the Heaven-opening realm. A mere Unity Realm martial artist is truly seeking death. Chiu Longying was furious, but he felt that a Unity Realm trash was not worth him personally taking action. Bring him back. I want to personally let him know the consequences of offending me, Chiu Longying. Rest assured, Prince. Several servants cupped their fists and said. Boulder Town, on top of a mountain. Fang Chen and Princess Xian stood side by side as they looked down. Princess Xian would occasionally sneak a glance at Fang Chen. She felt excited in her heart. What are you waiting for? Princess Xian seemed to have realized something and asked softly. That Chiu clan prince should not let this matter rest. Since that is the case, I will wait for him here. Fang Chen said indifferently. Even though his voice was calm, Princess Xian was quite touched. She knew that everything Fang Chen did was because of her. Even though a Chiu clan prince is nothing to be afraid of, he has the huge Chiu clan behind him. There is no need to provoke the Chiu clan because of me, Princess Xian said worriedly. Even though she had never heard of the Chiu clan, she could hear it from the tone of the old man. The Chiu clan's power was not in the void star sky, but they were extremely powerful. Even the limitless sword sect could not compare with them. If the Chiu clan behind the Chiu clan prince was really drawn out, it would be troublesome. Rest assured, I know my limit. Fang Chen comforted Princess Xian with a smile. But at this moment, many Unity Realm martial artists appeared below the mountain. They are already here. Fang Chen's eyes emitted a cold killing intent. He then said, Go to a safe place and wait for me. But you have to be careful. Princess Xian knew that she would only distract Fang Chen if she stayed here. It was better for her to hide far away so that the latter would not have to worry about her. At this moment, the bandits who once submitted to Princess Xian were scared out of their wits and left the mountain in a sorry state. On the empty mountain peak, there were many simple sword masters. Princess Xian retreated to a certain building. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at the tall figure at the edge of the mountain peak. She didn't know why, but every time she saw this tall figure, her heart would feel very warm. She really wanted time to stop at this time and never change. However, Princess Xian knew that it was impossible. In the blink of an eye, Qiu Longying's guards arrived. The majority of them were peak stage Unity Realm experts. They immediately surrounded Fang Chen the moment they arrived. One of them, an old man with a red beard, stepped forward and stared at Fang Chen. He said in a deep voice, Was it you who killed my young master's servant? If you're talking about the young master of the Qiu family, then you're right, Fang Chen said. Impudent. Someone from our Qiu family, even a servant, is not someone that you can kill. Hearing this, the old man with the red beard roared furiously. His eyes were emitting cold killing intent. The other guards were also prepared to capture Fang Chen. Obediently surrender and come with us to see the young master, the old man with the red beard said. Fang Chen shook his head and said, What if I refuse? You dare to refuse my young master's order? Do you know the origin of my young master? Isn't he just a young master of the Qiu family? What's so great about him? Fang Chen said indifferently. Hearing this, the surrounding guards had a huge change in expression. The Qiu family is a mountain that you can never cross in front of you. Trash like you will never be able to touch the doorstep of the Qiu family. The old man with the red beard said, The power of the Qiu family is too huge. A mere void star heaven is just a small place in the eyes of the Qiu family. The women that my young master fancied have never failed. If you dare to stop my young master, you are going against the Qiu family. The old man with the red beard continued, Let me remind you, be prepared to die. With that, the old man with the red beard flashed and directly appeared in front of Fang Chen. His large hand reached out and grabbed Fang Chen's shoulder. Buzz! Wild power instantly drilled into Fang Chen's body and attacked Fang Chen's body. However, Fang Chen's body did not move at all. There was even a hint of mockery on his face. The guards of the Qiu family are just SOSO. Fang Chen's words were full of mockery. When the guards of the Qiu family heard this, they were instantly enraged. You are courting death. The old man with the red beard roared in a low voice. Immediately, he grabbed with his hand and wanted to crush Fang Chen's shoulder. Bang! Suddenly, he felt as if his body had sunk into a quagmire and was unable to extricate himself. At the same time, the sharp sword qi continued to wreak havoc in the air. The next moment, it directly pierced his body. At this time, the old man with the red beard's face changed greatly. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but he was shocked to find that there was a huge attractive force on Fang Chen's shoulder that was pulling his hand tightly. Damn it! The old man with the red beard cursed and immediately said, What are you waiting for? Following his command, the surrounding guards all made their move. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The chaotic attacks instantly drowned Fang Chen. Dong! The entire mountain was shaking. Fang Chen's body directly disappeared in the violent power. After the numerous guards attacked, their faces were full of disdain. Humph, under such an attack, he will definitely die. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse. The old man with the red beard withdrew his hand and said coldly. Numerous guards entered the violent power and began to search for Fang Chen's figure. Soon, the violent power dissipated and a large pit appeared on the ground. However, there was no trace of Fang Chen. Why is there no one? The expression of the old man with the red beard changed greatly. He looked around. He escaped? His heart was surging with waves of shock. Are you all looking for me? Suddenly, Fang Chen's voice came from the void. Numerous guards looked left and right, but they could not find any trace of Fang Chen. How is this possible? Everyone was puzzled. How could a Unity Realm warrior avoid the detection of their spiritual consciousness? Pretending to be mysterious, the old man with the red beard snorted. He immediately clenched his fist. A violent power surged and blasted towards the sky. Gotcha! The void collapsed and space became chaotic. He wanted to force Fang Chen out. Qiu Clan's guards are too weak. Fang Chen's voice came from all directions again. The Qiu Clan's guards became even more furious. The next moment, he strolled out of the void. Qiu Clan's prince sent trash like you to capture me? Fang Chen sneered. Let's attack together and kill him. At this moment, the old man with the red beard realized how powerful Fang Chen was. He wanted to rely on the human wave tactic to capture Fang Chen. But in the face of the fierce attack, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword unhurriedly. 1. The hidden star sword let out a resonant sword cry. A terrifying sword chi engulfed the entire land. Xiao. With a slight shake of his wrist, the sixth move of the traceless sword technique was executed. The Azura sword chi floated in the air, forming an unimaginable attack. Under the control of Fang Chen, it blasted towards the crowd. Pucci. There was almost no resistance at all. It was a completely one-sided massacre. One guard after another died under Fang Chen's sword. One had to know that after cultivating the Azura sword Dao to such a realm, the sixth move of the traceless sword technique was dozens of times stronger. Even a heaven-opening realm warrior was not his opponent, let alone a Unity Realm warrior. The current Fang Chen could be said to be the strongest Unity Realm warrior in the primal chaos void. He was invincible among the younger generation. Gotcha! When the hidden star sword stabbed out, it directly pierced through the head of the old man with the red beard. The latter widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Qiu Clan will not let you off. Before dying, he left behind a threatening sentence. His body softly fell to the ground. Qiu Clan? Fang Chen smiled disdainfully. Would the dignified Qiu Clan deal with him because of a guard? As for the Qiu Clan's prince, he was just a destitute prince of a branch. If he had the ability, he would not have come to such a barbaric place to train. Boulder Town, in an inn. Qiu Longying suddenly stood up. His figure flashed and disappeared. Just a moment ago, he discovered that the guards he sent had all died. Chapter 2275. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Heaven-opening realm martial artists had the ability to split open the heavens. To be able to open up such an enormous space in their bodies, one could well imagine how powerful they were. Their control of origin energy had already reached a near-perfect level. Therefore, when flying, they could borrow the power of the origin to change the spatial nodes, and their speed was incomparably fast. In a few minutes, Qiu Longying crossed the void and arrived at the peak of the mountain. Looking at the corpse lying in the river of blood, his heart was incomparably cold. His eyes were scarlet, bloodthirsty, and ferocious. Although he was just a young master of a branch of the Qiu family, his status was still very high. Even in the Qiu family, no one would brazenly deal with his guards or even slap his own face. This time, He had come to a barbarian land, yet such a thing had happened. The Peak Unity Realm protectors he brought were all killed by this person. Thinking of this, Qiu Longying slowly raised his scarlet eyes and looked at a certain building in the center of the mountain peak. A man and a woman were chatting happily. "Are you humiliating me, Qiu Longying?" Qiu Longying was instantly enraged. He rushed to the front of the building and glared at Fang Chen. "You're the one who killed my guards?" Qiu Longying's body emitted a terrifying aura, causing Princess Xian's face to turn pale and her body to tremble. Fang Chen's hand gently grasped Princess Xian's hand. Her body immediately stopped trembling and her complexion improved a bit. "Leave this to me," Fang Chen said in a low voice. Princess Xian nodded in understanding and quickly left. The aura of a heaven-opening realm martial artist was too powerful. It wasn't something Princess Xian could resist. However, Fang Chen was different. Even though he was a Unity Realm expert, he was still calmly observing Qiu Longying. At this time, Qiu Longying also discovered that Fang Chen was unusual. I used my heaven-opening aura to pressure him, but he actually remained indifferent. Qiu Longying was puzzled. He could clearly feel that Fang Chen was just a Unity Realm expert, so how could Fang Chen resist against his aura? Could it be that he has a supreme treasure that can withstand the powerful aura? Qiu Longying thought to himself. It was not as if he had never seen such a Dharma treasure in the Qiu clan. It was just that he didn't care about them at all. Thinking of this, Qiu Longying snorted coldly and continued to release his aura, directly enveloping Fang Chen, trying to force the latter to kneel. "Kneel." Qiu Longying's voice contained the aura of an illusion. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to resist it. An illusion? Fang Chen smiled faintly. An extremely strong hallucinogenic aura emerged in his mind, directly canceling out Qiu Longying's illusion. Seeing this, Qiu Longying's expression finally changed. The person in front of him was stronger than he had imagined. He could not see through this person. "Who are you?" Qiu Longying finally spoke. Since his aura was unable to intimidate the latter, he decided to retract his aura. "Fang Chen, if I'm not wrong, you should be a disciple of the Limitless Sword sect, right?" Qiu Longying asked. He could sense that Fang Chen's body contained a sharp sword aura. In Dongxian Heaven, only the people of the Limitless Sword sect could possess such a sharp sword aura. "That's right," Fang Chen said. There was nothing to hide. The Limitless Sword sect is just a force in Dongxian Heaven. It can't even be considered a top force in Voidstar Heaven. Qiu Longying's face was filled with mockery. He looked down on Fang Chen and said, "You're just a disciple of the Limitless Sword sect. How dare you kill the guards of my Qiu clan? Do you know what you're doing? Princess Xian is my friend. If they touch her, they're going against me. I won't allow anyone to touch my friend," Fang Chen said in a deep voice, as if he did not put Qiu Longying in his eyes. Seeing this, Qiu Longying shook his head and said, "It seems that you still don't understand the situation." At this point, he grinned and said, "I'm from Mashation's Qiu clan. My name is Qiu Longying. But even if I tell you, I'm afraid you won't know what kind of existence you've provoked." Fang Chen had never heard of Mashation, let alone the Qiu clan. "So what?" Fang Chen said. Princess Xian was his friend. He wouldn't allow anyone to touch her, not even the people of the Qiu clan. "My Qiu clan is the dominant force in Mashation. We have absolute control over the entire Mashation. Mashation is much stronger than your Void Star Heaven. Even your Limitless Sword sect master can't enter my Qiu clan's eyes." Qiu Longying said, "Even an expert like the Xinghe ancestor has to lower his head in front of my Qiu clan. Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere with my matters?" Qiu Longying's face was filled with a sense of superiority. He wanted to tell Fang Chen that in his eyes, the Limitless Sword sect was trash. If the Xinghe ancestor was here, he would kill you with a slap. Fang Chen said. After saying so much, he wanted to make Fang Chen panic in his heart and kneel down to beg for mercy. Qiu Longying enjoyed that feeling. He was going to make this stupid guy suffer a fate worse than death. Putting aside the forces behind us, my realm is enough to crush you, Qiu Longying said coldly. Hearing this, Fang Chen sneered even more. Fang Chen looked at Qiu Longying like he was looking at an idiot. If I really put aside the forces behind me, do you believe that I can destroy you in minutes? Fang Chen said. I don't believe it, Qiu Longying said. Then let's try. Fang Chen asked. You're courting death. Qiu Longying was finally angered by Fang Chen. He originally wanted him to kneel down and beg for mercy. But now it seemed that there was no need for that. After I kill you, your woman will also be my, Qiu Longying's, plaything. Qiu Longying's body flickered with golden light, and a violent heaven-opening aura was instantly released. Late-stage heaven-opening realm? Fang Chen frowned. Qiu Longying's last sentence had made him very angry, and his heart was already filled with killing intent. Die. Using the 11th level of the spacetime collapse technique, Fang Chen's figure directly merged with spacetime without any aura fluctuations. Seeing this, Qiu Longying sneered and attacked wildly, trying to force Fang Chen to appear. At the same time, Fang Chen used the innate soul reversal technique. The soul Dao attack disturbed Qiu Longying's origin spirit, and then he used the 6th move of the traceless sword technique. Swish! The extremely bright sword light, with unparalleled power, stabbed fiercely at Qiu Longying. What sword technique is this? Seeing this, Qiu Longying's expression changed drastically. As he retreated, his eyes were filled with greed. I didn't expect to encounter such an exquisite sword technique in this small place. Qiu Longying was greedy, and wanted to obtain Fang Chen's sword technique. It seems that you're hiding a lot of secrets. Thinking of this, Qiu Longying's palm formed a complicated seal, and he directly grabbed at the sword light. Poochie! However, Qiu Longying never dreamed that the sword light's power was much stronger than he had imagined. With a crack, his palm was pierced by the sword light, and blood splattered in the air. His body constantly retreated. Traceless sword technique. Fang Chen continuously waved the hidden star sword, continuously using the 6th move of the traceless sword technique. In the Demon City, after increasing his comprehension of the Azura sword technique, Fang Chen's attack power was comparable to the late-stage heaven-opening realm. Then, his origin spirit rose to the 7th origin realm, and his soul Dao cultivation greatly increased. This also allowed Fang Chen to easily kill late-stage heaven-opening realm martial artists. Poochie! The sword light pierced through Qiu Longying's body, and a miserable cry came from his mouth. I'll kill you! Qiu Longying dragged his miserable body and roared in anger. At the same time, Qiu Longying closed his eyes, and the space around him suddenly became still. In the next moment, a strange black aura appeared above his head, and this black aura instantly condensed into a roaring tiger. The tiger opened its bloody mouth, and it had the power to swallow mountains and rivers. You should be proud that a Unity Realm martial artist can force me, Qiu Longying, to this extent. Qiu Longying sinisterly said. This was his trump card, and also one of the innate divine abilities of the Qiu clan, tiger swallowing heaven and earth. Every Qiu clan disciple could awaken their innate divine ability after reaching adulthood. Tiger swallowing heaven and earth was the weakest innate divine ability of the Qiu clan, but even so, it was not something ordinary people could imagine. Chapter 2276. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen did not find it strange that Qiu Longying was able to display such a heaven-defying gifted ability. Love go little say, no one would believe that a powerful force like the Qiu family did not have any tricks up its sleeve. Looking at the black tiger above Qiu Longying's head, Fang Chen felt his heart palpitate. However, this would not make him cower. Gifted ability? You should be proud to die under my innate ability. In the blink of an eye, Qiu Longying had activated his gifted ability to the extreme. As long as he gave the order, the black tiger would erupt with extreme power and rush towards Fang Chen, tearing Fang Chen apart. The most important thing about the tiger swallow's heaven and earth was not the black tiger, but the power in the tiger's body that was connected to the Qiu family's bloodline. The Qiu family had 3 gifted abilities. According to the strength of the family's talent, the awakened gifted abilities were different. Qiu Longying was a branch disciple with average potential, so he only awakened the tiger swallow's heaven and earth. Roar. The tiger's roar resounded through heaven and earth. The black tiger opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the mountains and rivers. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its gong-sized eyes stared at Fang Chen, as if it wanted to tear Fang Chen apart. In the face of Qiu Longying's gifted ability, although Fang Chen was confident that he could deal with it, he did not dare to be too careless. After all, the latter was a disciple of the Qiu family. He might have some powerful tricks up his sleeve. Kill. Following Qiu Longying's order, the black tiger suddenly opened its claws and rushed towards Fang Chen. Crash. In the blink of an eye, the black tiger arrived in front of Fang Chen. Buzz. Fang Chen released the aura of the Azura Sword Principle. The violent killing sword aura surrounded his body, and the power of the myriad sword domain was greatly enhanced. Love Go Little Say, W Chu. After the black tiger entered the myriad sword domain, its speed suddenly decreased sharply. It roared crazily, bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its body vibrated, and a black aura shot out of its mouth and drilled into Fang Chen's body. It hurts. Immediately, Fang Chen felt pain all over his body. His essence soul felt like it was being torn apart. On the other side, Qiu Longying was very happy to see Fang Chen in pain. The biggest threat of the tiger swallow's heaven and earth was the black aura in the tiger's body. Once it hit the enemy, there was no way to avoid it. Now you can have a taste of my tiger swallowing heaven and earth. Qiu Longying looked at Fang Chen with interest, his face full of disdain. The tiger swallow's heaven and earth was a special innate ability. Against weaklings, the black tiger could tear them apart with its claws. When dealing with slightly stronger cultivators, they would open their mouths wide, crushing their opponents with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. Qiu Longying would only use this black aura to deal with enemies that exceeded his imagination. Once the black aura entered the body, it would seep into the limbs and bones, constantly corroding the internal organs of the cultivator. At the same time, it would also burn the primordial spirit. Those who were hit by it would usually have their body and soul destroyed. This was the most terrifying aspect of the heaven and earth devourer. Fang Chen's body staggered a little. He struggled to stabilize his body and desperately tried to refine the black aura. This black aura is corroding my body and burning my primordial spirit. Fang Chen cursed. Immediately, he released a violent Azura Sword Principle aura to expel the black aura. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under Fang Chen's control, the Azura Sword Qi instantly covered the entire holy spring. The holy spring trembled. The Azura Sword Qi easily refined the black aura. The black aura seems to be afraid of the Azura Sword Qi? Suddenly, Fang Chen discovered this scene and was very surprised. Soon, his idea was verified. He controlled the Azura Sword Qi and constantly circulated it throughout his body. Wherever it passed, the black aura disappeared. The Azura Sword Qi is so powerful? Fang Chen widened his eyes and looked at his body in disbelief. In a few breaths of time, the black aura in his body was expelled by the Azura Sword Qi. At this time, Fang Chen's complexion improved a little. He raised his head and his pitch-black eyes looked at the black tiger bound by the myriad sword domain. Damnable guy! With a shio sound, the red hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced into the black tiger's body. Kacha! The black tiger roared towards the sky and let out a miserable cry before collapsing. Pung! At the same time, Qiu Longying's body was sent flying. He suffered a strong backlash. He vomited blood and his face was pale. He looked at Fang Chen with shock. He was very confident in his innate divine ability. Once he used it, even a peak stage heaven-opening realm martial artist would not dare to face it head-on. Once hit, they would lose all combat power for a short time. But was this guy a freak? How could he be fine? He could not understand, but his heart was filled with shock. A Unity Realm martial artist had broken his innate divine ability. If this matter was spread back to the Qiu clan, it would definitely cause a commotion. No, the sword qi on his body. Suddenly, Qiu Longying seemed to have thought of something. Immediately, his complexion changed. He looked at Fang Chen with a pale and powerless face. Azura sword qi, it must be Azura sword qi. Qiu Longying was practically roaring. He did not dare believe that he would meet an Azura sword Dao martial artist in this small place. Amen? He recognized my Azura sword Dao? Fang Chen frowned and walked towards Qiu Longying step by step. The latter's eyes were filled with despair. He said in a deep voice, I really did not expect you to be an Azura sword Dao inheritor. What happened before was a misunderstanding. How about we stop here? Do you think I will stop just because you say so? Fang Chen found it laughable. This Qiu Longying, was he used to being a young master? He always had a high and mighty attitude. Did he think that with the huge Qiu clan behind him, others would be afraid of him? Pung! Fang Chen sent Qiu Longying flying with a punch. You are not qualified to talk terms with me. Following that, Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of Qiu Longying. He grabbed his collar and said coldly, How did you recognize my Azura sword Dao? If I tell you, will you let me go? Qiu Longying said. Gotcha. Fang Chen punched Qiu Longying's arm, causing him to scream. I said before, you are not qualified to talk terms with me. If there is a next time, I will directly kill you. Fang Chen said. I will talk. Facing such a lunatic who did not play by the rules, Qiu Longying could not do anything. The other party was a hothead who did not know what the Qiu clan was. He was not afraid of the Qiu clan at all. After losing the backing of the Qiu clan, his life was already in the hands of the other party. A wise man submits to circumstances. He bowed his head temporarily so that he could make a comeback in the future. The Mashation where my Qiu clan is located is a holy land for sword cultivators. In the huge Mashation, there are only sword cultivators and no other martial artists. Qiu Longying said slowly, and the sword Dao that we cultivate is the Mashation sword Dao. Of course, ordinary martial artists are not qualified to cultivate the Mashation sword Dao. Only our Qiu clan is qualified to cultivate it. The Mashation sword Dao is an offensive sword Dao. When cultivated to the extreme, it can topple mountains and overturn seas. However, at this point, Qiu Longying's face was filled with helplessness. Heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang. If there is black, there is white. Everything has an opposite. The Mashation sword Dao is no exception. Its nemesis is the Azura sword Dao. Qiu Longying said, Once, when my Qiu clan was just a small clan, there were two major sword Dao factions in Mashation. They were the Mashation sword Dao and the Azura sword Dao. The two sword Dao restrained each other and neither was willing to submit to the other. However, under the refinement of countless peerless experts, the more the Azura sword Dao was cultivated, the more it began to display its peerless elegance. In the end, everyone was shocked to find that the Azura sword Dao could perfectly restrain the Mashation sword Dao. After pausing for a moment, Qiu Longying continued. In the endless years that followed, our Qiu clan took advantage of the chaos and produced many experts. We began to walk towards glory and finally became one of the top two factions in Mashation. Our Chiu clan mainly cultivated the Mushatian sword Dao. The other faction mainly cultivated the Azura sword Dao. Originally, the two factions were at odds with each other and neither could destroy the other. Mushatian gradually calmed down. But 100 years later, a shocking genius appeared in our Chiu clan. In just a few thousand years, he cultivated the Mushatian sword Dao to the extreme. His ambition was great and he wanted to completely destroy the Azura sword Dao. Chapter 2277. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Go? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. He did not expect the two great sword Daos to have such a reason. But that was not right. Why would Mo Luosha mistake his Azura sword Dao as the obliteration sword Dao? However, Qiu Longying's following words cleared all the doubts in Fang Chen's heart. The Azura sword Dao is good at disguise. Unless it is someone who is extremely strong, they will only mistake it as the demon-killing sword Dao. Because of this, my Chiu clan has lost many young geniuses over the years. They were all assassinated by the surviving members of the Azura sword Dao. Qiu Longying said, "You are a sword cultivator, and I can feel that your aura is very similar to the aura of the demon-killing sword Dao. At first, I was still suspicious, but after you broke my innate ability, I was sure. For someone at the Unity Realm to be able to break his innate ability was an incredible thing. However, if it was an Azura sword Dao warrior, then there was no problem. Everything was logical." Fang Chen nodded. So that was the case. At the same time, he rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he had comprehended a trace of the Azura sword Dao. Otherwise, he would not know how to deal with Qiu Longying's innate ability. At this moment, a name appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Demon Sword Venerable, the founder of the Azura sword Dao. Could he be the leader of the Azura sect, one of the two great factions of Mo Shatian? All along, Demon Sword Venerable had been very mysterious to Fang Chen. Now, his identity was gradually coming to light. Although he was still not clear, Fang Chen knew that he must be related to Mo Shatian. What about the old man riding the big black dog? He said that he was good friends with Demon Sword Venerable. Could he be an Azura sword Dao warrior? Fang Chen thought inwardly. He shook his head hard to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind. Fang Chen's gaze landed on Qiu Longying. When Qiu Longying saw this, he looked at Fang Chen warily and said, "I have already sent the news back to the clan. If you dare to kill me, they will definitely avenge me." Fang Chen's aura fluctuated. He had imprisoned Qiu Longying's body, but he did not expect the latter to have a special means of communication. "Are you threatening me?" Fang Chen said angrily. The Chiu clan had always wanted to exterminate the Azura sword Dao martial artist. If they knew of his existence, they would send experts to kill him. Even the Wuji sword sect would not be able to protect him. Damn it! Fang Chen clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. His anger had reached its peak. "I advise you to obediently let me go. Otherwise, when my Chiu clan's army arrives, you will definitely die," said Qiu Longying. The reason why he explained the history of the Shura sword path and the demon-killing sword path to Fang Chen was to numb Fang Chen and at the same time, to buy time for himself. "Humph." Fang Chen stared at Qiu Longying and said, "Do you think I don't dare to kill you?" Bang! With a single punch, Qiu Longying's body was smashed to the ground. "You!" Qiu Longying roared angrily. His eyes were scarlet, but there was nothing he could do. The only thing he could rely on now was that Fang Chen was afraid of the Chiu clan and would let him go. Die. However, when Fang Chen said those words, Qiu Longying's complexion turned pale, and he began to frantically flee. Pucci! He displayed the Shura sword path, and the sixth move of the traceless sword art instantly burst out. Under the Shura sword path, Qiu Longying did not even have the courage to use his innate ability. He could only do his best to escape, but it was already too late. A beam of cold light entered his body, and his body directly exploded. Whoosh! Fang Chen opened his palm and immediately put Qiu Longying's summer ring into his pocket. Will he be fine? At this moment, Princess Xian hurried over. She had also heard the conversation between the two. She was very anxious about Qiu Longying's threat. She blamed herself in her heart. All of this happened because of her. If the experts of the Qiu clan came, Fang Chen would be in great danger. You're the pride of the younger generation of the Limitless Sword sect. The sect master thinks highly of you. Tell him what happened here and see if he has any ideas. Princess Xian said anxiously. Don't worry. If I'm not wrong, Qiu Longying's position in the Qiu clan is very low. Even if I send a message back, no one will believe me. Fang Chen comforted her. We can't stay here for long. Let's return to the Limitless Sword sect first. All of the guards that Qiu Longying brought with him had fallen. Even he had lost his life. And all of this was because of his lust. Emo Shatian, Qiu clan's branch. In a luxurious mansion, a young man in black sat in the garden, quietly playing with the communication jade pendant in his hand. Qiu Longying, that idiot. He cursed as he played with the jade pendant. This person was Qiu Longyu, Qiu Longying's elder cousin. He was also a disciple of this branch of the Qiu clan. It's just that his potential was much stronger than Qiu Longying's. His position in the Qiu clan branch was relatively high. A Unity Realm warrior who possesses the Azura sword Dao broke his innate sacred power and killed him? Qiu Longyu pondered over the information that Qiu Longying sent back. There are Azura sword Dao warriors in such a barbaric place like the Void Star Heaven? When he mentioned the Azura sword Dao, Qiu Longyu's eyes were filled with greed. If he could kill the Azura sword Dao warrior and return, the clan would definitely reward him heavily. He might even be given the position of young clan head. This was a huge temptation. Regardless of whether it's true or not, I have to make a trip to the Void Star Heaven. Qiu Longyu grinned. Qiu Longying's death was an ironclad fact. But if it was during normal times, the Qiu clan branch would be too lazy to care about it. Qiu Longying was at most a hedonistic disciple in the Qiu clan branch. But it was different now. For the sake of the Azura sword Dao, Qiu Longyu had to take revenge for this useless younger brother of his. I can't let other people in the clan know about this for the time being. Qiu Longyu made a decision inwardly. He wanted to monopolize this reward. If other people in the clan knew about this, they would definitely send experts over. By then, he wouldn't be able to reap any benefits. He was a prodigy who was competing for the position of the next clan head. This matter might be able to add fuel to the fire. If he did it well, it was highly possible that the clan head of the branch would be happy and regard him highly, suppressing other competitors. Even though it was just a branch, if he became the clan head, he would be able to speak well in the Qiu clan headquarters. He would be able to come into contact with a higher level of martial artist circles. He would also be able to obtain a more perfect cultivation method for the demon-killing sword Dao. Qiu Longying, Qiu Longying, you have been stupid your entire life. Before you die, you have done a good deed for me. Saying that, Qiu Longyu turned and left the residence. Void Star Heaven, Limitless Sword Sect. After bringing Princess Xian back to the Limitless Sword Sect, he arranged for her to stay in the Outer Sect's Star River office. Princess Xian's cultivation had already reached the critical point of the Divine Pattern Realm. She only needed an opportunity to break through to the Unity Realm. For this, Fang Chen gave Princess Xian a lot of cultivation resources. Most of them came from the spatial rings of the demon god list martial artists he killed. Since he had no use for some of them, he might as well put them all in the Star River office. Princess Xian was worried that Fang Chen would be in danger, so she went into seclusion. She wanted to seek a breakthrough and help Fang Chen. After that, Fang Chen found Jian Wuji. Sect Master, Fang Chen said. What's the matter? Jian Wuji asked. I went to Boulder Town this time to look for an old friend. I had a conflict with someone from the Chiu clan, Fong Chen said. Chiu clan? Which Chiu clan? Jian Wuji's expression changed as he asked. Masha Heaven's Chiu clan, Fong Chen said. Chiu clan's branch young master Chiu Longying wanted to bully my good friend, so I killed him. Fong Chen told Jian Wuji about how he killed Chiu Longying. Jian Wuji's eyes widened as he looked at Fong Chen. How did you obtain the Azura sword Dao? Compared to killing Chiu Longying, Jian Wuji was more shocked by the Azura sword Dao. I obtained it by accident, Fong Chen said simply. He did not mention the old man riding the big black dog. This is troublesome. After a slight shock, Jian Wuji said, the Chiu clan's research on the Masha sword Dao has reached a very powerful level. They will not allow the Azura sword Dao to recover. Therefore, as long as they find an Azura sword Dao martial artist, they will definitely kill them. Chapter 2278. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Chiu family isn't very strong, but very strong. Jian Wuji revealed a bitter smile and said, Do you know that there are strong and weak in the 33 heavens of the primal chaos void? Fong Chen nodded. He knew this point. There were strong and weak in any place. In the vast primal chaos void, there were fertile lands and barren lands. In the eyes of the Mashatian powerhouses, Void Star Heaven was a small place. Although Mashatian was one of the 33 heavens of the primal chaos void like Void Star Heaven, its overall strength was far stronger than Void Star Heaven. Even a powerhouse like Ancestor Xing He didn't dare to dominate Void Star Heaven and couldn't unify it. But the Chiu family could become the absolute ruler of Mashatian. Countless forces bowed their heads. Just as Chiu Longying said, the top powerhouse of Void Star Heaven, Ancestor Xing He, had no choice but to lower his head in front of the Chiu family. It was said that the Chiu family had 2 ancestors holding down the fort. They were extremely powerful. The reason why the Chiu family could unify Mashatian was greatly related to these 2 ancestors. These 2 forefathers were a level stronger than the Starry River forefather. But you don't have to worry. You only killed an unrated disciple of the Chiu family's branch. I'm afraid it's not enough to make the Chiu family go to war. Jian Wuji said slowly, however, one must always be on guard against others. If the Chiu family's branch knows that you have the Azura sword Dao, they might come to find trouble with you. After hearing Jian Wuji's words, Fong Chen also had a certain understanding of the Chiu family. A cold light flashed in his eyes. If the Chiu family's people came here and he couldn't beat them, he would just flee far away. There would be a day when he would make a comeback. Sect Master. Fong Chen took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Before he could finish speaking, he was stopped by Jian Wuji. The latter waved his hand and said, If an ordinary disciple of the Chiu family comes, the Limitless Sword sect will be able to help you. However, if an expert from the Chiu family comes, the Limitless Sword sect will not be able to do anything. At that time, you can escape from the illusory star sky. As for the Star River province, I will protect you. The Chiu family will not dare to attack the Limitless Sword sect for no reason. Hearing this, Fong Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Sect Master. After talking with the Sect Master, Fong Chen was very worried. After he returned to the inner sect, he immediately went into seclusion. 1 month later, Dongxian Heaven, Boulder Town. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the calm void. Then, 3 figures walked out of it. Young Master, why did you come to such a desolate place? One of the black-clothed heaven-opening realm cultivators asked doubtfully. That's right, young Master. This is the Void Star Heaven, a barbarian land. Cultivation resources are scarce here. What are you doing here? Another person asked in confusion. I'm here to kill. A cold glint flashed in Chiu Longyu's eyes. Chiu Longyu quickly sensed the place of Chiu Longying's death, according to the aura in the communication jade pendant. Whoosh whoosh. A moment later, Chiu Longyu arrived at a mountain peak in Boulder Town. The cold wind rustled here, and it was incomparably empty. There were several corpses on the mountain peak. After seeing these corpses, the two heaven-opening realm cultivators who came with Chiu Longyu were instantly shocked. These are people of my Chiu family? Isn't this young Master Chiu Longying? Why did he die here? The two servants were shocked as they stared at Chiu Longyu with wide eyes. Chiu Longyu walked step by step towards Chiu Longying's corpse. He extended his hand and slowly touched the wound. Immediately, a sharp sword chi drilled into his palm. As expected, it's true. Chiu Longyu's eyes flickered with an icy murderous intent as he said in a cold tone. Young master, what's going on? The two servants asked angrily. Let's go to the Wuji sword sect. In the dark night, only the stars twinkled in the dark sky. Fang Chen sat cross-legged in the courtyard, comprehending the Azura sword Dao. Whoosh! He spat out a mouthful of turbid chi and a smile appeared on his face. His comprehension of the Azura sword Dao had grown stronger. At the same time, the sixth move of the traceless sword art had reached its peak. It's time to cultivate the demonic dragon body tempering art. Fang Chen muttered to himself as he checked his body. However, just as he was about to continue cultivating, his expression suddenly froze. They're here so quickly? Fang Chen felt the fluctuations in the air and sensed a familiar aura. The people of the Chiu family were much faster than he had imagined. Illusory Star Sky was very far from Mo Shatian. Only the people of the Chiu family could reach Illusory Star Sky in a short month. There's a total of 3 people. 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators and 1 heaven-opening realm cultivator. Fang Chen's consciousness silently merged into the void. In an instant, he discovered the 3 people hiding in the dark. Humph! After finding the exact location of the 3 people, Fang Chen stopped cultivating, stood up, and quietly returned to his room. In the void. Young master, should we attack? The servant in black asked. Be careful. This is the Wuji sword sect. If we alert the higher-ups, we won't be able to succeed. Chiu Longyu warned. Okay. The other servant nodded heavily. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly froze. He's gone. The 3 of them were shocked. They spread out their consciousness, but they couldn't find any trace of him. Go in. The 3 of them were shocked and rushed into the room. Did he discover us and escape? Chiu Longyu's face instantly darkened. He didn't expect that their whereabouts would be exposed. This was something he hadn't expected. Pucci. Just as Chiu Longyu was deep in thought, an extremely sharp sword light suddenly appeared in the void. The servant in black couldn't block it in time and his body was pierced. Kacha. His body exploded and he died instantly. Then, Fang Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and arrived in front of another servant. The star-hidden sword stabbed out again. You're courting death. Only then did Chiu Longyu react. He roared angrily and threw a punch at Fang Chen. Whoosh! Fang Chen had been guarding against Chiu Longyu for a long time. He quickly set up an illusory realm and a heaven pass array to trap Chiu Longyu temporarily. As for the 6th move of the traceless sword principle, it pierced through another servant's body with absolute strength. In the blink of an eye, the 2 servants that Chiu Longyu brought were killed by Fang Chen. Boom! After Chiu Longyu broke through the illusory realm and the heaven pass array, he suddenly saw the bodies falling slowly. His eyes were scarlet and he exuded an extremely strong killing intent. Tiger swallows the heavens and earth. Chiu Longyu shouted. He knew that the fluctuations here had alerted the higher-ups of the Wuji sword sect. He had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, he would have to retreat when the higher-ups arrived. The Chiu family's superpower is useless against me. Fang Chen said indifferently with the hidden star sword in his hand. Don't compare me with that trash Chiu Longying. My superpower is powerful and he can't be compared to me. Chiu Longyu sneered and a black tiger quickly formed above his head. The black tiger was a lot bigger than Qiu Longying. It opened its bloody mouth and shot out a black ray of light. Fang Chen sneered and the Shura sword Qi revolved around his body to form a strong defense. Gotcha! After being prepared, the black light was blocked by the Shura sword Qi and was refined. Whoosh! With a backhand slash, the black tiger that was bound by the myriad sword domain was blown away. How is this possible? Qiu Longyu felt a strong rebound force and his body retreated quickly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Even he did not expect Fang Chen's strength to be so powerful. I can't fight him head-on, Qiu Longyu said to himself. His body flashed and he was ready to leave. Rumble! A majestic aura came from the sky. Jian Wuji and the Sword Master had arrived. Their auras locked onto Qiu Longyu. Qiu Longyu's figure was trapped in the void. Are you okay? Jian Wuji looked at Fang Chen and asked. I'm fine, Fang Chen said. I'm from the Mashaishan Qiu family. How dare you kill me? Although Qiu Longyu was imprisoned, he looked coldly at Jian Wuji and said, Why did you barge into my Wuji sword sect? Jian Wuji asked. Chapter 2279. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. The Qiu clan cannot be humiliated. Love go little say webka. This was the iron law of Mashaishan. No one dared to provoke the Qiu clan. From this, it could be seen how enormous the Qiu family's influence was. The Qiu clan cannot be humiliated? Can others humiliate you? Jian Wuji sneered. Only the Qiu clan is allowed to kill others. Can others not kill the Qiu clan's people? My cousin. Qiu Longyu wanted to explain, but he was suppressed by Jian Wuji's aura. Gotcha! Qiu Longyu's bones cracked and his body trembled. Just as he said, the Qiu clan cannot be humiliated. In this world where the strong were respected, even the strong could not be humiliated. Although Jian Wuji was nothing in front of the Qiu clan, in front of Qiu Longyu, Jian Wuji was the strongest. Puchi! Qiu Longyu stubbornly raised his head. His eyes were red as he stared at Jian Wuji. He did not believe that Jian Wuji would dare to kill him. Do you want the entire limitless sword sect to be buried with me? Qiu Longyu roared in anger. Jian Wuji's expression changed. His aura surged and pressed down on Qiu Longyu. Your cousin, Qiu Longying, was greedy and wanted to snatch Fang Chen's good friend. Qiu Longying tried to stop him but failed and killed him. Jian Wuji said calmly, This matter is your cousin's fault. On account of the Qiu clan, I will let you go this time. If you dare to barge into the limitless sword sect again, I will kill you. With that, Jian Wuji waved his hand. A terrifying shockwave swept up Qiu Longyu's body and threw him out of the limitless sword sect. Sect leader, why do you have to eliminate the root of the problem? Fang Chen asked. Jian Wuji shook his head. Beside him, the sword head said solemnly, The gains do not make up for the losses. The Qiu clan's methods are unimaginable. If they investigate, no matter how clean we are, we will not be able to escape. At that time, we might anger the Qiu clan. On the contrary, if Sect Master makes a move to intimidate Qiu Longyu and make him feel fear, this matter might come to an end. After all, that Qiu Longying is just an unrated disciple of a branch. If that Qiu Longyu is smart, he won't come looking for trouble with you. The Sword Master continued. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly. He understood what the sect leader meant. They were in high positions and had to consider many things. They had to consider the future of the limitless sword sect. At the same time, they had to consider whether they could withstand the wrath of the Qiu family. Therefore, even though Qiu Longyu had done something so outrageous, the sect leader had only punished him slightly. Ultimately, he, Qiu Longyu, was a member of Mashaishan's Qiu clan. Thinking of this, Fang Chen sighed. Under the dark night sky. Bang! A loud noise broke the silence at the foot of the limitless sword mountain. The cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard incessantly. Many demonic beasts had sensed the commotion and were cautiously approaching. However, the enraged Qiu Longyu directly released the aura of a peak heaven opening realm cultivator, instantly scaring these demonic beasts away. His face was a little pale, and all the bones in his body were shattered. Although it wasn't a big deal, it was still a humiliation. Damn Fang Chen, damn limitless sword sect. Cold killing intent flashed in Qiu Longyu's eyes. He was a disciple of the Qiu clan and had been in Mashaishan for so many years. Everywhere he went, he was respected, but now, he was being humiliated by a small limitless sword sect. I will definitely take revenge for this. Qiu Longyu clenched his fists and said coldly. However, the most important thing now was to heal his injuries. He would make a decision after his injuries were healed. Mashaishan, Qiu clan's branch. Qiu Longtan, the undisputed number one of the younger generation of the Qiu clan's branch. A month ago, he successfully broke through to the earth-opening realm and became the most dazzling existence of this branch. Even the Qiu clan's headquarters sent an elder to congratulate him. To have such achievements at such a young age, his future was limitless. Moreover, the elder of the Qiu clan's headquarters promised that after Qiu Longtan stabilized his cultivation, he would be brought to the headquarters to cultivate. This news caused the entire Qiu clan's branch to be shocked. In the residence of the Qiu clan's branch, banquets were set up everywhere to celebrate Qiu Longtan. Qiu Longtan himself was infatuated with the sword Dao and did not like such an environment. He sat alone at the head of the table, not saying a word as he looked up at the sky. Why isn't Longyu here? Qiu Longyu was Qiu Longtan's younger brother. His parents had fallen in a mission and the two of them had relied on each other since young. Under his care, his younger brother Qiu Longyu's strength had also increased steadily. Logically speaking, on such a joyous occasion, his younger brother would definitely come to congratulate him. But why was he nowhere to be seen today? Qiu Longtan's spiritual sense covered the entire branch residence but did not find his younger brother. Immediately, he took out a special communication jade pendant and sent a message to his younger brother. "Younger brother, where are you?" There was no reply from the other end of the communication jade pendant. This made Qiu Longtan a little uneasy. He continued to send a message. "Younger brother, what happened to you?" After a long time, Qiu Longyu's weak voice came from the other end of the communication jade pendant. "Elder brother, I'm in illusory star sky. What happened to you? Why is your aura so weak? What happened?" Qiu Longtan asked anxiously. "Big brother, Qiu Longying was killed in the void star heaven. Before he died, he sent a message to me saying that the person who killed him has the Azura Sword Dao and is a disciple of the Limitless Sword sect. So I brought 2 guards to the Void Star Heaven to kill this Azura Sword Dao martial artist." He did not need to think to know that this younger brother of his was too greedy and must have failed. "Failed?" Qiu Longtan asked. "That person is very strong. His cultivation is only at the Unity Realm, but he easily killed my 2 servants. My tiger swallowing heaven and earth was ineffective against him. At the crucial moment, the higher-ups of the Limitless Sword sect came and sent me flying." Qiu Longyu told Qiu Longtan everything that happened. The latter's face immediately turned gloomy. "Come back first," Qiu Longtan said after pondering for a moment. "Big brother." Qiu Longyu was unwilling. "Come back," Qiu Longtan said and directly hung up the communication jade pendant. At this moment, several younger generation members of the branch raised their wine glasses and came in front of Qiu Longtan. "Brother Longtan, you are the most outstanding genius of our branch. You are the idol of all of us. Let us toast you." "That's right, Brother Longtan. You are the pride of the Qiu clan headquarters in the future. I really envy Brother Longtan. Your potential is so strong that you attracted the attention of the headquarters. Your future is limitless." Several young martial artists flattered him. However, Qiu Longtan had a lot on his mind. He directly closed his eyes and ignored them. Eastern Profound Heaven, at the foot of the Limitless Sword Sect Mountain, in a hidden place. After half a month of treatment, his injuries had finally healed. Thinking of what his big brother said to him, his heart was filled with anger. He was unwilling. When had he, Chiu Longyu, been humiliated like this before? Aren't you just trash protected by the Limitless Sword Sect? I don't believe that you can hide in the Limitless Sword Sect forever, Chiu Longyu said sinisterly. He slowly stood up and looked up at the blue sky. I remember that our Chiu clan branch seems to have business dealings with the Divine Blade Sect? After saying that, he took a step forward and left the Limitless Sword Sect territory, heading towards the Divine Blade Sect territory. After waiting for half a month, there was still no news. This made Chiu Longtan uneasy. Brother, why aren't you back yet? Chiu Longtan transmitted his voice. Soon, Chiu Longyu's voice came from the communication jade pendant. Big brother, I am here to congratulate you on breaking through to the pioneer realm. Chiu Longyu said, Big brother has always protected me since I was young. I am very grateful. However, this time, I don't want to listen to Big brother. I must take back the humiliation I suffered personally. Longyu, don't be rash. Chiu Longtan hurriedly advised. Big brother, don't worry. I won't act rashly. I have already contacted the Divine Blade Sect, the Chiu clan's business partner in the Void Star Sky. Moreover, the Divine Blade Sect has already agreed to help me. Big brother, just wait for my triumphant return. I will definitely bring Fong Chen's head back to Emotion. After saying that, Chiu Longyu directly cut off the communication jade pendant. Chiu Longtan was stunned on the spot. He was burning with anxiety, worried about his brother's safety. Silly brother, that is Void Star Sky, not Emotion. Doing this will bring about a fatal disaster. He stood up, tore through the void, and left the mansion. I hope you don't hurt my brother. Otherwise, I, Chiu Longtan, will not let you off no matter where you go. Chapter 2280. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with exciting novels to read. Dongxian Heaven, Divine Sword Sect. In the luxurious palace, the Divine Sword Sect master personally received the Chiu family disciple from Mashaishan. Although Longyu is young, his strength is astonishing. As expected of the Chiu family from Mashaishan. The sect master of the Divine Blade Sect grinned and praised Chiu Longyu profusely. He knew better than anyone how strong Chiu Longyu's potential was. He had stepped into the Earth expansion realm at such a young age and had already received the attention of the Chiu family's higher-ups, who invited him to cultivate in the headquarters. Needless to say, once he cultivated in the Chiu family's headquarters, he would receive endless cultivation resources. It was only a matter of time before he stepped into the Saint Realm and opened up his own universe. Once he reached the Earth expansion realm, he could be considered a lord. At least, he would have some say in the Chiu family. He had to befriend such a powerful person in advance. Although the Divine Sword Sect was a top sect in Dongxian Heaven, it was nothing in Xuxing Heaven. Not to mention compared to the huge Chiu family in Mashaishan. If he could befriend Chiu Longyu and use this as a springboard to get the Chiu family's protection, unifying Dongxian Heaven would be just around the corner. The Divine Sword Sect master knew very well that although the sect had business dealings with the Chiu family, the Divine Sword Sect was dispensable in the eyes of the Chiu family. You're too polite, sect master. Chiu Longyu nodded slightly. He had already told the Divine Sword Sect master about his intentions and received the latter's full support. Now, what they needed to do was to discuss how to kill Fong Chen. Longyu, I won't beat around the bush. Since we've decided to help you, the Divine Sword Sect will definitely do our best. The Divine Sword Sect master said seriously, however, Fong Chen is a genius disciple of the Wuji Sword Sect. That old man Jian Wuji's protection of him is beyond our imagination. It will be difficult to kill him in the Wuji Sword Sect. In fact, when Qiu Longyu told the Divine Sword Sect Master about this, he was very surprised. Didn't Fang Chen enter the Demon City? Why did he come out early? For this reason, he even personally went to the northern desert to check and confirmed that the Demon City had not been opened. No matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't figure out how Fang Chen had escaped. Sect Master, you're quite clear about the situation in Dongxian Heaven. What do you think? Qiu Longyu asked. His heart was filled with resentment towards Fang Chen, and he was determined to kill him. The sect leader of the Divine Blade sect pondered for a moment and said, I do have an idea, but I don't know if Long Yu will agree. Qiu Longyu looked at the sect master of the Divine Blade sect. In fact, it's very simple. I will inform the Divine Phoenix sect master and Jian Wuji that we will discuss the matter of dealing with Tianqing's clan together. Long Yu, you can sneak into the Wuji sword sect and launch another sneak attack, said the sect master of the Sword God sect. But Jian Wuji isn't the only one in the Limitless Sword sect. There are other absolute saints. Fang Chen's strength is a little strange. I don't have the confidence to kill him in one strike, Qiu Longyu said. Although he was very arrogant, he also knew his own limit. If he was given enough time, not to mention Fang Chen, he was confident that he could kill even cultivators more powerful than him. However, it would be difficult to launch a sneak attack in the Limitless Sword sect, which was full of experts. Don't worry, I've already thought of this. I will send 2 elders to go with you, said the sect master of the Sword God sect. However, you have to announce to the public that these 2 elders are your servants. No problem, Qiu Longyu said. Soon, Qiu Longyu met the 2 elders sent by the sect master of the Sword God sect. He didn't expect that the sect master of the Sword God sect would send him an absolute Saint Realm Elder and an Earth Opening Realm Elder. This way, he was more confident. As long as he killed Fang Chen, he would quickly return to Mashaishan. Even if the Limitless Sword sect was furious, they wouldn't dare to go to Mashaishan. At night, a cold aura filled the air above the Limitless Sword Mountain. The Sword Master's divine consciousness had been covering Fang Chen's courtyard. During the day, the sect master, Jian Wuji, was called away by the sect master of the Sword God sect. Before the latter left, he asked Jian Wuji to pay attention to Fang Chen. The Sword God sect has business dealings with the Qiu family. Will they help the Qiu family's disciples? The Sword Master thought to himself. As he was immersed in his thoughts, a magnificent aura loomed over him all of a sudden. In the next moment, the Sword Master felt his vision turn white. Not good. The Sword Master cursed in his heart as he realized that he had fallen into an illusion. Sword God sect, Lord of the Mirage Dragon? The Sword Master punched the illusion. Suddenly, a dragon's roar could be heard. The illusion's defense was very strong. He couldn't break it with one punch. At this moment, the Sword Master knew who it was. Does the Sword God sect really want to be enemies with the Limitless Sword sect? The Sword Master said coldly. He was a little anxious. The Sword God sect had sent Lord of the Mirage Dragon to trap him and then deal with Fang Chen. Sword Master, how have you been? Lord of the Mirage Dragon's figure appeared in the illusion. He looked at the Sword Master with a smile and continued, An old friend wants to talk to you. Why are you doing this? You, the Sword Master angrily waited for Lord of the Mirage Dragon to attack him. Chapter 2281. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with exciting novels to read. With the help of the Divine Sword Sect's Earth Realm Elder, Qiu Longyu was fully immersed in the battle. His Heaven and Earth Tiger was much more powerful than Qiu Longying's. Fortunately, Fang Chen's Divine Spring was not an ordinary Divine Spring. It could resist his Heaven and Earth Divine ability. As a result, Fang Chen's pressure was greatly reduced. Traceless Sword Technique. So far, Fang Chen's most powerful offensive sword technique. This technique was created by combining the Azura sword Dao. Its attack power was extremely strong. Moreover, the sword Qi contained a bloody aura. When the sword was unleashed, the world would be shocked. Die. Seeing this, Qiulongyu let out a low growl. A crystal sword appeared in his hand without anyone noticing. Sword Qi that made people tremble flowed on the surface of this long sword. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword Qi suddenly burst out from the crystal sword. It turned into a huge, winding dragon in the void. The momentum was so great that it shook the heaven-opening array. Boom! The two sword Dao geniuses instantly engaged in a fierce battle. This kid's potential is too strong. He must be eliminated. The Divine Sword Sect and the Wuji Sword Sect were enemies to begin with. They had always been fighting for the title of King of Soldiers. Although there was a layer of paper between the upper echelons that had not been broken. Over the years, the younger generation of disciples had fought with each other countless times. Moreover, ever since Fang Chun killed the people of the Divine Sword Sect in the territory of the Divine Sword Sect, the Divine Sword Sect had listed him as a must-kill. Now, after seeing this kid's potential, they could not let him live. It had not been long since he stepped into the Unity Realm, but he could already fight with an Earth Realm martial artist to such an extent. It was too shocking. Kill. The battle between Fang Chun and Qiulongyu became more and more intense. In the blink of an eye, it had entered a white-hot stage. As for the Earth Realm Elder of the Divine Sword Sect, he was waiting for an opportunity to kill Fang Chun. Finally, after 10 minutes of fierce battle, he found an excellent opportunity. With a thought, he controlled the array. Ripples appeared in the void and the array shrank. In the blink of an eye, the formation had shrunk to cover the entire courtyard. The Earth Expansion Realm Elder of the Divine Blade Sect began to use the formation to suppress Fang Chun, obstructing his attacks. At the same time, he suddenly punched out. This punch was full of vigor, and a terrifying fist aura suddenly appeared at the back of Fang Chen's head. Fang Chen, who was fighting fiercely with Qiulongyu, suddenly felt a dangerous aura coming from behind him. His body moved 1 meter to the side, causing the fist light to miss. However, when he steadied himself, he was greeted by an extremely powerful sword light. Pucci! Caught off guard, Fang Chen was stabbed by the sword light. Blood flowed out from his body. His face was pale, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Bang! His body landed heavily on the ground, creating a huge crater. Die! Seeing this, Qiulongyu's eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. Unity Realm is Unity Realm after all. Even if you borrow external forces to temporarily increase your strength, being able to block the attack of a heaven-opening realm martial artist is only temporary. Qiulongyu sneered. His cultivation had reached the peak of the heaven-opening realm. Although he was still a step away from the limit, he was already considered outstanding among the heaven-opening realm. If it was in the past, he would not even look at a martial artist like Fang Chun. In the blink of an eye, Qiulongyu sneered and leaped up. His body transformed into several afterimages in the void and appeared in front of Fang Chun in an instant. The long sword in his hand stabbed out fiercely. Ding! However, unexpectedly, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand automatically crossed in front of its owner's chest, blocking the path of Qiulongyu's crystal longsword. Seeing this, Qiulongyu exclaimed softly and licked his dry lip. With a shake of his hand, a terrifying aura poured into the crystal longsword. The sound of the sword resounded through the sky. In the next moment, the crystal longsword blasted the hidden star sword away with an unstoppable force and pierced towards Fang Chun. At this moment, Qiulongyu's eyes were filled with excitement. He seemed to have seen himself carrying Fang Chen's head back to the Qiu family of Masha Heaven, receiving the approval of the Qiu family's headquarters, then entering the headquarters and soaring into the sky. He treated Fang Chen's head as a stepping stone to enter the headquarters. Therefore, he was willing to risk his life to kill Fang Chen at all costs. Boom! Outside the heaven-opening realm array, a sound shook the sky. The majestic illusion shattered. The sword master clenched his fists tightly and floated in the air, his white robes fluttering in the wind. His face was filled with anger as he stared at the illusory dragon lord in front of him. This is the Limitless Sword Sect. The sword master's deep voice sounded in the sky above the Limitless Sword Sect. Instantly, the Absolute Saint Realm elders who were in seclusion in the depths of the Limitless Sword Mountain were awakened. What happened? Why is the sword master so angry? What a strong fluctuation in the air. Is someone invading our Limitless Sword Sect? A deep voice rang out from the depths of the Limitless Sword Mountain. At the same time, a powerful consciousness scanned the entire Limitless Sword Sect without restraint. In an instant, 5 or 6 Absolute Saint Realm elders came out of seclusion. What is going on? One of the elders had a majestic aura as he stared at the illusory Dragon Lord and asked in a deep voice. Elders, the Sword God Sect has colluded with the disciples of the Chiu family and wants to kill our Limitless Sword Sect's prodigy. Please help us, the Sword Master said hurriedly. He could feel the energy fluctuation in the heaven-opening realm array. With Fang Chen's strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand it for long. Illusory Dragon Lord, how dare you come to the Limitless Sword Sect? The leading Absolute Saint Realm elder said coldly. The illusory Dragon Lord's expression changed. His plan had changed. He immediately sent a message to the Earth-opening Realm elder and Qiulongyu. His original plan was to trap the Sword Master for at least half an hour. But now, in such a short period of time, the Sword Master had shattered his illusion. Damn the Sword Master! He is so strong. The illusory Dragon Lord cursed in his heart. If he hadn't underestimated the Sword Master's strength, he wouldn't have lured these old farts out. Just as the illusory Dragon Lord was thinking, the Absolute Saint Realm elders waved their hands, and the heaven-opening realm array shattered. Pucci, the earth-opening realm elder of the Sword God Sect, was hit by the backlash. He spat out blood and was sent flying. How dare you act so arrogantly in our Limitless Sword Sect? You should be prepared to die. One of the Absolute Saint Realm elders punched out, and a sharp sword light pierced the earth-opening realm elder's head. The latter's primordial spirit didn't even have time to dissipate before he died. Damn it! The illusory Dragon Lord's expression changed. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to escape. Qiulongyu was a disciple of the Chiu family, and the Limitless Sword Sect wouldn't dare to kill him. If he didn't leave now, he would be surrounded by the Absolute Saint Realm elders and wouldn't be able to escape. Let's go. The illusory Dragon Lord's heart moved, and a terrifying illusory aura spread out. His figure disappeared into the void. You escaped quickly. The Absolute Saint Realm elders didn't plan to chase after him. They knew that the illusory Dragon Lord was very skilled in illusions. Even if they chased after him, it would be futile. At this moment, their gazes fell on Fang Qin and Qiulongyu. Seeing that Qiulongyu's sword light was about to hit Fang Qin, the Sword Master made his move. He flicked his finger, and a stream of light shot through Qiulongyu's sword light. The terrifying power entered Qiulongyu's body through the crystal sword and sent him flying. How is this possible? Qiulongyu looked around and was shocked to find that the Absolute Saint Realm elders of the Limitless Sword Sect had already broken the array. He cursed in his heart, unwilling to give up. Whoosh! Fang Qin heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. Are you okay? The Sword Master hurried to Fang Qin and asked worriedly. Fang Qin shook his head and panted. Luckily, you guys made your move in time. Otherwise, I would have died here. Indeed, it was a miracle that he could survive until now under the joint attack of the Absolute Saint Realm elders and Qiulongyu. It's my mistake. I didn't expect the Divine Sword Sect to send the illusory Dragon Lord to trap me in an illusion. The Sword Master said apologetically. Luckily you're fine. Otherwise, I would be the sinner of the limitless sword sect. Hearing this, Fang Chen understood. No wonder the sword master didn't come to save him. Divine Sword Sect. Chapter 2282. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. His hatred for the Divine Blade sect was unprecedentedly strong. Love go little say, Chu they are willing to be the lackey of the Chiu clan. One day I, Fang Chen, will personally take revenge. Fang Chen swore in his heart. Swordmaster said, the Chiu clan has some businesses in the Void Star Heaven. Basically, the Divine Blade sect is in charge. Because they have a big fish like the Chiu clan, the Divine Blade sect has always thought that they have the strength to unify the entire Dongxian heaven. The few absolute saint elders had heard of Fang Chen before. In addition to the scene they had just seen, they were full of praise for Fang Chen. A Unity Realm warrior could fight with a peak heaven opening realm warrior. Just this point alone was enough for the Limitless Sword sect to nurture him. We old fellows will not be in closed-door cultivation in the near future. With us guarding, the Divine Blade sect will not dare to come again, one of the absolute saint elders said slowly. Another elder glanced at the seriously injured Qiulongyu, then looked at Fang Chen and said, you can deal with this guy as you wish. With that, the few absolute saint elders turned and left. Fang Chen's gaze landed on Qiulongyu. Killing intent surged. Cough cough. Qiulongyu coughed violently. His chest was trembling. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He kept retreating. Fang Chen. Swordmaster wanted to say something but hesitated. He originally wanted to persuade Fang Chen. The other party was a member of the Chiu clan and could not be easily killed. But after thinking about it, he did not say anything. Everything was up to Fang Chen. Fang Chen walked step by step towards Qiulongyu and said disdainfully, do you have anything else to say now? If it was a one-on-one fight, you would have been killed by me. Unfortunately, this is the Void Star Heaven. If it was my Masha Heaven, I would not have to do anything. As long as I raise my arm and shout, there will be people helping me. Qiulongyu said in a deep voice. His face was a little pale, but Qiulongyu knew that the winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. After hanging up the call with his elder brother, Qiulongtan, he had already prepared himself mentally. Love go little say, Chu the humiliation he suffered needed to be washed away with blood. In that case, he would not hesitate to give up his life for it. Because he was a disciple of the Chiu clan. At this point, what else could he do? He would rather die standing than compromise for the sake of the general interest. Bang! Fang Chen punched Qiulongyu's shoulder. The latter's arm was broken and blood splattered everywhere. Rumble! Next, Fang Chen punched Qiulongyu again and again. His powerful strength crashed into Qiulongyu's body. In the blink of an eye, Qiulongyu's body had already changed beyond recognition. Just kill me! Qiulongyu screamed crazily. He didn't want to be humiliated. He would rather die. I will fulfill your wish. However, before that, I will trample all the dignity in your heart. The sword head stood there quietly and watched from the side. After an hour, the hidden star sword pierced Qiulongyu's head and took his life. At this point, 2 disciples of the Chiu clan had died in the hands of Fang Chen. The first one was Qiulongying, and the second one was Qiulongyu. In the distant sky, it was dark. Suddenly, a terrifying vortex appeared in the sky. Whoosh! Qiulongtan stepped out of it. Without any hesitation, he flew towards the direction of the Wuji sword sect. Brother, please be safe. Qiulongtan was most worried that Qiulongyu would be killed by the Wuji sword sect. He had just broken through to the Pioneer Earth realm. His understanding of the Sage realm was more thorough and he was more respectful. A Sage realm expert could easily open up a miniature universe and create everything. Their strength was simply too strong. With just a wave of his hand, he could destroy a cultivator like him. As one of the top forces in the Void Star Sky, the Wuji Sword Sect had many Sage Realm experts. This was what Qiu Longtan was most worried about. 1. After traveling for about 100 miles, Qiu Longtan's figure came to an abrupt stop. He stood quietly in the dark void, his pitch-black eyes becoming hollow. His hand trembled as he took out the communication jade pendant. A strange aura was emitted from the communication jade pendant. No, brother. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching scream came from the darkness. Qiu Longtan's body emitted an extremely dense killing intent. His heart had already become incomparably crazy. This communication jade pendant was specially made by the Qiu clan. There was only one possibility for it to emit such a strange aura. His brother had died and his communication jade pendant had shattered. The thing he was most worried about had happened. This was what he didn't want to see the most. He roared to the sky to vent his emotions. My brother! Qiu Longtan's eyes were filled with tears. Since young, he and his brother had depended on each other for survival. They had stood out in the huge Qiu clan. Now, he had just broken through to the Pioneer Earth realm and was recognized by the Qiu clan's headquarters. He could enter the headquarters to cultivate. He even vowed to his brother that he would protect him for life. But now, his brother had died. Yet, there was nothing he could do. This was the saddest thing and also the most hateful thing. Scenes from when he was young flashed through his mind. He vaguely remembered that when he was young, he was punished by an elder of the Qiu clan's branch, forbidding him from cultivating. It was his brother who secretly imparted the cultivation technique he had obtained to him. Because of this, his brother was taught a lesson by the elder. Because I'm your brother. How innocent and touching. Ah! I can't accept this. Qiu Longtan shouted crazily. He couldn't accept this. He really couldn't accept this. If the heavens gave him a chance to be reborn, he would rather forego all the honor and glory. He just wanted his brother to live well. Hong long long. Lightning flashed in the sky, as if responding to Qiu Longtan's anger. At a certain moment, a few cultivators in the vicinity sensed the situation here. They thought that there was a phenomenon in the sky, indicating the birth of a supreme treasure. They sneakily approached Qiu Longtan's location and spread out their spiritual perception to investigate the phenomenon here. Qiu Longtan, who was in the midst of going berserk, felt the spiritual perception sweep over him. The fury in his heart erupted like a volcano. My brother is dead. You all will be buried with him. Qiu Longtan roared furiously. Then, he clenched his fist, and a pitch-black sword suddenly streaked across the sky. It carried a shocking sword light as it pierced toward the sneakily approaching cultivators. A phenomenon in the sky. A supreme treasure must have appeared here. Be careful. I heard someone shouting. There must be a major figure here. If we offend a major figure, we won't be able to bear the consequences. What are you afraid of? The three of us have already reached the peak of the heaven-opening realm. We're just a step away from reaching the peak of the heaven-opening realm. It's only a matter of time before we break through to the earth-opening realm. If we work together, even if there's an earth-opening realm cultivator here, we won't have anything to fear. The three of them were discussing in low voices. However, just as their flower festival ended, a dazzling cold light suddenly pierced through the darkness. What is this? The three of them widened their eyes as they stared at the piercing cold light. What a powerful aura! Run! Finally, the three of them sensed danger approaching. They crazily shouted as they fled. However, it was already too late. Qiu Longtan's furious attack had evolved the demon-killing sword Dao to a miraculous level. Just a single sword strike from a distance had killed 3 peak heaven-opening realm cultivators. Poochie! These 3 unlucky fellows didn't even know what kind of major figure they had offended. After killing the 3 of them, Qiu Longtan's expression finally returned to normal. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but he restrained it a lot. The calmer he was, the more terrifying it was. It was like the darkness before a storm, incomparably oppressive. Holding the pitch-black sword, he floated in the air, his clothes fluttering in the wind. "My brother, big brother, I will personally use this sword to kill all those who attacked you." After saying this, Chiu Longtan disappeared into the darkness. In the next few months, Chiu Longtan seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Even the people of the Chiu family branch couldn't contact him. Eastern profound heaven, in a certain dark corner. Chiu Longtan sat cross-legged, his body emitting sharp sword chi. He opened his eyes and immediately shot out 2 rays of sword light, piercing through a towering tree in the distance. Although Chiu Longtan was furious, he wasn't blind. In order to avenge his brother, he was willing to pay any price. The enemy was in the limitless sword sect. If he blindly went there, he would definitely return empty-handed. Therefore, he wanted to use his own method to take revenge. He was willing to wait for a long time. Chapter 2283. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Chiu Longtan had been waiting patiently for the best opportunity to kill Fang Chen the moment he made his move. Love go little say Chiu. Therefore, he had all the time in the world. He waited patiently. In the past few months, the Wuji sword sect was as peaceful as usual. However, Jian Wuji was slightly angry when he returned. However, the 3 top sects of Dongxian Heaven had too many implications. Even though they knew it was the Divine Sword sect who did it, they could not say anything. If they stood up for Fang Chen, it would definitely trigger a war between the 2 sects. At that time, the people of Dongxian Heaven would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering, and the Tianqing clan would be secretly waiting for an opportunity to revive. This was something Jian Wuji did not want to see, so he could only let out a long sigh. From that day onwards, he had been sitting cross-legged on the towering stone pillar, and his divine consciousness enveloped the entire Wuji sword sect at all times. As long as someone approached the Wuji sword mountain or snuck into the sword sect, he would discover them. However, in the next few months, Dongxian Heaven was unusually peaceful. Divine Sword Sect. After 3 months, the Divine Sword Sect welcomed a mysterious guest. "Divine Sword Sect Master, how have you been?" A martialist whose entire body was shrouded in black light said with a grin as he sat on a wooden armchair. "It's you." When the Divine Sword Sect Master saw this, his aura suddenly fluctuated, and saber chi surrounded him as he prepared to attack. "Divine Sword Sect Master, I haven't seen you for so many years, but your temper is still as bad as ever," the black-robed martial artist said with a smile. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" The Divine Sword Sect Master said coldly. "I'm not here to fight with you today," the black-robed martial artist said. "I heard that an earthly expansion realm elder of your sect was killed by the Wuji sword sect, so I'm here to inform you of some information." Love go little say, Chu, the Divine Sword Sect Master put away his saber and stared at the black-robed martial artist. "Jian Wuji's disciple, Fang Shi, is also the daughter of your target, Fang Chen. She's currently training in Southern Profound Heaven," the black-robed martial artist said softly. "Do you think I'll let you go just like that?" the Divine Sword Sect Master said. The black-robed cultivator stood up and carefully sized up the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect. "After a long time," he said, "I thought that the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect would be a man of great spirit." After he finished speaking, the black-robed martial artist. "Wait." The Divine Sword Sect Master spoke. When the black-robed martial artist heard this, a smile appeared on his face. "Hasn't your Divine Blade sect always wanted to dominate Dongxian Heaven? My Tianqing's remnant clan can help you. As long as you are willing, we will spare no effort to help you realize this wish," said the black-robed martial artist. "Do you know why the Tianqing clan launched the Great War last time?" the black-robed martial artist asked. The Divine Sword Sect Master was silent. Back then, the Tianqing clan harmed the human race and killed cultivators wantonly. In the end, they incurred the wrath of the heavens. All the powerhouses of Void Star Heaven joined forces to encircle and annihilate them. Now, the Tianqing clan had made a comeback. Actually, the real goal of the Tianqing clan is not to occupy Void Star Heaven, the black-robed martial artist said. It's for a treasure hidden in Eastern Profound Heaven. The black-robed martial artist shrugged when he saw that the Divine Sword Sect Master was still silent. He knew that the Divine Sword Sect Master did not believe in his sincerity. Anyone in the world would find it difficult to resist temptation. There were no absolute enemies, only absolute benefits. As long as the Divine Sword Sect Master was given absolute benefits, he would definitely be tempted. My current position in the Tianqing clan is the Black Demon Sect Master, the black-robed martial artist said. Hearing this, a hint of shock appeared in the eyes of the sect master of the Divine Saber sect. He did not expect the latter to be the Black Demon Sect Master of the Tianqing clan. There were two great sect masters in the Tianqing clan, the Red Demon Sect Master and the Black Demon Sect Master. These two positions were second only to the clan leader. Their status was very high. The Red Demon Sect Master had a mission and entered the Demon City. The Black Demon Sect Master was responsible for instigating other forces and perfecting the plan. My words can completely represent the will of the Tianqing clan, the Black Demon Sect Master said. Is there anything else you want to ask? You're not here to occupy Void Star Heaven? Obviously, the Divine Sword Sect Master did not believe this sentence. Do you know why Void Star Heaven is divided into 4 heavens? The Black Demon Sect Master asked. Of course I know this. The Divine Sword Sect Master said, a long time ago, an amazing powerhouse appeared in Void Star Heaven. In a short 3 years, he fought in all directions and suppressed the dark turmoil in Void Star Heaven. He was called Great Emperor Void Mystic. After his fall, the descendants specially divided Void Star Heaven into the East, West, North, and South Mystic Heavens to commemorate his great achievements. The Black Demon Sect Master nodded. You're right, but you've neglected the most important point. The Black Demon Sect Master said, after Great Emperor Void Mystic fell, his body was torn apart and completely integrated into every corner of Void Star Heaven. And his most important part, the legendary Profound Sky Cone Nail where his inheritance is located, happened to be in Eastern Mystic Heaven. What? Hearing the Black Demon Sect Master's words, the Divine Sword Sect Master's heart was also incomparably shocked. The Profound Sky Cone Nail was Great Emperor Void Mystic's weapon. It had a great reputation back then. The goal of the Tianqing clan is the Profound Sky Cone Nail. The Black Demon Sect Master said, if you cooperate with us, the entire Eastern Mystic Heaven will belong to your Divine Sword Sect in the future. After the Tianqing clan obtains the Profound Sky Cone Nail, we will immediately leave Void Star Heaven. The Divine Sword Sect Master looked at the Black Demon Sect Master in confusion. The latter said, because our Tianqing clan is just a branch of a huge aristocratic family. Our ancestors violated a taboo and were expelled from the huge aristocratic family. The only wish of countless younger generations is to return to the aristocratic family again. And Great Emperor Void Mystic's Profound Sky Cone Nail is our only hope. Alright, I've already said this much. As for how you choose, it's up to you. After saying that, the Black Demon Sect Master waved his hand and threw a token to the Divine Sword Sect Master. Then, he said, if you choose to cooperate with us, contact me through this. Of course, we're not afraid of your rejection because you're not the only sect in Eastern Mystic Heaven. Looking at the Black Demon Sect Master's departing figure, the Divine Sword Sect Master fell into deep thought. Half a month later, a few Earth-splitting realm elders quietly left Eastern Mystic Heaven and headed to Southern Mystic Heaven. The Divine Sword Sect Master was a tall tree that attracted the wind. As long as he left Eastern Mystic Heaven, there would definitely be countless gazes on him. If an ultimate Sage Realm Elder appeared in Southern Mystic Heaven rashly, it would inevitably attract attention. Therefore, an Earth-splitting Realm Elder was the best choice. After thinking for half a month, the Divine Sword Sect Master still did not make a choice. He decided not to think about this for now. He would first capture Fang Chen's daughter, Fang Shi, and force Fang Chen to hand over Fang Chen. When the time came, he could bring Fang Chen to the Qiu clan's branch to offer a humble apology. Perhaps he could salvage their cooperation. Without the support of the Qiu clan, how could the Divine Sword Sect compete with the Limitless Sword Sect that had a stronger foundation? Southern Mystic Heaven was covered in ice and snow all year round. It was very cold. Weak martial artists would have their primordial spirits frozen if they were careless. At this moment, on a certain snow plain in Southern Mystic Heaven, Fang Shi, who was disguised as a man, was fighting against a few Unity Realm martial artists with absolute strength. Just a mere Unity Realm. Fang Shi sneered. She released the myriad fusion body, and a terrifying aura filled the few Unity Realm martial artists. Gotcha. In just a moment, these few middle-stage Unity Realm martial artists were killed by him. My myriad fusion body has improved again. The corners of Fang Shi's mouth curled into a smile. It had been a long time since she left the Limitless Sword Sect. She had almost explored the entire Void Star Heaven. During this period, she met many famous unparalleled experts. After killing countless, she finally broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the Unity Realm. Although the current her was at the early stage Unity Realm, she could easily kill a middle stage Unity Realm martial artist with the myriad fusion body. I wonder how Father is now. Thinking of her father, Fang Shi's heart was filled with worship. Father was her idol and the goal she pursued. Someone else is coming? Just as she was thinking, Fang Shi suddenly sensed someone approaching. But soon, her pretty face was filled with gloominess. God Hun Tian? After discovering that it was God Hun Tian, Fang Shi did not hesitate and immediately turned to flee. At the same time, she crushed the jade talisman that her master Jian Wuji had given her. Want to leave? The few pioneer realm elders of the Divine Sword Sect sneered and attacked together. Chapter 2284. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Go/Small? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Limitless Sword Sect, Sky-Reaching Stone Pillar. Sword Qi revolved in the air. Jian Wuji was like an old monk sitting still, unafraid of the wind and rain. He sat quietly on the stone pillar. Occasionally, he would open his eyes and look down. Once he felt something, he would continue comprehending the martial Tao. Reaching his realm, it was very difficult for him to take another step forward. In their eyes, the absolute saint realm was just like an ant. This brat Fang Chen seems to have been stimulated by the Qiu clan disciples. He has been in closed-door cultivation for the past few months. Jian Wuji grinned. To be able to kill a heaven-opening realm warrior at the Unity Realm, such an impressive potential can be ranked in the top in the history of the Limitless Sword Sect. As long as his god spring circulates perfectly, stepping into the heaven-opening realm is too easy. Even though Fang Chen was still a cosmos god, and not even a chaotic sky god, Jian Wuji had a very good eye for him. However, with Jian Wuji's unique insight, he thought highly of Fang Chen. He even believed that Fang Chen's potential was among the best in the entire primal chaos void. Amen? As he was pondering, Jian Wuji was suddenly startled. His expression immediately turned gloomy. Despicable. Jian Wuji coldly cursed. The Saber God Sect Master actually did such a despicable thing. After saying that, Jian Wuji suddenly stood up. He tore through the void and headed towards the Saber God Sect. Limitless Sword Sect, Inner Sect Courtyard. Fang Chen's body was filled with extremely dense Azura Sword Qi. In his mind, all sorts of information about the Azura Sword Tao were constantly evolving. Ever since he started learning the Azura Sword Tao, Fang Chun felt that his comprehension of the Azura Sword Tao was getting deeper and deeper. Even though there was still a huge gap between him and Paragon Demon Sword, it was enough for him to be proud. 1. Suddenly, resplendent sword lights exploded around Fang Chun. Countless sword lights revolved around him, forming a cylindrical sword net. Hoo hoo hoo! The cold wind blew continuously on his face. So it is like this? Excited laughter came out of his mouth. After comprehending the Tao for a few months, he finally broke through that barrier. Boom! The sword chi in his body vibrated as he clenched his fist. Instantly, countless Azura sword chi gathered in his hand. Then, he suddenly swung his sword. The dense sword chi condensed into a black sword light in the void and bombarded the ground. Dong! Dust flew everywhere and the ground cracked. Fang Chen's face was filled with an excited smile. Small success. The Azura Sword Tao was broad and profound. It was even more powerful than the demon-killing Sword Tao. In the primal chaos void, it was ranked among the top. It was divided into elementary, small success, large success, and perfection. Although it was only a small success, it was enough to make Fang Chun excited. 1. Just as Fang Chun was rejoicing, the void suddenly tore apart and a token appeared. Fang Chun was a little stunned. This token had ignored the obstruction of the myriad sword domain and appeared in Fang Chen's hand. Fang Chen was shocked. When the token landed in his hand, all the Azura sword chi in his body suddenly boiled and seemed to be very active. Then, a voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Little guy, when you see this token, it proves that you have cultivated the Azura Sword Tao to the small success stage. This was the voice of the old man riding on the big black dog. He left it for me? Fang Chen was puzzled. The voice in the token continued, I don't know how long it took you to cultivate the Azura Sword Tao to the small success stage. In short, with your current understanding of the Azura Sword Tao, you are qualified to impress me. Then, the old man's voice was filled with a trace of loneliness. The Azura Sword Tao was created by my best friend, the demon sword Venerable. He left it to me, and I hope to find a suitable successor for him. Since you have cultivated the Azura Sword Tao to the small success stage, you have the preliminary qualifications. However, as for whether you are truly qualified, it still needs to be tested. Of course, let's not talk about this first. When we first met, you gave me the 9-star stone, so we can be considered to be fated. I also find you very pleasing to the eye, so I deliberately hid this token in this world. When you cultivate the Azura Sword Tao to the small success stage, you will be able to trigger the mechanism, and it will naturally appear. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little stunned. It was easy to hide the token in the void, but it was difficult to be able to resonate with the Azura Sword Chi in his body. However, when he thought about how the old man was an expert of the same level as the demon sword Venerable, it made sense. This token is a gift from me to you. It contains a little of my understanding of the Sword Tao. Although I am not proficient in the Sword Tao, I have cultivated for countless years and can use my Tao to peek at a part of the essence of the Azura Sword Tao. The old man continued, Of course, the biggest function of this token is to give you a life. What? Fang Chen was stunned on the spot. Grant him a life? What did that mean? But soon, the old man explained. This token was personally refined by me. When you are in a life and death situation, inject the Azura Sword Chi into it and your strength will be improved for a short time. However, because I casually refined it, its attack power is not too strong. At most, it can make your strength reach the pinnacle of the pure sky god, and it can only last for 3 minutes. After listening to the old man's explanation, Fang Chen was completely dumbfounded. There was such a heaven-defying treasure in the world? The pinnacle of the pure sky god, which meant that it could sweep away a saint stage expert. As long as it was not an expert of the same level as Jian Wuji, he could trample on his opponent at will. Moreover, it could last for 3 minutes. It was simply awesome. A battle between experts was only a matter of minutes and seconds. 3 minutes was long enough for Fang Chen. Carefully putting the token into the Summer ring, Fang Chen was extremely excited. "You've really given me a new life," Fang Chen said with a smile. Imagine, when facing a certain death situation, suddenly erupting with the power to sweep away the pure sky god. It could easily turn the tide of the battle. This was his trump card. Unless it was a last resort, he would never use it. "Senior, thank you for your great kindness." Fang Chen cupped his fists towards the void. He did not expect the old man to leave him such a great gift before leaving. However, Fang Chen did not know that the old man had left it behind after watching his performance in the Dongxian Grand Meet. At night, Jian Wuji returned to the Wuji sword sect with a gloomy face. He summoned Fang Chen and the sword master. The two of them were very puzzled when they saw Jian Wuji's expression. "Sect master, what's wrong?" the sword master asked. Jian Wuji raised his head and glanced at Fang Chen with a complicated gaze. "I have bad news to tell you." Fang Chen looked at Jian Wuji in surprise. Could it be that the Qiu family was pressuring the Wuji sword sect? "My disciple, your daughter, has been taken away by the sect master of the Divine Saber sect," Jian Wuji said. "What?" In an instant, Fang Chen's eyes turned scarlet as he fell into a state of madness. His daughter and wife were all he had. How could this be? Fang Chen roared hysterically. "I left a mark on him. That old man, the sect leader of the Divine Saber sect, used the Divine Saber sect's heirloom treasure to cut off the connection between the mark and me. This is my mistake," Jian Wuji apologized. "The Divine Saber sect used Fang Shi to threaten you?" the sword master asked in a low voice. Jian Wuji nodded and said, "They used Fang Shi to threaten me. They wanted me to hand over Fang Chen or they would kill Fang Shi." Jian Wuji had already gone to the Divine Saber sect to negotiate with the sect master of the Divine Saber sect. The latter would not let him go at all. This put Jian Wuji in a dilemma. Sword qi surged around Fang Chen's body. The killing intent in his heart was unprecedentedly strong. "Fang Chen, don't be rash. I can understand how you feel. Shi is my disciple. I'm also very anxious," Jian Wuji said. "The sect master of the Divine Saber sect wants to deal with you. Therefore, Fang Shi should be fine for now." "That's my daughter. I won't allow anyone to hurt her," Fang Chen shouted crazily. The killing intent on his body was not concealed at all. Sensing the aura fluctuations on Fang Chen's body, Jian Wuji hurriedly pressed his palm on Fang Chen's shoulder to calm him down. "It's useless to be angry. If you force it, you will only hurt Shi," Jian Wuji said. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Fang Chen looked straight at Jian Wuji and said, "Since the Divine Saber sect's target is me, then hand me over." Chapter 2285. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. At this moment, the anger in Fang Chen's heart had reached its peak. He was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. If he wasn't restraining himself, he would have already rushed into the Divine Sword sect and started a massacre. "Since the Divine Sword sect's target is me, then hand me over." Fang Chen tried hard to calm the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice. Fang Chen was a rare sword genius that only appeared once in 100 million years. He was also the hope of the Wuji sword sect's rise. He really didn't want to give Fang Chen away. Once he did, Fang Chen would definitely fall in the hands of the Divine Sword sect's sect master. This was something that he didn't want to see. He was struggling internally. On one hand, he was the disciple who would inherit his legacy. On the other hand, he was the future hope of the Wuji sword sect. He really didn't know how to choose. He even had the thought of contacting the Galaxy Great Ancestor. However, after thinking about it, he rejected this idea. Unless it was absolutely necessary, He couldn't contact the Galaxy Great Ancestor. The Divine Sword Sect Master must have thought of this as well. Once he contacted the Galaxy Great Ancestor and was discovered, Fang Shi would be in danger. He couldn't take the risk. He had to calm down. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. Blood was spurting out. He couldn't wait to kill the Divine Sword Sect. Looking at the token lying in the Summer Ring, Fang Chen's gaze fell on Jian Wuji. Sect Master, I have an idea, but I need your cooperation, Fang Chen said. Oh? What is it? As long as you can save Shi'er, anything is fine, Jian Wuji said hurriedly. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, Sect Master, hand me over to the Divine Sword Sect. Hearing this, Jian Wuji shook his head and interrupted Fang Chen. No. Sect leader, please listen to what I have to say. I'm not acting blindly, I'm acting based on the confidence in my heart, Fang Chen said. When I said that I want sect leader to hand me over to the Divine Sword Sect, I'm not really handing myself over. Instead, after exchanging for Fang Shi's safety, we will launch a fierce attack on the Divine Blade Sect. It's just that the Lord of the Sword God Sect is too powerful. He's at the same level as you. I'm not sure if you can block his attack for me. Of course, there's no need to fight to the death. You just have to stop him, Fang Chen said. This won't work. Once you fall into the hands of the sect master of the Sword God, he'll control you immediately. It'll be too difficult for us to rescue you. Jian Wuji shook his head. Sect master Fang Chen knew that Jian Wuji had misunderstood his meaning. He needed to explain it clearly. I have a supreme treasure on me. After activating it, my cultivation base can reach the pinnacle of the Absolute Saint stage for a short period of time. As long as you can stop the sect master of the Divine Saber Sect for me, I will activate the ultimate treasure and wipe out the Divine Saber Sect's Hun Tianshan. Although he sounded calm, his words were filled with a strong killing intent. The token that the old man riding the big black dog had given him was extremely precious. However, his daughter's life was even more precious. Since they had set their sights on his daughter, they should be prepared to die. Is that true? As soon as he said that, Jian Wuji and Swordmaster turned pale with fright. They looked at Fang Chen in shock. They wanted to know what kind of treasure could have such power. Fang Chen nodded heavily and said, Shi'er's life is still in the hands of the sect master of the Divine Saber Sect. How could I make such a joke? What kind of treasure is it? Swordmaster's eyes were burning as he asked anxiously. They could feel that Fang Chen wasn't lying, but they really couldn't imagine what kind of treasure could have such power. Even Jian Wuji couldn't make a Unity Realm warrior have the combat power to wipe out the Divine Saber Sect's Hun Tianshan. Therefore, he was also shocked. Fang Chen fell into silence. He didn't say anything. This was related to his secret, so he didn't want to say more. Fang Chen, although we know that it's inappropriate to ask you this matter is very important. If there's any mistake, the Limitless Sword Sect will fall into a state of eternal damnation. I hope you can understand, Jian Wuji said. Fang Chen nodded. He could understand. Sect Master, please believe me. I won't joke around with my daughter's life. Jian Wuji's pitch-black eyes stared straight at Fang Chen. After a long time, he nodded slowly and finally made this decision. I believe you. Jian Wuji sighed and said, It seems that I'm still old. I don't have the drive of my youth. I've hesitated for so long before making such a decision. Sect Master, you're just thinking for the sect, Swordmaster said. Many thanks for Sect Master's trust. I believe that after this matter is over, the Divine Saber Sect will be completely damaged. By then, it will no longer have the ability to compete with the Limitless Sword Sect, Fang Chen said. In just a few words, Jian Wuji's courage was reflected. He chose to believe in Fang Chen, which made the latter feel very gratified. Then, the three of them began to discuss countermeasures. This matter was too important, and they couldn't be careless in the slightest. Divine Saber Sect, above the square. A bronze throne floated in the void. There was a picture of a saber on it, and its aura was shocking. On the throne, the divine saber sect master sat quietly. His gaze was fixed on the cross in the square. A young girl was tied up by a rope, and the power in her body was completely sealed. Sect master, do you think that old thing Jian Wuji will give in? An absolute saint stage elder asked. The divine saber sect master said, it doesn't matter whether he gives in or not. He paused for a moment and continued, I've already investigated. With Fang Chen's love for his daughter, he will definitely come to our divine saber sect to rescue her at all costs. As long as he dares to come, he will die without a doubt. Thinking of this, a figure flashed across the divine saber sect master's mind. The Black Demon sect master, who provided him with information about Fang Shi, was indeed a member of the Tianqin clan. This kind of information-gathering method was amazing. This matter has completely offended the Limitless Sword sect. The Divine Saber sect master thought to himself, my Divine Saber sect is backed by the Qiu clan, but we still can't dominate Dongxian heaven. The root of all this was that the Qiu clan looked down on the Divine Saber sect. Without the support of the Qiu clan, the Divine Saber sect could only barely fight against the Limitless Sword sect. At some point, the Divine Saber sect master's heart was burning. His ambition was slowly exposed. From the beginning to the end, the Divine Saber sect master had hidden a huge ambition deep in his heart. Ever since he came into contact with the Black Demon sect master, his restless heart became active again. I'd rather go down in history with infamy than live an ordinary life. The Divine Saber sect master thought to himself. Going down in history with infamy would at least be remembered by future generations. Once he unified Dongxian heaven, as time passed, people would only remember the winner and forget the loser. Despicable man, my master and father will not let you go. Fang Shi, who was tied up by the rope, said fiercely with a cold expression on her face. With the Divine Saber sect master's means, Fang Shi would become a cripple after sealing her power. She would not be able to escape under his watch. However, he still tied Fang Shi up with a secular rope. This was a humiliation, a naked humiliation. The Divine Saber sect master was not angry at Fang Shi's words. Instead, he laughed loudly. Your father is about to die and your master will be suppressed by me. One day, I will reign supreme and my name will shake Dongxian, said the Divine Saber sect master. Someone like you wants to dominate Dongxian heaven? Dream on. Such a day will never come, said Fang Shi disdainfully. The Divine Saber sect master shook his head and looked at Fang Shi as if he was looking at an idiot. The winner takes all. The people of the secular world will never ask what means you used to dominate. They will only remember your most glorious footprints. You don't understand the thoughts of those in power, so you are destined to be cannon fodder. But, hearing these words, Fang Shi felt disgusted. An expert of the same level as Jian Wuji, one of the few pinnacle experts in Dongxian heaven, had actually done such a despicable thing. If news of this spread, he would be laughed at by outsiders. You want to use this method to deal with my father? Fang Shi looked at the Divine Saber sect master hatefully. You will fail. When the time comes, your Divine Saber sect will be reduced to nothingness. Why should I care about what the people of the secular world think of me? When I am strong enough to trample Dongxian, who will dare disrespect me? The Divine Saber sect master muttered. Then, he took out his communication jade pendant and sent a voice transmission to the Black Demon sect master. Chapter 2286. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with exciting novels to read. The Black Demon sect master seemed to know that the sect master of the Divine Blade sect would definitely contact him. He was not surprised by the message at all, as if he had been waiting for it for a long time. What do you think? The Black Demon sect master asked first. Since they wanted to cooperate, they had to show enough sincerity. If it was in the past, The Tianqing remnant clan would have been so ambitious that they would not have taken the Divine Blade sect seriously, let alone cooperate with them. However, after they came back and hit a wall, they suddenly woke up. The current Void Star Sky was no longer the Void Star Sky of the past. It had changed a lot. In the end, after weighing the pros and cons, they decided to cooperate with the Divine Blade sect. The Divine Blade sect master was silent for a moment, then said in a hoarse voice, "I agree to cooperate with you, but you have to promise that the other two sect must be completely destroyed." In fact, the Divine Blade sect master was also borrowing the hands of the Tianqing clan to destroy the other two sects. There were a total of 3 sects in the Dongxian Sky territory. If the other two sects were destroyed, the Divine Blade sect master would naturally be able to unify Dongxian Sky. "Don't worry, I will not let you down," the Black Demon sect master said solemnly. Then, he had a detailed conversation with the Divine Blade sect master for a while. After ending the communication, the Divine Blade sect master's eyes revealed a scorching smile. It seemed that his wish of many years was about to be fulfilled. Dominating Dongxian Sky was no longer a dream, but a reality. Let's start with the Wuji Sword sect. The Divine Blade sect master's finger gently tapped on the bronze throne, making a crisp sound as he thought to himself. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and the sky was clear. A gust of wind blew past, and the Divine Blade sect master's pitch-black eyes looked into the distance. "Love go little say, Chu-He frowned slightly, seemingly a little displeased. Could it be that Fang Chen is really going to leave him in the lurch? The Divine Blade sect master thought to himself. They had announced the news of Fang Shi's punishment, and the Wuji Sword sect must have received the news. It was already noon, and they still hadn't appeared? I want to see what kind of tricks you can play. The sect master of the Divine Blade sect was not afraid of the Wuji Sword sect at all, since he was working with the Tianqing remnant tribe. Even if that old man Jian Wuji led the entire Wuji Sword sect to attack him, he could easily deal with it. If you don't come, then don't blame me for being rude. The sect leader of the Divine Blade sect said coldly. His words were filled with icy, killing intent. On the square below, Fang Shi, who was tied up with ropes, had a grave expression on her pretty face. She was very worried that her father would act impulsively. She knew her father too well. If he knew her situation, he would definitely save her at all costs. "Father, please don't come. They've set a trap for you." Fang Shi was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, another few hours had passed. At this moment, the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect was clearly displeased. His target this time was Fang Chen. If the latter did not come, it would undoubtedly mean that his plan had failed. Damn it! The sect leader of the Divine Blade sect clenched his fists and cursed. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head. His pitch-black eyes stared intently into the distance. In the distant horizon, there was a subtle spatial fluctuation. The other cultivators in the Divine Blade sect did not notice it. Only the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect relaxed his brows. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Is he finally here? There was a hint of mockery in his eyes as he looked into the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the energy fluctuation became stronger and stronger. In the end, it directly alarmed the entire Divine Blade sect. Many elders were on guard, afraid that Jian Wuji would go crazy and start a massacre, destroying the Divine Blade sect. Whoosh! Suddenly, the void was torn apart. 3 figures walked out from the void. "I thought you guys wouldn't dare to come." The sect leader of the Divine Blade sect looked at Jian Wuji with a grin. Fang Chen looked directly at the square below. When he saw his daughter tied up with ropes, the anger in his heart reached its peak. Fang Chen shouted loudly. "Father, leave quickly. Don't worry about me." Tears welled up in Fang Shi's eyes. She did not want her father to be in danger because of her. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said word by word, "I will definitely save you." After saying that, Fang Chen's scarlet eyes stared intently at the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect. The dignified sect leader of the Divine Blade sect actually did such a despicable thing. "Do you still have the face to sit here?" Fang Chen berated loudly. In the face of Fang Chen's berating, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect sneered and said, "Humph, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this?" After saying that, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect looked directly at Jian Wuji and said, "What? Have you made your decision?" Jian Wuji frowned and said angrily in his heart, "Old monster Dao, aren't you going overboard by doing this? Shi Er's power has already been sealed by you. Why are you still tying her up with ropes?" This was a humiliation, a blatant humiliation. "She is my prisoner. I can do whatever I want," the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect said. He now had the upper hand and was not afraid of Jian Wuji and the others at all. "She is my daughter. I will never let her suffer any grievances." Fang Chen was roaring in his heart. When he saw Fang Shi being tied up, he wanted to turn the world upside down. However, his rationality told him that he could not make a move for the time being. "Your target is me. Now that I'm here for you, shouldn't you let my daughter go?" Fang Chen took a step forward and stood in front of the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect. The sect leader of the Divine Blade sect carefully sized up Fang Chen. He faintly admired Fang Chen's courage. How good would it be if he was a disciple of the Divine Blade sect? Unfortunately, he was not. After sighing slightly, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect stood up. With a wave of his hand, the ropes that tied Fang Shi up immediately broke. At the same time, Fang Shi's body was suspended in midair. A ray of light entered his body. Whoosh! In an instant, the energy in Fang Shi's body was restored. At this time, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect placed his hand on Fang Chen's shoulder and immediately suppressed the energy in his body. "Sect leader." Fang Chen looked at Jian Wuji. The latter nodded and carefully checked Fang Shi's body. There was nothing serious. Seeing Jian Wuji nod, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. "Father!" Fang Shi's face was covered in tears. If not for the sword master holding her back, she would have rushed to her father's side. "Shi, don't worry. Father will be fine." Fang Chen comforted her. "Humph, do you think you can still live after offending the Qiu family?" Hearing this, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect sneered. "Old monster Jian, you have the person too? Why aren't you leaving?" It was not the time to start a war with the Wuji sword sect yet. Therefore, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect directly ordered them to leave. Fang Chen was already under his control. As for Fang Shi and the others, he did not care at all. "Old monster Jian, have you ever thought that your actions will cause the Divine Blade sect to suffer heavy losses?" After seeing that Fang Shi was safe and sound, Jian Wuji revealed a cold smile on his face, and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect frowned and stared at Jian Wuji. "Old monster Jian, don't test my patience. Fang Chen is a disciple of the Wuji sword sect." Jian Wuji's words made his attitude clear. The sword master, who was at the side, shook his aura and was ready to fight. "What? You want to snatch him by force?" Seeing this, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect laughed out loud, as if he had seen the funniest joke in the world. He exerted force in his palm and lifted Fang Chen up. "The most outstanding disciple of the Wuji sword sect is in my hands. What can you do?" "Humph, reincarnation. A person like you is not worthy of practicing martial arts," Fang Chen said coldly. Slap. The sect leader of the Divine Blade sect slapped Fang Chen hard and sent him flying. Blood splattered everywhere. Soon, the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect caught Fang Chen again. Seeing the latter's sorry state, he said disdainfully, "You can't even control your own life. What right do you have to talk about me?" Fang Chen's dark eyes stared at the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect. In order to deal with me, you didn't hesitate to kidnap my daughter. This is the so-called sect leader of the Divine Blade sect. Before I came to the Divine Blade sect, I said that no matter who it is, if they dare to touch my daughter, I will not let them rest in peace. Let them rest in peace. The sect leader of the Divine Blade sect sneered. I think you'd better think about how to die in peace. Fang Chen turned his head and exchanged glances with Jian Wuji. Boom! Violent sword qi rushed out of Jian Wuji's body and wreaked havoc in the world. Chapter 2287. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with exciting novels to read. To the sect master, Fang Chen was a joke. If it wasn't for the Wuji sword sect's protection, he would have died countless times. His life was in someone else's hands, yet he dared to say that he would stir up trouble in the sect. But now, seeing the sword aura surrounding Jian Wuji, the sect master's face darkened completely. Was he preparing to start a war between the sects? All this while, I, Jian Wuji, have been wary of the war between the sects, so I didn't want to argue with you. But now you're bullying me. Although Fang Chen isn't my disciple, he's the most outstanding disciple of the Wuji sword sect. If you dare to touch him, the consequences aren't something the sect master can bear, Jian Wuji said coldly. Ever since he became the sect master of the Wuji sword sect, he had been under a lot of pressure. He had to be cautious in everything he did and consider the interests of the Wuji sword sect. This time, he would let Jian Wuji do as he pleased. No matter what, he couldn't let the sect master take Fang Chen away. Hearing Jian Wuji's words, the sect master laughed. Jian Wuji, are you sure you want to force me to make a move? As the sect master spoke, he lifted Fang Chen in his hand and threatened Jian Wuji. Boom! However, at this moment, the holy spring in Fang Chen's body vibrated and a violent power surged out instantly. While the sect master wasn't paying attention, he broke free from his grip and quickly retreated. You're courting death. Seeing this, the sect master reached out his hand and covered Fang Chen. However, at this moment, an incredible sword gleam instantly pierced through the void and shot toward the sect master of the sword god's hand. Boom! The deafening sound of metal colliding was heard and the sect master was forced to retreat. However, he stomped his foot and charged toward Fang Chen again. Boom! An extremely violent sword qi soared into the sky. Jian Wuji unleashed his strongest power. With a long sword in hand, he fought with the sect master of the Saber God sect. Old monster Jian, you'll regret this. The sect master of the Divine Blade sect sneered and said disdainfully. Then he ordered the Absolute Saint Elders who had been prepared to capture Fang Chen. I'd like to see how you're going to save them. The sect leader sneered. However, Jian Wuji's face was as calm as an ancient well. It was as if he wasn't worried about Fang Chen at all. Below, the Absolute Saint Realm Elders of the Sword God sect all surrounded Fang Chen. Fang Shi was very worried about his father's safety, but he was protected by Sword Master. Don't worry, your father will be fine. The Sword Master's mission this time was to protect Fang Shi. Fang Chen turned his head and smiled at Shi. Then, a violent energy surged around him. With a thought, a token appeared in his palm. The Shura sword qi in his body surged madly as he prepared to activate the token. I've said it before. If anyone dares to lay a hand on my daughter, I'll definitely make them restless. Fang Chen's cold voice came out from his mouth. Stop. However, just as Fang Chen was about to activate the badge, a reprimanding voice could be heard from the distance. In the next moment, a black shadow jumped continuously and quickly arrived at the square of the Sword God sect. Qiu Longtan, the sect master of the Sword God sect, who was fighting with Jian Wuji, gasped when he saw Qiu Longtan. The Sword God sect and the Qiu family had business dealings, so the sect master of the Sword God sect was very familiar with the Qiu family's branches. He clearly knew that this inconspicuous guy in front of him had already been recognized by the elders of the headquarters and was allowed to enter the headquarters to cultivate. This meant that his future was bright. Young Master Longtan. It was a white-haired absolute Saint Realm elder. He was the vice-sect master of the Sword God sect. Qiulongtan's appearance interrupted their attack. He looked at them with a smile. He killed my brother. I'll take his head with my own hands, Qiulongtan said in a low voice. Hearing this, the vice-sect master was in a difficult position. At this moment, the sect master of the Sword God sect, who was fighting fiercely in the void, said, "Young Master Longtan, I captured this kid to give to you. Since you want to do it yourself, there's no problem." With the sect master of the Sword God sect's permission, the vice-sect master waved his hand and the other absolute Saint Realm elders retreated. This gave Qiulongtan and Fang Chen enough space. Qiulongyu is my biological brother. We relied on each other since we were young. I said that I would protect my brother forever. However, you killed him. I'll take your head with my own hands and offer it to my brother's soul in heaven, Qiulongtan said coldly. Fang Chen's face darkened. He put the token back in his hand. He could feel that Qiulongtan's strength was only in the Earth expansion realm. There was no need to activate the token. The token was only effective for 3 minutes. It was used to kill the absolute Saint Realm elders of the Sword God sect. You? Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and said in disdain. Just me. As soon as Qiulongtan finished speaking, his body flashed and he appeared in front of Fang Chen. Roar. A tiger's roar reverberated throughout the Sword God sect. It was deafening. Qiulongtan threw out a punch. However, it was blocked by Fang Chen's thousand-sword body. Then, the black aura above his head condensed into a huge tiger. It was one of the Qiu family's 3 gifted superpowers. The tiger swallows the heavens and earth. However, when Qiulongtan used it, it was extremely powerful. Roar. The black tiger opened its mouth, as if it wanted to swallow Fang Chen whole. A terrifying aura swept across the land. Didn't your brother tell you? The Qiu family's gifted superpowers are useless against me. Fang Chen said indifferently. Nothing is absolute. Do you think that all Azura Sword Dao martial artists can ignore the Qiu family's gifted superpowers? You're wrong. Qiulongtan sneered. He controlled the huge black tiger and attacked Fang Chen. Rumble. A deafening sound reverberated through the world. All the disciples in the Sword God sect were stunned. Only a few Sage Realm elders watched the battle quietly under the lead of the Vice-Sect Master. As for the battle in the sky, the battle between the Sword God Sect Master and Jian Wuji gradually slowed down. The two of them were evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. Jian Wuji, as long as I stop you, Fang Chen will definitely die, the Sword God Sect Master said. After understanding this, he no longer took the initiative to attack. As long as he stopped Jian Wuji and prevented him from rescuing Fang Chen, it would be enough. However, Jian Wuji also thought the same. Qiulongtan's cultivation has reached the earth-splitting realm. Fang Chen can't be compared to him at all, the Sword God Sect Master said. It seems that the Vice-Sect Master and the others don't have to do anything. Fang Chen will die. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, the final result was still under his control. He looked at Jian Wuji with a mocking look in his eyes. However, the latter was still not worried about Fang Chen's safety. Acting pretentious. In the square below, the black tiger carried a terrifying aura and rushed in front of Fang Chen. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Fang Chen instantly. Father! Seeing this, Fang Shi cried out in grief. He wanted to rush over without caring about his own safety, but he was stopped by the Sword Master. You have to believe in your father, the Sword Master said in a low voice. However, he was also a little nervous in his heart. My brother, I have avenged you. Seeing Fang Chen being swallowed by the black tiger, a smile appeared on Qiulongtan's cold face. He looked up at the sky and said loudly, "Boom." However, just as he finished speaking, the huge black tiger suddenly exploded and turned into nothingness. As the smoke dispersed, a figure stood quietly in the square. Seeing this, Qiulongtan's face was full of shock. He looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. If the absolute saint of your Qiu family used the tiger swallowing heaven and earth, I might not be able to block it. However, you, Qiulongtan, are too weak, Fang Chen said. Damn it! Qiulongtan clenched his fists, his heart filled with rage. He did not expect Fang Chen's Shura sword Dao to be cultivated to such a level. The Qiu family's special ability was countered by Fang Chen. Qiulongtan immediately retracted his aura and stopped using his special ability. A long sword appeared in his hand. Do you think that you can win against me, Qiulongtan? Qiulongtan said, Today, I will let you know the difference between you and an earth-splitting realm expert. Chapter 2288. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The demonic killing sword Dao was the sword Dao that Qiulongtan and the entire Qiu clan relied on to survive. The Qiu clan was able to unify the entire Masha sky because they grasped the true essence and profound mysteries of the demonic killing sword Dao. Even though all sword cultivators in Masha sky cultivated the demonic killing sword Dao, but they would never be able to come in contact with the true core inheritance. Even Qiulongtan only knew a little about it. The true demonic killing sword Dao was too profound. Since his innate sacred power was restrained, Qiulongtan chose to use his sword techniques to kill Fang Chen. The combat power of an earth-splitting realm expert could not be underestimated. It was not something a unity realm expert could compare with. Qiulongtan waved his hand. At that moment, a world-splitting sword light tore through the void and pierced towards Fang Chen. So powerful! Fang Chen could not help but sigh. As he retreated, he executed the Azura sword Dao. The Azura sword Dao restrained the demonic killing sword Dao. Dong! The two great sword lights clashed together. Fang Chen's Azura sword light shattered instantly. As for Qiulongtan's demonic killing sword light, it remained firm. From this point, one could see that Qiulongtan, who was at the earth-splitting realm, completely suppressed Fang Chen in terms of strength. Myriad sword domain. Seeing the demonic killing sword light about to pierce his body, Fang Chen activated his myriad sword domain. Instantly, the demonic killing sword light seemed to have fallen into a quagmire. Its speed sharply decreased. At this moment, Fang Chen had sufficient time to adjust his state. Purring! He clenched his fists and punched out several times consecutively. They clashed against the demonic killing sword light, forcibly shattering it. Seeing this, Qiulongtan narrowed his eyes, saying, If you are only capable of this, then let's end it here. In the next moment, Qiulongtan executed a sharp and tyrannical sword light. The entire sky was filled with bloody sword light. He took a step forward, closing in on Fang Chen and engaging in an intense battle with the latter. The strength of an earth-splitting realm expert was too strong. Fang Chen could not resist. Nevertheless, being able to achieve this with his unity realm cultivation had already left many dumbfounded. Even the absolute saint elders of the divine sword sect sighed. It was a pity that Lin Fan was their enemy. Otherwise, they would have taken him in as their disciple. Boom! After a fierce battle, Fang Chen's body flew out like a cannonball. Qiulongtan looked down at the somewhat embarrassed Fang Chen and sneered, What other tricks do you have now? When he thought about how his younger brother had been killed by this kid, his heart was filled with rage. He would not let Fang Chen die so easily. Instead, he would use the cruelest methods to torture him. He would let him experience the most painful torture in the world and make him lose his senses in pain. This was the only way to resolve the hatred in his heart. Pucci! As he spoke, Qiulongtan waved his hand and a sword light shot out. Caught off guard, Fang Chen's arm was pierced by the sword light. Immediately, a bloody hole appeared and blood gushed out. Fang Chen's arm was crippled and hung down. His forehead was filled with sweat and his face was extremely gloomy. He raised his head with difficulty. His pitch-black eyes were filled with stubbornness and fearlessness. The strength of an earth-opening realm martial artist is too strong. Fang Chen thought to himself. He had underestimated Qiulongtan's strength. It would be impossible for him to fight the enemy with his current cultivation. As Fang Chen glanced at his arm that was hanging down, his thoughts stirred. The spirit spring milk in his spatial ring drilled into his body drop by drop. Under his control, it quickly came to the bloody hole. The medicinal effect spread and repaired the bloody hole. Soon, the bleeding stopped. Fang Chen's arm moved slightly and he could feel it again. In the void, Qiulongtan's expression changed when he saw this scene. His demonic killing sword light had pierced Fang Chen's arm and left a hidden force in the wound. Not only was the latter's arm crippled, but his entire body also felt like it was being bitten by insects. It was excruciating. But now, his arm had recovered in the blink of an eye. After a slight cry, Qiulongtan's face was filled with anger. He said, "Humph, do you think you can block my attack like this?" Fang Chen shook his head and looked at Qiulongtan. He said, "I used my Unity Realm cultivation to block your attack. You still have the face to say this? The process is not important. People often look at the result," Qiulongtan said. He took a step forward and walked towards Fang Chen. "The result? Soon, the result will be completely different from what you imagined," Fang Chen said. "At this point, is there any use in trying to win with words?" Qiulongtan sneered. He held his sword and slashed it out. However, at this moment, a deafening sound came from Fang Chen's body. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. A violent aura instantly filled the air. Fang Chen's body was wrapped in the violent origin power of the world. Qiulongtan's sword light was also blocked. "This is the absolute saint elder of the sword god sect," stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. He was about to break through at this time? Swordmaster's face revealed a trace of joy. Could this be Fang Chen's trump card? In the sky, the sword god sect leader, who was fighting with Jian Wuji, said disdainfully, "So what if he broke through to the heaven-opening realm? In the end, he can't change the outcome." In the square, Qiulongtan stared at Fang Chen. When a cosmos god broke through to the pure sky god realm, the warrior was protected by the natural laws of the world. If he attacked blindly, he would suffer a backlash. So what if he broke through? Qiulongtan was full of confidence. He thought that even if Fang Chen broke through, he would not be his opponent. At this moment, all the spirit spring milk in Fang Chen's body was absorbed. Long. Originally, Fang Chen had accumulated enough. He just lacked an opportunity. Now the opportunity had come. In the battle with Qiulongtan, he had completely stabilized his foundation. He knew that now was the time for him to break through. More than 200 drops of spirit spring milk were absorbed by the god spring. After absorbing the spirit spring milk, the god spring crazily expanded. The violent spring water was constantly surging. The laws of the world enveloped Fang Chen's body, baptizing it. His comprehension of the martial Tao was also rapidly rising. This situation lasted for about a minute before it ended. Dong. When the sky became clear again, Fang Chen felt his body was full of energy. He looked inwardly at his god spring and discovered that it had expanded to a boundless extent. It formed a space of its own? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Although he already knew that heaven-opening realm warriors could form a space with their god spring, personally experiencing it still felt inconceivable. This is the heaven-opening realm? Pure sky gods and cosmos gods were not on the same level. This breakthrough had achieved a qualitative leap. Fang Chen felt that his strength was unprecedentedly strong. Because he had just broken through, the space formed by the god spring was not too stable. But all this was not important. Letting out a mouthful of turbid air, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. Slightly controlling the power in his body, he raised his head to look at Qiu Longtan. What about now? Fang Chen asked. Just the heaven-opening realm. You are still not my opponent. Qiu Longtan waved his hand, and rays of demonic killing sword light instantly shot out, piercing towards Fang Chen. Indeed, it's different. Fang Chen only slightly used the power in his body, and he felt that it was very powerful. Gotcha. It easily blocked the demonic killing sword light and then shattered it. When I was in the Unity realm, I could fight with you. Now that I have stepped into the heaven-opening realm, you are only SOSO. Fang Chen sneered, his words filled with invincible confidence. I don't believe it. Seeing this, Qiu Longtan roared crazily, his eyes scarlet. He pushed the demonic killing sword Dao to the extreme, continuously displaying the superb sword Dao divine technique. His whole person seemed to have merged with the demonic killing sword light, fiercely fighting with Fang Chen. Hong Long Long. After stepping into the pure sky god realm, Fang Chen's strength had increased by several times. If it were a powerful earth-opening realm cultivator, he might not be able to kill him. But Qiu Longtan had just broken through to the earth-opening realm, and was not his opponent. Suppress. After a fierce battle, Fang Chen found an opportunity to step out, and immediately pressed Qiu Longtan under his foot. Puchi. Qiu Longtan spat out blood, his face pale, and his body desperately struggled. I am not resigned to this. Qiu Longtan roared crazily, entering a state of madness. The difference was too big, and he could not accept it. Everyone in the Divine Blade sect was in a perilous situation. Chapter 2289. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Only then did the few absolute saint elders react. Their auras spread out and they charged at Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen wasn't afraid of the absolute saint realm cultivators at all. If I can kill your brother, I can kill you too, Fang Chen said coldly. Qiu Longtan struggled with all his might, his heart filled with anger. Let go of young Master Longtan. The vice sect leader yelled and surrounded Fang Chen with the other absolute saint realm elders. Fang Chen grabbed Qiu Longtan's arm and looked coldly at the absolute saint realm cultivators surrounding him. Qiu Longtan will definitely die. None of you can save him. Fang Chen, don't make a mistake. If you let young Master Longtan go, the Sword God sect won't do anything to you and let you go. What do you think? Seeing this, the vice sect leader immediately stopped and didn't dare to move forward. He was afraid that Fang Chen would kill Qiu Longtan in anger. No matter what, he had to save young Master Longtan first. Not only Qiu Longtan, you all will die too, Fang Chen said. If you kill young Master Longtan, we'll definitely kill you, another absolute saint realm elder said. Why? Not only you, but even your daughter will die. Buzz. The space inside Fang Chen's body shook. He stared at the elder and said coldly, I've said that I won't allow anyone to hurt my daughter. Crack. As he spoke, Fang Chen used his strength and crushed Qiu Longtan's neck. Qiu Longtan's body fell to the ground. His primordial spirit tried to escape, but a beam of sword light suddenly appeared in the sky and killed it. The most outstanding young cultivator of the Qiu family branch, Qiu Longtan, who was also a strong contender to be the next leader of the Qiu family branch, died just like that. All the cultivators of the Sword God sect, including the Sword God sect leader, were completely furious. Their eyes were red as they stared at Fang Chen. Kill him for me. The sect master of the Divine Saber sect was blocking Jianwuji and could not spare any effort. He had no choice but to let the vice sect master and the others take action. You actually dared to kill young Master Longtan? Die, I want you to die. Qiu Longtan had died in the Divine Sword sect. If the Qiu clan were to blame them, the Divine Sword sect would not be able to escape the blame. The vice sect leader and the others were enraged and attacked one after another. Fang Chen turned around and looked at the crowd indifferently. Then, surges of Shura sword chi were infused into the token. Boom! An extremely terrifying power soared into the sky and enveloped Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen's aura was rising rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation had reached the peak of the Absolute Saint realm. Finally, at this moment, his aura had reached its limit. How is this possible? The few Absolute Saint realm elders who were attacking felt the aura from Fang Chen's body. Their eyes opened wide and they looked at him in disbelief. What a powerful aura! Even I feel my heart palpitate. The vice sect master cried out. Boom! Their attacks landed on Fang Chen's body and instantly dissipated. They could not hurt him at all. Today, I will take revenge for my daughter. Fang Chen was so angry that he didn't hesitate to activate his trump card token for his daughter's sake. His current aura had already reached the peak of the pure sky celestial. According to the old man riding the black dog, he could already sweep away the pure sky celestial. Let's attack together and kill him, the vice sect master said in a low voice. He must have used a secret technique to reach the Absolute Saint realm in a short time. As long as we stall for time, he will definitely die. Hearing the vice sect master's words, the other Absolute Saint realm elders woke up from their shock and attacked at lightning speed. Rumble! Including the vice sect master, there were a total of 7 Absolute Saint. This was all that the Divine Sword sect had. Absolute Saints could open up miniature universes. In Void Star Sky, they were considered top-notch great beings. Every Absolute Saint was the treasure of the sect. At this moment, the 7 Absolute Saints teamed up to fight Fang Chen. In the sky, Jian Wuji narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. Is this your trump card? At first, Jian Wuji was still a little worried. However, after seeing Fang Chen's current strength, his worries had disappeared. Ha ha ha, this guy. The sword master laughed loudly. Behind him, Fang Shi also laughed through his tears and cheered for his father. On the square, Fang Chen, who was surrounded by the 7 Absolute Saints, held the hidden star sword in his hand and slashed out fiercely. Instantly, an extremely terrifying sword light broke through the defense of the 7 people. Then, he stomped his foot and came to the side of one of them. Buzz! He used his powerful aura to suppress the Absolute Saint Realm Elder. Before the latter could react, he grabbed his throat. Crack! The Absolute Saint Realm Elder's head was forcefully broken. Then, he punched the primordial spirit that escaped. Whoosh! The entire Sword God sect was completely shocked. An Absolute Saint Realm expert had actually fallen? Damn it! In the sky, the Sword God sect's sect leader, who was fighting with Jian Wuji, saw this scene and his pupils constricted. He used a powerful attack to force Jian Wuji to retreat. However, the more he did so, the calmer Jian Wuji became. He kept pestering the Sword God sect's sect leader. How can he be so strong? Being pestered by Jian Wuji, the Sword God sect's sect leader couldn't escape. He could only send a voice transmission to the vice sect leader to deal with Fang Chen. Damn it! The vice sect leader clenched his fist. Looking at the fallen Absolute Saint Realm Elder, his eyes were bloodshot. I will kill you! There were only 7 Absolute Saint Realm Elders in the Sword God sect. How could they not be angry when one of them died? At this moment, the entire Sword God sect was shocked. This is just the beginning. Fang Chen looked at the vice sect leader coldly. The Sword God sect dared to kidnap my daughter. I will not let the Sword God sect rest in peace. Originally, when Fang Chen said this, the Sword God sect's sect leader was still mocking Fang Chen. Now that he heard these 4 words, it was especially harsh. The old man riding the big black dog was right. After activating the token, Fang Chen's strength could defeat God Hun Tian. At that time, Fang Chen was only at the Unity realm. Now that he had broken through to the heaven-opening realm with the help of the spirit Spring Milk, He activated the token and became even stronger. Although he was surrounded by 7 absolute saints, he was still able to handle it with ease. Crack! The second absolute saint realm elder had fallen. This made the sword god sect leader's eyes turn bloodshot. He was furious. As for the vice sect leader and the others, a trace of fear finally appeared in their hearts. They didn't even dare to look at Fang Chen's eyes. Crushing, it was absolutely crushing. A few seconds later, the third absolute saint realm elder had fallen. In the blink of an eye, only 4 of the 7 absolute saints were left. His secret technique must have a time limit. He must stall for time. The vice sect leader roared crazily. At the same time, he transmitted a message to the other 3 absolute saint realm elders, telling them to set up a formation to stop Fang Chen. The 4 absolute saint realm elders were no longer as strong as before. They were like rats running across the street, constantly dodging Fang Chen's attack. 1. The heaven-opening realm formation was set up, enveloping Fang Chen within. The 4 of us will move around in the formation to deal with Fang Chen. We can't fight him head-on. Just stall for time, the vice sect leader reminded. Will this work? The current Fang Chen was an out-and-out great demon king. It was as if he was possessed by a demon god. If gods and demons blocked him, he would kill gods and demons. Crack! Even though the 4 absolute saints were already very careful, Fang Chen still managed to catch one of them. With a twist of his neck, he died instantly. The 4th one. Fang Chen muttered under his breath. Bloody murderous intent filled his entire body. His eyes were red as if he couldn't control his thoughts. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill them all. In the distance, the sword master was also shocked. This is too exaggerated. The sword master swore that he had never seen such an overpowered secret technique in all his years of cultivation. Fang Shi's mouth was wide open as he looked at the tall figure in front of him in disbelief. Is this still my father? A minute later, Fang Chen killed the 5th absolute saint realm elder. A few seconds later, Fang Chen killed the 6th absolute saint realm elder. In less than 2 minutes, 6 of the 7 absolute saint realm experts had died. Only the vice sect leader was left. This was something that the sword god sect leader hadn't expected. He had already gone crazy in the sky, attacking crazily, but he couldn't get rid of Jian Wuji. Jian Wuji, do you really want to fight? Didn't we start a long time ago? Jian Wuji said calmly. You'll regret it. The Qiu family won't let you go. The sword god sect leader's mind was in a mess. When he attacked, he kept making mistakes. Jian Wuji took the opportunity to attack. Chapter 2290. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. The Divine Blade sect was a sect that he had painstakingly built. Step by step, it grew from a weak sect to one of the top 3 sects in Dongxian heaven. Love go little say, Chu, but now, it was being massacred by the Wuji sword sect. His heart was burning with rage, and he vented it all on Jian Wuji. I'm going to kill you! The sect master of the Divine Blade sect yelled crazily and attacked with all his might. Jian Wuji had nothing to worry about and could easily deal with the sect master of the Divine Blade sect. Below, the heaven-opening array shattered and the vice sect master appeared in front of Fang Chen. His body trembled, and he had completely lost his will to fight. What kind of joke was this? Jian Wuji had killed 6 of the 7 absolute saints. He did not believe that he could withstand Jian Wuji's attack with his strength. Looking at the sect master who was entangled by Jian Wuji, the vice sect master's heart was filled with loneliness. Could it be that the great Divine Blade sect was going to become history? Fang Chen, you've killed so many people? Are you still going to kill all of us? Hurry up and stop. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt when the Qiu family comes. At this point, only by mentioning the Qiu family could he hope to intimidate Fang Chen. However, he was wrong. At this moment, Fang Chen only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill. He did not care about the so-called Chiu family at all. Anyone who touches my daughter must die. Crack! Fang Chen slashed with his sword and directly cut off the vice sect master's arm. Fortunately, the latter dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have been killed. Fang Chen, the vice sect master, called out with bloodshot eyes. Jian Wuji ignored him and attacked again. Rumble! At the foot of the Divine Blade sect, a sinister and terrifying aura came. A black-robed figure leaped through the void and quickly arrived at the Divine Blade sect's square. Sect Master of the Divine Blade sect, I'm late. After the sect master of the Divine Blade sect agreed to cooperate with the Tianqing family, the Black Demon sect master rushed over. However, he was still too late. Love go little say, Wchu when he saw the corpses lying on the ground. He was stunned and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. He, as the Black Devil cult master of the Tianqing clan, he understood Fang Chen better than anyone else. However, why did the Fang Chen in front of him give him a strange and fearful feeling? Black Devil cult master, quickly kill this child. The furious voice of the sect leader of the Divine Blade sect came from the sky. The Black Devil cult master was stunned for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Since your Divine Blade sect is cooperating with my Tianqing clan, then I, the Black Devil cult master, will definitely not sit idly by. In a short while, my Tianqing's army will arrive at the foot of the Divine Blade sect's mountain. None of them will be able to escape. Old monster Dao, you actually betrayed Su Xing Heaven and colluded with the Tianqing clan?" Jian Wuji roared angrily when he saw this. "I'll make the Limitless Sword sect disappear from the void star sky." The sect master of the Divine Blade sect had completely fallen into a state of madness as he attacked madly. On the square, Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of the vice sect master. The latter did not have any strength to resist and was directly grabbed by the neck. "Black Devil cult master, save me." The vice sect master's voice was filled with fear. "Stop!" the Black Devil cult master berated loudly. Crack! Fang Chen ignored him and twisted his neck, killing the vice sect master. "I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" The Black Devil cult master was completely enraged. He glared at Fang Chen and said coldly, "Do you want to die?" Fang Chen's aura was like a rainbow as he asked in a deep voice, "Isn't it just a secret technique? I'd like to see how long you can hold on." The Black Devil cult master sneered. His figure flashed as he unleashed a powerful attack and arrived beside Fang Chen. "Not good, the aura is weakening." At this moment, Fang Chen's expression changed. The 3 minutes were almost up and the power in the token was fading. With a thought, he activated the violent power and attacked crazily. "Are you anxious?" The Black Devil cult master seemed to have seen through Fang Chen's thoughts. He kept dodging and stalling for time. Not good. The sword master also knew that things were not good. He was ready to attack at any time. In the sky, the Saber God sect master laughed and said crazily, "Jian Wuji, your death is here." Bang! Finally, after a fierce battle, the power in Fang Chen's body was completely depleted. He was sent flying by the Black Devil cult master. Poochie! Blood spurted out of his mouth. His face was pale and his body was trembling. "Black Devil cult master, kill him." The Saber God sect master's voice rang in the Black Devil cult master's ears. "Stop!" At this moment, the sword master could not help but attack. "Who do you think you are?" Seeing this, the Black Devil cult master sneered and threw out a punch, forcing the sword master to retreat. Die! As the sword master retreated, he executed a powerful sword technique. Whoosh! Streaks of sharp sword light suddenly appeared in the sky. Along with these streaks of sword light, the swordmaster's attack had also reached its peak. His attack successfully stopped the Black Devil cult master's attack. "Let's go," the sword master said in a deep voice. Fang Chen struggled to get up. He staggered and was about to leave. At this moment, a small, fair hand supported him. "Father!" Fang Shi called out. Her eyes were filled with tears. She blamed herself when she saw her father's injured body. It was all her fault. "I'm sorry." Fang Shi lowered her head. "Silly daughter. Father will always be your safe haven." As he spoke, Fang Chen coughed a few times. "Father, I'll take you away." Fang Shi was a little anxious. She took Fang Chen away from the battlefield. Boom! The Sword Master and the Black Devil Cult Master had just exchanged blows, and the victor was decided. The Black Devil Cult Master was too powerful. He was close to the peak of the heavenly god level. The Sword Master was no match for him. Soon, the Black Devil Cult Master forced the Sword Master to retreat. Then, he leaped towards Fang Chen. "Obstruct!" Sword Master let out a low roar and rushed to the front of the Black Devil Cult Master without any regard for his own safety, slashing with his sword. Crack! The sword light was shattered. The Sword Master's body was also sent flying. However, the Sword Master was determined to save Fang Chen. He didn't care about his injuries at all. "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" the Black Devil Cult Master said coldly. In the sky. It was Jian Wuji's turn to be anxious. The situation was going well. Who would have thought that the Divine Blade sect would collude with the Tianqin clan? The appearance of the Black Devil Cult Master disrupted their plan. Jian Wuji's mind was in a mess. He couldn't resist the Divine Blade sect Master's attack. The latter also realized this and attacked crazily to disrupt Jian Wuji's rhythm. "Damn it!" Jian Wuji cursed. Bang! Finally, after being sent flying several times by the Black Devil Cult Master, the Sword Master's body fell to the ground weakly. His aura was weak. Fang Chen broke free from Fang Shi's hand and quickly came to the Sword Master's side. "Sword Master!" Fang Chen shouted. He was worried about the Sword Master's safety. "Don't worry. I won't die." The Sword Master got up with difficulty and stared at the approaching Black Devil Cult Master. "As long as I'm here, you can forget about getting close to him," the Sword Master said weakly. "What a pity." The Black Devil Cult Master shook his head. The Sword Master was a good man. Unfortunately, their paths were different. Bang! With a punch, Fang Chen and the Sword Master were sent flying. The Sword Master no longer had the strength to stand. He fell to the ground and fainted. Fang Chen had just gone through a huge battle and had expended a lot of energy. At the critical moment, Fang Shi stood in front of Fang Chen. "I won't allow you to hurt my father." Let's go," Fang Chen shouted anxiously. "I'm not leaving," Fang Shi said firmly. "How touching. I'll send you both to hell so that you can continue your father-daughter relationship." The Black Devil Cult Master laughed sinisterly. Shortly after, he punched out. At the same time, in the distant horizon, Ancestor Xing he was flying over quickly. He crossed a long distance with a single step. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the territory of the Divine Blade sect. He spread his divine consciousness and found Fang Chen and the others. "Damn it!" Old Master Xing River was enraged. Waving his hand, a beam of light that caused one to shudder pierced through the void and burst forth. The Black Devil Cult Master's fist was about to hit Fang Chen. Suddenly, a miserable cry was heard. Blood spurted out and half of the Black Devil Cult Master's body exploded. The sudden turn of events caused the Black Devil Cult Master to let out a heart-wrenching scream. And in the sky, Jian Wuji's heart finally relaxed. Chapter 2291. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Half of the powerful Black Fiend sect master's body was blasted into minced meat in just one exchange. And this was because Ancestor Xing he had casually struck him from a distance. If the distance was close enough, the Black Fiend sect master would have been dead. This sudden turn of events caused Fang Chen to be stunned for a moment. Soon after, he surveyed his surroundings. "Who is it?" To be able to blast half of the Black Fiend's sect master's body into minced meat, this person's strength was at least at Jian Wuji's level. Could it be the sect master's helper? Fang Chun immediately thought of the Divine Phoenix sect master. In Dongxian heaven, only the Divine Phoenix sect master was at the same level as the two of them. Just as Fang Chen was lost in his thoughts, a shocking voice entered his ears. The Divine Blade sect colluded with the Tianqin clan and betrayed the human race. This is an unforgivable crime. This voice descended from the sky like a heavenly punishment. Following closely behind was an old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being. He was wearing a blue robe with a galaxy embroidered on it that seemed to be flowing with the wind. A faint aura was emitted from his body. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary person. However, when Fang Chen saw him, the aura in his body actually shook. He widened his eyes and looked at the old man in front of him in disbelief. "What?" The Divine Blade sect master cried out involuntarily. His expression changed drastically and he lost his composure. Bang! Jian Wuji took the opportunity to send the Divine Blade sect master flying. The latter's body staggered and landed on the square. At this time, half of the Black Fiend sect master's body also got up from the ground and looked at Ancestor Xing He in panic. Ancestor Xing He, the Divine Blade sect master's heart was in turmoil. His body trembled and his forehead was full of sweat. Things had developed to this point, which was completely beyond his imagination. He shifted his gaze to the Black Fiend sect master. In this situation, only the leader of the Tianqin clan could escape unscathed. Why is he here? Didn't the clan master say that he would secretly stop him? The Black Fiend sect master endured the pain and was very puzzled. He quickly sent a voice transmission to the clan master, but there was no response. Ancestor. The Divine Blade sect master wanted to explain something, but Ancestor Xing He waved his hand and interrupted him. Ancestor Xing He remained indifferent. With a flick of his finger, a terrifying ray of light turned into a bewitching flower in the void and entered the body of the Black Devil cult master. Bang! The Fiend sect master's body. Seeing this scene, the sect master of the Divine Blade sect plopped his knees on the ground and begged for forgiveness from the Patriarch of the Galaxy. Old Ancestor, I was possessed previously. Please forgive me, Old Ancestor, the sect master of the Divine Saber sect said in a trembling voice. At this moment, he was cursing the 18 generations of ancestors of the Black Devil cult master in his heart. After cooperating with the Black Devil cult's master, the latter told him that he didn't need to worry about the Celestial River ancestor. With the Patriarch of the Tianqin clan taking action, he simply couldn't free himself. Disciple Fang Chen greets Ancestor Xing He. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said to Ancestor Xing He. Hearing this, the old master Xing He nodded his head in satisfaction. He then placed his palm on Fang Chen's shoulder. Instantly, Fang Chen felt a boundless amount of energy seeping into his body. In an instant, his injuries were healed. Not bad. He should be proud to be praised by Ancestor Xing He. Shi, come here quickly. Fang Chen introduced Fang Shi to the Ancestor Xing He, the founder of Xing He Universe. Love go little say, W Chu, disciple Fang Shi greets Ancestor Xing He. Fang Shi said with a smile. I'm very pleased that Xing He Universe has such an outstanding disciple like you. Ancestor Xing He said with a smile. Fang Shi had the myriad fusion body. Her future achievements were limitless. Her father, Fang Chen, was a rare sword Dao genius. He had also absorbed the innate order divine rune. Even in the chaotic void, he was considered a peerless genius. Ancestor Xing, he had been paying attention to Fang Chen and was very clear about her growth trajectory. Ancestor, you're finally here. At this time, Jian Wuji quickly walked in front of the Star River Great Ancestor and said with a smile. If you hadn't come, Fang Chen would have been in danger. Jian Wuji said with a sigh of relief. He looked at Fang Chen with a deep gaze. After this battle, he was even more determined that Fang Chen was the future hope of the Wuji sword sect. No matter what, he had to protect him. The latter had brought him too much shock. Just the secret technique that could rapidly increase one's cultivation was enough to shake the entire void star sky. If the Chiu family of Masha Heaven knew about it, they would probably try to snatch it at all costs. Fortunately, with Ancestor Xing He around, the Chiu family would not dare to be too presumptuous. Let me deal with the traitor first. Ancestor Xing He nodded and said, Ancestor, the Divine Sword Sect is a subsidiary force of the Chiu family of Masha Heaven. You can't kill me, the Divine Sword Sect Master said anxiously when he heard Ancestor Xing He's words. At this point, the only way to survive was to hand over the Chiu family. The Chiu family? Ancestor Xing He snorted and said, Don't think that I don't know. A mere Divine Sword Sect wants to be related to the Chiu family? What a joke. The Divine Sword Sect was at most a subsidiary force of the Chiu family. With Ancestor Xing He's prestige, the Chiu family would not say anything even if he destroyed it. Crash. Ancestor Xing He flicked his finger and the Divine Sword Sect Master's corpse fell limply to the ground. All disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, listen up. From today onwards, the Divine Sword Sect will become a part of Dongxian Heaven's history. From this moment onwards, the Divine Sword Sect is disbanded. All unrelated people are to leave the Divine Sword Sect immediately. If you are found to have colluded with the Tianqing family, you will be killed without mercy. Ancestor Xing He's voice spread throughout the entire Divine Sword Sect. Instantly, countless disciples kowtowed to Ancestor Xing He in gratitude. Being able to survive was already a blessing to their ancestors. Soon, everyone from the Divine Sword Sect hurriedly left the Divine Sword Sect. At this point, only 2 of the top 3 sect of Dongxian Heaven were left. Shall we talk in detail? Ancestor Xing He looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Then, he took Fang Chen and Fang Shi away. What happened in the Divine Sword Sect instantly spread to the entire Dongxian Heaven. Dongxian Heaven was in an uproar. Everyone was paying attention to the Wuji Sword Sect. In the following days, the Divine Sword Sect completely collapsed. Under Jian Wuji's leadership, the Wuji Sword Sect occupied the Divine Sword Sect's territory in a high-profile manner. In just half a month, the Wuji Sword Sect took over the Divine Sword Sect's territory and cultivation resources. Many people sighed. From now on, the Wuji Sword Sect would dominate Dongxian Heaven. Even the Divine Phoenix Sect had to bow their heads. The Divine Phoenix Sect Master was very clear about the battle that day. He also watched it from afar. Especially when Ancestor Xing He made a move at the last moment. Everyone who was ready to make a move was completely intimidated. No one dared to set their sights on the Wuji Sword Sect anymore. A month after the Divine Sword Sect was destroyed, the Wuji Sword Sect's internal division was completed and they were on the right track. One day, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master found Jian Wuji. Old monster Jian. At this moment, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master's face was filled with a bitter smile. From now on, the Divine Phoenix Sect will hide from the world and stand aloof from worldly affairs. I hope you can show mercy, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master said in a low voice. This was considered a declaration of his position. The Wuji Sword Sect's goal is not to dominate Dongxian Heaven, Jian Wuji said slowly. Hearing this, the Divine Phoenix Sect Master breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha, let's go. Since you're here, I naturally have to act as a host. Let's drink. The 2 top experts walked side by side. In just a month, the entire Dongxian Heaven had undergone earth-shattering changes. The Wuji Sword Sect's name resounded throughout Dongxian Heaven. Fang Chen's name was also known by everyone. In order to save his daughter, he went to the Divine Sword Sect in a rage and became the topic of conversation after meals. Many cultivators hoped to meet Fang Chen. His influence was no less than Jian Wuji's. Jian Wuji smiled slightly in response. He was very happy. Sect Master. On the Wuji Sword Mountain, the Sword Master said softly. Jian Wuji's back was facing the Sword Master as he looked down and said, "What do you think of Fang Chen? This child's potential is too great. If the Wuji Sword Sect wants to completely rise and become a major force in Void Star Heaven or even the entire Chaos Void, we must rely on him." The Sword Master had a very high opinion of Fang Chen. Jian Wuji looked up at the blue sky and murmured, "He is an eagle in the sky. If he flaps his wings one day, the entire Chaos Void will be swept by a storm." Chapter 2292. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. As one of the 33 skies of the primal Chaos Void, the illusory star sky was a desolate place in the eyes of many experts. Love Go Little Say Ko, however, for many ordinary martial artists, it was still a sea of stars. Void Star Sky was so vast that it seemed boundless. Even Hun Tianxian would find it difficult to traverse it. In the center of Void Star Heaven, where the 4 mysterious heavens intersected, there was a towering mountain peak. This mountain was known as the Xing River Peak, and it was the dojo of one of the true rulers of Void Star Heaven, the Xing River Ancestor. Galaxy Peak, Galaxy Palace. Star River Great Ancestor sat on a stone bench and looked at Fang Chen and Fang Shi with a smile. Both of them were from the galaxy universe that he had created. He was very pleased that they could have such achievements. Patriarch. Fang Chen and Fang Shi were still in shock. The sage-like old man in front of them was actually the ancestor of their galaxy. "Thank you for your help, Patriarch." Fang Chen felt very grateful. If Ancestor Xing He hadn't intervened, he would have most likely died at the hands of the Black Fiend Cult Master. "When I first saw you, I knew that your achievements wouldn't be too low." The Star River Ancestor gently nodded, indicating that it was no big deal. He then slowly said, "I've been paying attention to your growth trajectory all these years, and I'm very pleased. However, I have a question. Why did you come out from the Demon City?" Even a powerhouse like the Star River Ancestor could not have predicted that Fang Chen would be expelled by the Demon City. "To tell you the truth, I was expelled from the Demon City," Fang Chen said awkwardly. He was the first ancient martial art practitioner to be expelled by the Demon City in the near-ancient era. Why were they expelled? Xing He Old Ancestor frowned slightly. Being banished by the Demon City, unless he had done something that angered the heavens and the people. There's a Yin Tomb spring in the Demon City. I went there to look for the spirit spring milk to save my brother. Who knew that Magoo, who ranked 10th on the demon god ranking, threw me into the Yin Tomb spring. I thought that I would definitely die. Who knew that the master of the Yin Tomb spring was also a powerhouse with an innate divine order pattern? He used the power of my innate divine order pattern to mend his remnant soul. In exchange, he taught me how to control the Yin Tomb spring. At this point, Fang Chen paused slightly before continuing. After I took control of the Yin Tomb spring, many experts on the demon god ranking coveted the Yin Tomb spring and forced me to hand over the secret treasure. I had no choice but to resist. Finally, I used the Yin Tomb spring to slaughter many experts on the demon god list. At this point, Patriarch Starry River understood. His gaze landed on Fang Chen. Fang Chen and Fang Shi looked at Xing He Old Ancestor. They were very puzzled. What is it? Was it about Ma Shaishan's Qiu family? Or was it about the Azura Sword Path? You have the Azura Sword Path. The Qiu family will not let you go. But don't worry, as long as you are in Void Star Heaven, the Qiu family will not dare to attack. Xing He Old Ancestor said. I called you here because of Great Emperor Su Xian. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Just what kind of divine being was Great Emperor Void Mystic? Speaking of which, the reason why Tianqing's descendants want to control the entire Void Star Heaven is because of Great Emperor Su Xian's inheritance and his weapon, the mysterious sky all. Xing He Old Ancestor said. As the actual ruler of Void Star Heaven and one of the peak fighting forces, the secrets that old ancestor Xing He knew were far from what Jian Wuji and the others could compare with. They held high positions and were busy every day for the development of Void Star Heaven. Although Tianqing's descendants had risen from the ashes, everything was under their control. Great Emperor Su Xian's inheritance? After learning about Great Emperor Su Xian's deeds from Xing He Old Ancestor, Fang Chen was shocked. An expert more powerful than Xing He Old Ancestor had actually fallen in Void Star Heaven. It was no wonder that Tianqing's descendants were frantically searching for him. If the mysterious sky all appears, it will definitely attract the entire Void Star Heaven. Even Ma Shaishan and the other surrounding forces will be involved. Xing He Old Ancestor said. So, after our discussion, we decided to send several heavenly gods to sneak into the secret base of Tianqing's descendants and secretly assassinate the powerhouses of Tianqing's descendants. You want me to go? Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. He had just broken through to the heaven-opening realm. His combat strength was comparable to an earth-opening realm martial artist at best. Wouldn't he be courting death if he went? That's right. You are one of the chosen martial artists. Xing He Old Ancestor said. Originally, you were not in our plan, but after the battle at the Divine Sword Sect, we unanimously decided to choose you as one of the candidates. Why is that? Fang Chen was very puzzled. Although the Black Demon cult master of Tianqing's descendants had fallen, the Patriarch was still there. There were even some Ultimate Saint Realm powerhouses. With his strength, once he was discovered, only death would await him. Listen to me first, Xing He Old Ancestor said. The current situation of Tianqing's descendants is not as simple as you think. The Black Demon Cult Master has fallen, and the Red Demon Cult Master is in the Demon City. Once you enter the secret base, I will join forces with several other powerhouses to launch a fierce attack on the Patriarch of Tianqing's descendants. Although we can't kill him in a short time, it shouldn't be a problem to trap him for at least 100 years. If we send Ultimate Saint Realm powerhouses to sneak in, the possibility of being discovered is very high. So, the targets we chose this time are basically all heaven-opening realm martial artists, and they are all the most outstanding geniuses of various forces, Xing He Old Ancestor said. There were two reasons for this. First, it was easy for heaven-opening realm martial artists to disguise themselves. This way, it would be easier to sneak into the secret base of Tianqing's descendant. Second, it was because they chose the most outstanding geniuses with great talent. Heaven-opening realm martial artists were comparable to earth-opening realm martial artists. In the secret base of Tianqing's descendants, they would carry out assassination missions while improving their strength. If they could come back alive, their names would definitely shake the Void Star Heaven. Hearing this, Fang Chen took a deep breath and nodded. Fang Chen, I chose you because I have high hopes for you. I have seen your space-time cultivation system. It is very profound, and it is very suitable for the secret base of Tianqing's descendants, Xing He Old Ancestor said. Moreover, there are a lot of resources in the secret base of Tianqing's descendant. This is also an opportunity for you. With the Azura Sword Dao, the Qiu family would not allow such a sword cultivator to exist. Entering the secret base, in addition to carrying out missions, could also avoid certain risk. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Think about it carefully, Xing He Old Ancestor said. At the same time, he looked at Fang Shi and said, You have the myriad fusion body, and your potential is unparalleled. It is just that you have not been able to stimulate it. During this time, you will stay in Xing He Palace. I will personally guide you. Many thanks, old ancestor. Fang Shi cupped his fists, very excited. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed on Xing He Peak. During this time, Fang Chen had been thinking about his future path. Just as Xing He Old Ancestor said, his martial path had reached a bottleneck, and he urgently needed a place to fight bloody battles to temper himself. And the secret base of Tianqing's descendants was the best choice. Moreover, Xing He Old Ancestor also promised that as long as he came out of the secret base alive, he would give him the continuation of the demonic dragon body refining technique. The demonic dragon body refining technique was created by senior brother Han Yuan, the saint of draconic demon. It had a total of 9 levels, and Fang Chen had only obtained the first 3. According to Xing He Old Ancestor, if he could cultivate the demonic dragon body refining technique to perfection, his physical strength would be unimaginably powerful. One punch could shatter the sky, and one kick could break the mountains. After thinking for a long time and weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chen chose to agree to Xing He Old Ancestor's request. Old Ancestor, how many of us will enter the secret base this time? Fang Chen asked. A total of 10 people, but even if we meet in the secret base, we can't recognize each other, Xing He Old Ancestor said. While speaking, the Old Ancestor took out a jade pendant from his arms and handed it to Fang Chen, saying, "This jade pendant was refined by me. At the critical moment, it can withstand the full blow of a Saint Realm expert. It may be useful to you." Many thanks, Old Ancestor. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him.